May I please invite Ms. Mahua Venkatesh, Editor, The Secretariat, and Mr. Prashant Gadavi, Executive Director, for the opening remarks. Can we please have a round of applause?
Once again, requesting all the guests who are outside, please join in as we are starting today's conclave. Me and my colleague Mahua will make the opening remarks. Yes, Mahua.
I think those who are outside can just come in with their tea, coffee, some cookies. It's always good to have a chat over chai and coffee. So, are we set? Can we?
Yeah, I think let's initiate. Let's get going. Yes, Mahua.
Okay. A very warm welcome to all of you once again. Let me give you a quick introduction to the Secretariat. It's a national digital media portal focused on news and analysis of policies related to governance, business, and economy, with the editorial team based in New Delhi. It is essentially a non-partisan chronicler of public policy developments and their interface with business and society. The Secretariat, a new age multimedia news platform, brings you news, views, analysis, insights, inside stories, commentaries from policymakers, influencers, and those who are in the corridors of power, with, of course, a special focus on technology, geoeconomics, urban planning, climate change, and the future of work.
We are a platform that facilitates a very healthy dialogue between key stakeholders, policymakers, the government and the bureaucrats, policy influencers, that is industry bodies, academia and think tanks, and finally the policy consumer, which is the industry and people at large. We take it on us to create sustained, meaningful and long-term engagements. The RE Conclave is one such beginning. This RE Conclave is supported wholeheartedly by leading industrial bodies of Gujarat, including GCCI, SGCCI, ICC, GFSI, and FOCIA, our knowledge partners, Innovative Thought Forum, ITF.
Well, today we are joined by leading influential voices in the renewable energy industry who will be addressing this August gathering. Of course, the special focus is going to be on Gujarat and its journey ahead. Post the conclave, we will continue with the exercise of carving out exclusive content, white paper, with recommendations for the government, and of course, follow-up events.
The event has also been supported in terms of sponsorship by SR, Advait Energy Transitions Limited, Chem Processes Systems Private Limited, and JETCO. This hall is full of individuals who are passionate about renewable energy. There is a tent card on each table with 4 scan codes. 2 are to download the application of the Secretariat, both on iOS as well as on the other one. There are 2 more scan codes where you can get the entire event flow of the day, and you can form a WhatsApp group within this room and interact with each other. We are displaying here a number. Pragnendra, can we have a number, please? while they put the number, there are post-it on each table, and there is a post-it wall outside. So you can write down your suggestions, your inputs with your name, contact details, etc., and put it on the post-it wall. And you can jot down this number, and you can send us your queries, inputs, insights during the session on this WhatsApp number. There will be a team which will be curating and monitoring these details. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a great lineup of speakers, have a very engaging conclave, and please share all your inputs going ahead. Thank you so much. Let's have a wonderful, wonderful RE conclave.
May I now please invite Ms. Mahua Venkatesh to proceed the session 1 and invite all the speakers on the stage. Okay.
All right, now we are set, and well, we all know how important renewable energy is, and therefore, of course, this renewable energy conclave. When we talk of renewable energy, we think of solar, we think of wind, we think of hydrogen, but really renewable energy is basically vast and it's extremely complex. It's more like an orchestra with various instruments, various keys, various players. The players could be big, mid-segment or small, but all of them play an extremely important role in making the renewable energy piece a success story. We have issues related to agrovoltaic, we have issues related to waste management, storage, concentrated solar power, credit, skill. The list is long. To discuss these issues, we have a solid panel. In the beginning, may I call upon Mr. D.K. Singh. He's an expert in agrovoltaic. Mr. D.K. Singh, if I may please call upon you, please come on stage. So Mr. Singh will make his initial comments, presentation, and just a quick note to all our speakers, to all our panelists, we'll have about 8 to 10 minutes for each of you to make your initial comments, initial statements, presentations. Around the 7th minute or 8th minute, we'll send a small little chit asking you to sort of wind up so that we have enough time for the audience questions, audience interaction. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. There is no comment as such. I will straight away go to the presentation if it is uploaded here. I had already shared it a day before. Yeah, it is here. So good morning. I would be talking, I'll be taking maybe 10 minutes or so on agri photovoltaic, which is a latest recent phenomena since last 4-5 years. Solar energy, use of solar energy has been going on since time immemorial, since Earth was evolved. But solar panels, they came in India in mid-70s or so, but again, they were for reason not known very clearly to any of us. They were almost abandoned for last 25, 30 years or so, 25. Since 2010-11, in fact, we again started thinking of solar energy, and MNRE gave boost, and so many schemes were launched. By now, when we talk of solar energy, a generation of electricity from solar energy, by and large, it's ground-mounted solar panels, or maybe the government has come up with a rooftop scheme or PM Surya Ghar Yojana. Now, many countries they are going for electricity production from the solar energy from the agricultural land. That is, the energy as well as the crop production takes place from the same land simultaneously, where the farmer benefit by selling the excess energy in addition to what they consume, and also they grow successfully the crops. And there are many crops. I am from the Agriculture Research Institute, IRI, Pusa, New Delhi. We know that there are many crops in the, which can be very successfully grown under partial shaded condition or even under full shading conditions also. So I will be covering briefly about that. In that, you can see the what are the the topic are was mostly we have to discuss mostly with respect to the Gujarat only, as I was told by the organizers in the beginning. So what are key drivers? I will be focusing more on how the solar energy or agri photovoltaic can really boost the economy of rural India. What are the key drivers of economy, like energy? Whenever earlier it was the water, when we witnessed the green revolution in 60s, it was mainly the water. When the water was made available to the land, agricultural land, we saw that we became sufficient. Rather we achieved the food security in the country. It was other than fertilizer and seed, it was mainly the water and irrigation. So water and energy, they are the key input, a key driver for the rural economy. Water has already played its role, and in fact is playing role. Energy is another thing which has to really penetrate into the rural India, because still villages are electrified, but there is not much electricity to bring in the agro-industrial revolution in the rural India, or particularly the farmers' field, where solar energy can play a major role, where the grids are not there, or even with grids are there, there is no stable power supply as and when it is needed by the farmer. So now we consider water and energy as a key driver for rural economy, particularly for the rural India, not only for this state, for other states also. And of course water, and then irrigation, rural infra, warehouses, cold storage, and then agro industry, agro processing unit, and diesel. Why agro processing industry? They had not come up in the rural area, because the major constant was the electricity or energy. Had electricity provided maybe 20 years back, 25 years back, probably small unit which are run on the diesel or kerosene, oil or thermal power plant, they would have been solarized, or maybe solar energy would have played major role in bringing in the small industry, agro processing in the rural area. And that is why NIF, our AIF, Agri Infra Fund, which was created maybe about 5 years back, they have now, our Ministry, Agriculture Ministry has converged or aligned it with the solar Kusum component A, B, C now. All three components are aligned with the AIF, Agri Infra Fund, where Agri Infra Fund can be utilized to not only to install other processing industry, even also the solar power plants up to the 2 megawatt. And how it looks like, we can see in simple picture how the agri photovoltaics looks like. Many of you might have seen, it's not now new. I do not know whether our friend Mr. Gulab Singh Irasi has joined here, because I saw his name also in the list. He would be talking more about. He has already installed a 10 megawatt plant in Maharashtra, in the Dhule district of Maharashtra, where he is producing electricity as well as producing the crops also, particularly the crops, tree crops and all that. Right. So you can see now how the agri PV looks like. In left hand side we see the photovoltaic, where electricity is produced, where on the right hand side we the agri photovoltaic, where electricity and crop, both food and energy, both are produced. That's a simple picture I have tried to bring in here to make it more clear. Now why agri photovoltaic is needed? The ground mounted, our country has already achieved about 135 gigawatt or so. From the solar, I think the installed capacity of the country has reached in the last month up to the 135 gigawatt in this, and out of the total, you can see how the solar energy, the progress in the solar energy has taken place, or electricity production with the solar energy has taken place in the last few years. That its contribution in total installed capacity has crossed 25%. Now, as of now, it is 26%. Total installed capacity of the power system in the country is about 513 gigawatt or so. Out of that is 135 is only from the solar. And of course, when we say the solar, it's mostly from the ground mounted or rooftop or hybrid system, and so agri PV doesn't find mention anywhere because it has not been yet recognized officially anywhere in the country that agri photovoltaic is also a kind of land use in the country. And of course, why it is needed? It is needed, as I said, it's needed for meeting the demand of the energy, is needed for net zero emission, but more importantly, it is needed to boost the economy of the farmers. When energy is provided to the farmers, they can increase their income not only from the crop production and also from the sale of energy. It's not only that, it enhances their risk bearing capacity also, because by and large, like in the Gujarat, you have 300 days sunny days, and almost every square meter of the land in the country on an average has capacity of producing 1 unit per day. So you can see the tremendous potential of this. And if even 10% of the agricultural land in the state of Gujarat is brought under agri PV, we can produce a lot. And not only that, that will empower the farmers also. They can think of going for industrialization. They can go for rice mill, they can go for dal mill, they can go for all their small units can be electrified or solarized. And you can see that how it is going down. It is being done in many other states also. You can see here that like if it has increased irrigation facility is there, agriculture flourishes. If energy is there, industry flourishes, whether it is small industry or large industry. And you can see in the next slide, like let's say we have rice cultivation in rice area, and then starting from the operation 1, what we call the unit operation, all operation can be solarized, and that can be supported partially in the night with other sources of green energy like wind energy or other energy. So you can see that irrigation, threshing, milling, packaging, and almost all can be solarized, even small mills also. Similarly, if this is a real picture, and then second picture is actual picture from the Sagar district, where Mr. Anand Jan has installed about 4 megawatt plant where he is practicing agriculture. You can see the kind of tomato he is producing. If the tomato is processed right there itself, then it adds a value and also enhances the income of the farmer. Similarly, other operation, you can see here, chili. Chili is produced in Gujarat a lot. So chili, starting from the cultivation to processing, whatever energy is required, if that is made from the Gujarat, it can really empower the farmers and improve the economy and their income. Similarly, for the groundnut. And then of course, it's not that easy also. These are some of the challenges, like high initial cost. It has to be supported by someone who supports it, government or private parties or NGOs who supports it, that is to be seen. But yes, it needs high initial cost, and then trade-off between cost and income, and then reduction in yield of major crop, which is not a major concern. These days, agriculture universities and institutions, they are working a lot, and we can certainly come up with the variety which can be grown under cultivated partial setting. That's not a big issue. And that, of course, there is no policy as of now. There is policy, Kusum ABC is there, all policies are there, but for agri photovoltaic as such, there is no policy. And then safety, cleaning of the panels, mobility, these are all, some of these already there in presentation. During discussion, when queries, we can touch upon some of these issues. And these 6-7 things have to be defined. I have not explained it, like defining land use, which is not yet, evacuation, where to take off the excess electricity, how to take it off, feed-in tariff, leasing land. Another 1 minute, please. And then another 1 minute. And then taxes on income, because once farmer gets income from solar panel, that probably the tax department say that is the industrial activities. So how to manage that, how to benefit the farmer to the maximum level, that is another issue. Open access, how to use capex, and then RESCO, these are all there. These all I have taken from the literature. These things are there, but they need to be well defined with respect to the agri photovoltaic, not for ground mounted or rooftop or another, right? And then, of course, these are some of the policies. Okay, I think that's all. I mean, I can rather involve more in discussion, because if I keep on presenting, I may take another 20-30 minutes or so. These are, of course, there's one more thing. Looking at this, Ministry MNRE, that is Government of India, has established a center of excellence for agri photovoltaic, not for solar photovoltaic. Agri photovoltaic at our institute, I was looking after till recently before my retirement. Now we have come up with 4 papers. I will be happy to share through WhatsApp. I have already shared with few of you. I think that's all. Thank you. And then these are some pictures. There was another pictures I think that's all. These are the picture, real picture of the agri-photovoltaic which have been installed. These are the pilot projects installed here and there in a few states. Well, almost all these sites I have visited, so I have taken my own pictures, I mean, from my own camera. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I know it's very tight to
It was
keep
really less to
10
explain
minutes.
such a big topic. Yes.
But the thing is, we can keep talking about it, and of course, please use the WhatsApp group to exchange ideas, information, notes. Thank you so much, sir. So
yeah, time was really less to explain everything, but thank you very much. I have given way. Okay, thank you.
it was really nice. Geothermal energy. Now that is another important segment of renewable energy. Which are the states in India which have the scope to really boost geothermal energy? Why does this segment needs a push, and what kind of policy measures are required to really give this particular segment a kind of a push that it requires? To throw light on this, may I call upon Mr. Biswajit Roy. Mr. Roy, if you could please come up and make your presentations or keep your initial comments. Thank you, sir. And just after 7 minutes, I'll send you a cue so that we can have enough time and time to take questions and discuss issues with the audience. Thank you so much. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
So a very good afternoon to all the distinguished people in this hall. My name is Biswajit Roy. I head an institution called Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, briefly known as GERMI. We have been working in various forms of energy, geothermal being one of them. Is geothermal a reality or a myth? The fact is that about 17 gigawatts of geothermal energy is being harnessed world over, with US being the leader at around 4 gigawatts. So there are countries like Philippines, Turkey, Indonesia, New Zealand, Iceland, which have been harnessing geothermal energy for a long time. Some of them have been harnessing geothermal from 1970 onwards also. So this is the picture. As of the end of 2025, about 17 gigawatts are being produced, and this is only a list of countries which are upwards of 1 gigawatt. India doesn't figure here. So India's primary energy needs are predominantly met by fossil fuels today, around 88-89%, which is coal and oil and gas. If we have to kind of decarbonize by the stated timelines as given by government, then we need to replace the fossil fuels with some form of energy which can take the base load. And obviously geothermal happens to be one of them. The simple picture here says there are two pipelines. The center one in blue color is the one through which normal water is pumped inside at a particular location that we have been able to identify, or anybody who wants to produce will identify. In fact, at GERMI, because of our work in oil and gas, we have already identified with latitude and longitude places in Cambay Basin where this project can be straight away undertaken. The temperature at around 2 to 2.5 kilometers below the surface of Earth will be somewhere in the region of 160 to 180 degrees, at some places even 200 degrees. So the water that will be pumped will get converted into steam or hot water, will come out from the two other red color pipelines on the left and right hand side, and then they will be taken to a electricity producing unit through the ORC cycle. The hot water or steam will transfer its energy to the unit which is on surface, and in fact after losing heat it will become normal water, which will again go on which will again be pumped inside, and that is how a closed loop cycle will be formed, and this is how geothermal energy is being harnessed in many countries. The list of which I have shown in the first slide, and this can be very easily done in certain identified locations by repurposing existing wells of GSPC or ONGC in Cambay Basin which are not producing oil and gas now. This is a map of India where the tentative locations have been identified. This was undertaken by Geological Survey of India in late 70s, early 80s, so this also needs a little revision. But suffice it to say that there are certain areas in northern part of the country, in Gujarat, in central India, as well as in Andhra, which have the potential for harnessing geothermal. As per the report of GSI, which was done in early 80s, late 70s, the potential at that time was assessed at 10 gigawatts, which to my mind, if we undertake another study, will get revised substantially on the higher side. So IEA says that next generation geothermal can meet up to 15% of global additional requirement, demand growth by 2050, which will be equal to 800 gigawatts, and this is more than the current electricity demand of the US and India. India is among the top 3 nations with the largest market potential for next-gen geothermal, and there are studies which say that potential for conventional geothermal, hot springs, is highly limited, which is what has happened in India in a couple of places, which is very limited. The potential is actually at a depth of 5 kilometers. I mean, when I am saying 5 kilometers, I don't mean that everything is available at 5 kilometers. This assessment is that at 5 kilometers, the potential grows considerably to around 14 terawatts. That's a large number. So geothermal, there are 2 ways. One is the hot springs, other is the extended geothermal, which can start happening from 1.5 kilometers down up to 5 kilometers. And if we go up to 5, as per this study, the potential could be 14 terawatts. But if we don't even go to those heights, and if we want to demonstrate a pilot, we can go to 2.5 kilometers at identified locations in Cambay Basin, and we can demonstrate that we can have a 1 megawatt plant or even 100 kilowatt plant. We can do that. It has been estimated that next generation geothermal power plant costs could drop by 80% because a lot of work has been happening under a project of Department of Energy in the US, and based on that we have stated this, achieving an electricity generation cost of $50 per megawatt hours, and that's a real number, a reasonably real number. MNRE has come out with its policy in September 2025. Some of the major highlights of the policy are that geothermal will be one of the key pillars towards meeting the net zero for India by 2070. The policy promotes end-to-end geothermal development, heating, cooling, agriculture, industry, all of them can be considered. The policy emphasizes synergy with oil and gas sector because we will obviously be working in the used or even fresh to be drilled wells. To improve project viability, the policy proposes financial, fiscal, risk mitigation, viability gap funding, etc., tax incentives. States and union territories have been guided to provide single window clearance under the policy. State governments have also been advised to identify and allocate potential geothermal zones, something that DGH does for oil and gas areas. States are expected to designate a nodal renewable energy agency. Yesterday, the Principal Secretary Energy was in our office, and we have also made a presentation to him, and he is quite upbeat about the potential of geothermal in Gujarat. State authorities to facilitate approvals related to land, water. This is as per the policy. You can read all of them there. And the push from the government side, from central government side in terms of providing policy guidelines is already there. Now is the time to undertake some kind of pilot project. So we have submitted our pilot project proposal to government here. We are also planning to submit the same to MNRE, and we are quite hopeful that in the days to come, we will actually demonstrate in Cambay Basin with a small pilot that yes, geothermal can succeed in India. So these are some international examples. United States, 3.9 gigawatts. They started in 1960 with 11 megawatts. Current capacity is 3.9, end of 2024. The Department of Energy has a project named as Enhanced Geothermal Shot, and they propose reduction in EGS, enhanced geothermal, by 90%, targeting 45 megawatt hours by 2035, which is not too far away from now. They are giving certain incentives under the Inflation Reduction Act, and the reported power purchase agreement prices for new geothermal are in the range of $70 to $80 per megawatt hours, translating to 7 to 8 cents per kilowatt hour per unit. Fervo Cape is a 400 megawatt project where Mr. Bill Gates has his own investments there. A lot of it is available on LinkedIn. Those who want to find out will find out. There are plenty of examples in the US, in many other countries. So this is another example of US. This is another example of US. Then let me, because time is up, let me just go to the last slide. These are all country experiences that I have brought. Recent geothermal activity in India, ONGC is trying to do something in Leh. Hasn't yet happened. They are still trying to do. A 20 kilowatt was set up by Singareni Collieries in Andhra. Finally, to wrap it up, let me say that next generation geothermal offers reliable 24/7 base load, and global deployments demonstrate technical feasibility, scalability, and cost reduction. Technology is already available. Cambay Basin in Gujarat shows temperatures somewhere around 160 to 180 degree at a depth of 2.5, 2.6, and we are in possession of all that data because of our previous work in that area. Repurposing the existing oil and gas wells will significantly lower the exploration risk and cost as well. The MNRE geothermal policy aims to position geothermal as a key pillar. States can play a facilitative role by identifying sites, and by leveraging our geothermal resources, Gujarat can position itself as a global leader in clean energy innovation, setting an example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, sure, you can. That was quite insightful, geothermal and the way forward. Well, we come to green hydrogen. Now, we all know India has already outlined the National Green Hydrogen Mission, and the country is aiming to become a global hub for green hydrogen. But we need policy measures, we need players to come up, there are challenges, and of course, there are opportunities. Now, to discuss these issues, may I call upon stage Mr. Rajendra Mistry. Mr. Mistry, if you could please come up and share your experience, give a presentation, your thoughts. And as usual, sir, just a small reminder, after 7 to 8 minutes, we send a small reminder so that we can have ample time for audience questions and interaction. All yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I will complete little less than 7 minutes. I think the green hydrogen, I think very much talked and very much discussed the subject in the world and in the India since if I remember that since the 2021 we were discussing the green hydrogen thereafter. The current international scenario and the way the world is going on, it has, I think this is the only subject where it has industries is much awaited that in which direction the India should go. because there is a lot of uncertainty prevailing. But in the recent development which has happened uh, uh, in the very few days, and is particularly the free trade agreement with the European Union. And if you read the fine blueprint of this one, this gives a clear-cut directives that yes, the world is still concerned about greenhouse emissions, and world is still concerned to reduce to reduce the greenhouse emissions and pollutions in the large scale for the longer term. So if you read the blueprint, today only I have read in the Times of India also that they have kept a CBAM and they have not compromised with the CBAM agreement. So this gives a very good opportunity for us that the green hydrogen can be the good and long-term industries opportunity, provides a long-term industries opportunity for the India. Because when we started the evaluation in the renewable sector, and particularly it began in the 2009, and then we accelerated the speed by the 2015, and the results are very in the positive directions. The energy sector's prices and make the green energy prices compatible with the gray energy prices, and that is give a clear cut direction to us that okay, the Indian industries now can still compete at the international level in the green hydrogen also. So all of you know that the government of India and government of India has already announced that green hydrogen mission. I do not have to discuss that one part. At the same time, the Gujarat has now already announced that policy, and that too is for a 10-year long-term policy. Now, which gives a clear pathway and clear-cut direction that industries can go for the green hydrogen, and for that matter. I will not discuss much on the policy because policy will come in the second session. But I would like to say something about the demand. I think industry will worry about the how the demand will be created. Fortunately, as we have mentioned in our initial policy preface also, that we have two major industries in the state. Number one is the fertilizer, and number two is the chemicals. Both have a huge potential for the consumption of the hydrogen. Consumption of hydrogen at presently around 1.6 million ton in Gujarat, and probably we are expecting to go by with the other demand by the 2030 around 2 metric million ton. When we formulated the policies, we were constantly thinking that how we can generate the demand and how we can encourage our industries to go, and learning the lessons from the development of the solar energy potentials. Now our policy is quite rely on the development of the small medium scale entrepreneur also, and that's why you will see that our policies have given much more thrust on the small medium scale entrepreneurs. So here I think it is the right platform that I request all the here entrepreneur to be ready for the green hydrogen, and we also try to develop the demand by opening the new avenues, particularly new avenues. We are trying that the demand should generate from the transportation also. The demand should generate from the CNG, PNG sector also, because all of we know that the hydrogen is a good fuel, means as so far as the heating process is concerned. So that's why we are trying to encourage the demand in the sector and demand in this especially for the green hydrogen. And definitely I think it is not a now a subject and there is not an uncertainty as far as the India is concerned or the European Union is concerned, that we have to go for the green hydrogen if we have to sustain our growth and if we have to maintain our trade with the European Union, because they have already protected that if you have any changes in the priority as far as the CBAM is concerned, the India will be given a level playing field in this one. So and secondly that I don't think the hydrogen production is the new technology for us. When we have started the interaction and we have started the discussion with the industries, we come out to know that we have a very good entrepreneur in India and in Gujarat itself. They are capable to go for mega scale production. So here on this platform, I should say that the industries that let us begin our journey for the green hydrogen. I am not saying that you have to be I am not saying here about the profitability or opportunity. Opportunity is here. Opportunity is here. We have a ready-made 2 million ton market is available, and definitely you will still, it is the that obligations are not imposed. How can we proceed further? But in our policy, I should say that we try to keep your product as competitive as a grey hydrogen production. So if you achieve this, I don't think that further you need any assistance for that, and you grow away with the complying to the international market. So, and the government of Gujarat has now given a clear-cut direction. Yes, we are going. We have to achieve the 3 million metric ton per annum target by the 2035. So you have a market in all the types. Even encouraging the green hydrogen, we have the Gujarat is the only state which has also concentrated on the at present maybe it is a non-valuable product, but the way the pollution is going in the urban industries, the pure oxygen will also become a good product for our industries. So that has also been encouraged here. So I request, I am not much here to debate on what the taxation and what the cost and direct product cost and how become the feasible. I just say that yes, this is this is green hydrogen production or green hydrogen production and utilization will become a long-term industries for the Gujarat and for India, complying the all industries international standards. And that is my message from here. You be prepared because I am not giving the much more detail about the policy, because policy will give you the much detail over. Already policies is circulated by the government to all the industrial association. Myself has also circulated to all my industrial friends and studied also. So I need not have to do much discussion. But if you are worried, the concern for the industry is that where the demand is. I should say that if you start the business, we have myself itself as a confidence that you can able to do the things what we have done in the solar industries. If you see the past, Gujarat has done an excellent work in the renewable energy sector, and I should say that there is no limitation in Gujarat for production of the renewable energy sources. We still are, our target is 100 gigawatt in the state for the renewable energy capacity, and I don't see any major as far as the financial terms in country, major tariff rise in the renewable energy prices. So far as the solar energy is concerned. The second advantage we have now.
Sir, just sorry to interrupt. We can have the discussion. We will be opening it up for audience, and we'll have a lot more time to discuss.
Okay.
So
I just conclude my thing. I'm giving here some of the ideas because I want that our Gujarat state industry should start the initiative, should begin their journey toward the green hydrogen, because we are also viewing that the energy storage industries is also growing up, and that is also an opportunity for green hydrogen industries at the earliest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and sorry to rush you up. We'll have time to discuss. We'll have questions from the audience. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Well, after this, we come to the wind energy segment, another very key element of renewable. Well, we all know India already ranks 4th in the global order when it comes to wind energy. And of course, Gujarat is a key player. The state has the highest installed capacity. But what are the challenges for the other states? What are the opportunities? May I request Mr. Jami Hussain to come and share his insights, his experience on this particular issue. The stage is all yours, sir. Please go ahead. And the same applies, sir, 10 minutes, and then we can open it up later for audience questions.
Is there a connector for presentation? The presentation is here. Okay, otherwise I'll just speak. Well, I have a presentation, but so connecting may take time. I will just go ahead and speak. The outset, good morning to all of you, dignitaries, experts, and workers in renewable energy. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for organizing this renewable energy conclave. It is a privilege to participate in this conclave and be a part of the deliberations. So I have, you can hear me? Yeah, okay. And I've come from Delhi for this conclave. I will start with something which normally comes in the end. So something like what are the final summaries and key considerations, because what happens is in the rhetoric that goes on, sometimes the key elements that we must focus on, they get sidelined or people overlook them. So most important for wind energy and for all the renewable energies, now we have a certain level of achievements that we have achieved in Gujarat and also for the country, where we have something like 54 gigawatt of wind, we have 135 gigawatt of solar, and so we have a certain level of achievement, and now we are looking at a new policy in Gujarat. So then we need to look at a long-term view. We need to take a long-term view with respect to the technology, with respect to the policies, with respect to the economy, and all the other elements that come into play, including industry, MSME, and those kind of things. So when we are having this kind of a conclave, I think we should take a long-term view on the things and come up with some key directions. And within this, we have to look at how the technology has evolved. So if some of you know, the wind technology has matured a lot over the last maybe even 4 or 5 years. Today we have wind turbines which are in the range of more than 5 megawatt also, while earlier we used to have 2 megawatt wind turbines, and before that even much smaller capacities. So the technology has evolved significantly, and with these larger wind turbines which are set up on higher towers with larger rotors, we also get higher plant load factor. So this is one aspect of evolution in the technology, and then there are interfaces with the grid and things like that. So the evolution of technology and how it will evolve further over the next few years, this is also something that we must look at while we are discussing these things. For example, now in China, they have a 20 megawatt wind turbine. So what can we achieve in the long term in terms of the capacity that we can have with a 5 megawatt wind turbine or a 20 megawatt wind turbine or larger wind turbines? What kind of projects, what kind of land areas, where should these projects come up? All these things have to be addressed. Then within the technologies itself, there is a broad spectrum of technologies. On one hand, we have these large wind turbines. You have seen all over Kutch and Saurashtra if you travel there. But on the other hand, there is also a lot of wind turbines which are small turbines. They are meant for people like farmers, small businesses, like agrivoltaics. Somebody was discussing for the agricultural purposes. And today we are doing a lot of things with solar at the agricultural level. But these small wind turbines can also come into that. So this should be part of the discussion, how these small wind turbines, and I would say, suppose you have a solar, let us say 5 kilowatt. You have a solar of 3 kilowatt, you have 2 kilowatt wind, you have some battery storage, and you have a renewable energy pack or power pack. So you can have a 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt kind of packs that somebody can evolve, and these would be very good for decentralized power. Then we have to look at also in the long term the employment, and wind energy is a big employer, you know. Even today I think more than 100,000 people are employed in wind energy. Some are directly involved, employed in the in the manufacturing and setup of the projects and things like that. So they are directly involved, but there are also people who are indirectly involved with the vendors, with the contractors, with the finance, you know, all these different kind of things. So it is a big employer, and it is also a big infrastructure creator. With the wind farms, you also have roads, you have pathways and things like that, substations, so that come up in a big way. So we have to look at the evolution of industry, economy and employment. These three elements, they are directly linked with, of course they are also linked with solar, but much more with wind because of the heavy manufacturing involved, heavy logistics, transportation and things like that, and also involvement of the industry, where, you know, industry not only for manufacturing, industry also for off taking the power, so the captive and such off take of electricity, and in which there is MSME. So the role of MSME in this. So you see, when we talk about wind energy, we say, okay, it is wind energy, there's some energy coming from wind, and that's good, flows into the grid, and that's good for the climate change and things like that. That is important, yes, climate change and decarbonization and all that. But there is so much more involved in the whole gamut of things, which includes you know, creating manufacturing hubs. And suppose we are talking about offshore wind, and we think of, okay, in the south of Gujarat or somewhere we can start having a 5 megawatt or 5 gigawatt or something like a offshore project. Then what all is involved there? There is a port over there, there is again substation, submarine cables, shipping, operation and maintenance, all these different wide range of things, foundations, towers, and all these things, you know, they add up to quite a lot of activity, which goes beyond just energy. It goes into you know, commercialization, it goes into industrial development and things like that. Thirdly, of course, the power system. So we have to see how the power system can be well balanced, and I think people are well aware of this. That's why we are talking about BESS, battery energy storage systems. We have hybrids. So already there is a policy on hybrids, and a lot of projects have come up in Gujarat which are hybrid projects. So there is solar and wind together, and if there is solar and wind and hybrid, which is BESS together, then this goes into you know, creating a higher plant load factor from RE. So if you look at wind, you have a plant load factor of you can achieve a plant load factor of something like between 30 to 40%, depending on the site and you know, locations and all that. But if you combine wind and solar, so solar comes during the day, you all know, it will peak around 12 to 2 p.m. and then it is gone. But if it is combined with wind, the wind continues, it can continue to the middle of the night. So you achieve a higher PLF for the same megawatt of installed hybrid capacity. And this can be probably more than 50% also, depending on the site and depending on the configuration. And then if we add battery energy storage system, so we are almost looking at a plant load factor of 60%, 55-60% coming from RE. And this is what you get from the coal-based power plants. This is what you get from the conventional thermal power. So it is very well competing in terms of operational side with the conventional power, if we have these kind of systems. And of course we have to do a lot of things for grid management, like these REMCs are there, and we have to enhance those capacities, forecasting, scheduling, various equipments to manage reactive power and other, ramping up of power and things like that. But this is this is a technical area, highly technical area, but this again is part of the whole things. Decarbonization, of course, we are looking at when we generate or put electricity into the grid, it reduces the carbon content of every kilowatt hour that is coming from the grid. But one interesting thing which is now happening is that people are having electric vehicles, and these electric vehicles, and quite a few places, I don't know how much in Gujarat, but in North India, in UP and everywhere, there are a lot of EVs, which are also, these auto kind of things. And they are going to charge their EVs with electricity, and they are going to charge it from the grid. So this creates an additional load or demand on the grid. And if the carbon content in the grid of the electricity in the grid is less, then we have less, pollution and less carbon coming from the vehicles also. In any case, pollution, which is a mega problem today of Delhi and many cities, it's a really very big problem. If that is resolved by EV, then itself it is a very big thing. All these different elements, they are connected ultimately with wind and solar. Yeah. Then we have interesting issue. This is of energy security. We have always talked about this, that the price volatility of imported fuels and things like that. But look at now what is happening in Venezuela, what is happening in the Middle East. So this really is a problem, and if we are able to generate more and more of energy from within the country, then we get rid of this problem to a large extent. So in totality, all these things together, they should give us a direction. They should give us a direction and a roadmap. So when we are talking about 100 gigawatt of renewable energy, and we are talking about something 40 gigawatt is already installed. Of this, something like 14.8 gigawatt of wind is already installed, and certain capacity of solar is already installed, which must be around 25 gigawatt to make up 40 gigawatt. Then how much of new capacity from wind and how much from solar and how much from geothermal can we think of over the next 4 or 5 years? How much from the offshore? So this direction and this roadmap should come from this analysis, these different elements that we are talking about. I have a couple of more slides. I will see which is useful now, because already I have got one interesting thing. This is from my side, a personal experience or personal involvement, is that almost 40 years back, exactly 40 years back, and around this time of the year, I was traveling from Delhi to Okha with a toolbox to install wind turbines in Okha. And at that time there were no wind turbines in Gujarat, and no wind turbines in also in India. These were the first wind farms. And now after so many years we stand here and we are discussing how to move forward from 14 gigawatt. But we did achieve a lot in this period where this wind turbine was just a fringe technology. I remember many people who just dismissed it as something as some experimental thing of the government, some scientists doing something. And today it is a mainstream technology, not only in India but also worldwide. It is a mainstream energy technology. And this evolution over a period of few decades is very significant because earlier this was not a established technology. It was not there, it didn't exist, and now it exists and it is growing. So this was an important aspect that I just wanted to share with you. And lastly, I did come up with some kind of ideas on a roadmap, and I will go to that. So some sort of action agenda for execution that should come out of this kind of a conclave. There should be accelerated planning of wind zones, hybrid zones, renewable energy evacuation corridors aligned with land availability and transmission readiness. No doubt this is already happening a lot, but we have to think and we have to see that our projects are often delayed because of some issues there with regard to connectivity, with regard to land, with regard to permissions, and many projects get delayed and hung, and it's quite a bit of hassle if you're on the other side of the table with the private sector, not knowing where the substation will come, and if the substation will come, whether you can have solar, whether you can register for solar, whether you can convert that solar into a hybrid later, or you cannot convert the hybrid, or if you do a hybrid you cannot convert to solar and wind. It creates a whole lot of problems for anybody who is executing a project. So this needs to be resolved. Then predictable and transparent market design for hybrid power, covering open access, long-term PPAs, competitive bidding, and such things which are already happening, but more in detail and more thought out. Systematic integration of energy storage, we talked about it, supported by commercial frameworks that appropriately value flexibility, peak power delivery and grid support services. Proactive demand assessment and demand creation, including emerging high consumption sectors such as data centers. Now we are talking about 100 gigawatt of renewable energy. Tomorrow what happens is somebody will come and say there is no demand, the demand has vanished, or there is less demand, or the industrial sector is not doing too well. So then we are unnecessarily doing these corridors and everything, there is actually no demand at all. People come up with these kind of things. So we have to be very clear in our mind that we should have a demand, and there is bound to be demand also coming from the data centers, because the artificial intelligence AI is very, very energy centric. And today probably in this room now some people might be using AI, Meta or ChatGPT or something, and this consumes a lot of electricity somewhere on some server. Then we need structured engagement with small businesses, agriculture, MSMEs and local communities, ensuring that energy transition is inclusive and creates distributed economic value. So particularly these MSMEs and local communities, this is very important, because we have seen that in Gujarat, in Rajasthan and many parts of the country, projects get stalled because of the community issues. So how do we resolve that? And what is the framework, what is the protocol in dealing with the communities? Can there be some community ownership of the projects? This again has to be looked into. Integration with green hydrogen development, particularly for industrial decarbonization and export oriented applications. Only thing is, I don't know so much about hydrogen, but the fact is that there is some debate always there whether electricity itself is a good carrier of energy, the wires, or hydrogen is a good carrier. So today the wires are the carriers of energy and not the hydrogen. So there will be some niche where hydrogen is required and is a carrier, but it may not be the entire gamut of renewable energy.
Right, sir, sorry to interrupt.
Just last two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Streamlining of regulatory processes to reduce approval timelines, improve ease of doing business and accelerate project implementation. This is where the projects get stuck, and the regulatory processes, I think some government people are also here, they should look at it, how to make these more streamlined and less cumbersome for the private sector to do the projects. If we want 100 gigawatt by 2030, we have to make it easy for the private sector to do it. Initiation of offshore wind projects. This has been talked about now. I have been associated with this offshore almost since 2014. Ultimately, not a single wind turbine is standing in the sea. So we need to do something about it. Lot of work has been done. The tenders were made, tenders were announced, things like that. What is holding it up? I think out of this 100 gigawatt that we are talking about, 5 gigawatt can come from offshore wind. It is energy out there. It is our energy. It is on our coasts. If we don't use it, then it is our loss. And then coordinated grid expansion. So the grid expansion, and so that renewable energy generation can move seamlessly within the grid and beyond Gujarat. So it is also important to keep in mind this: all 100 gigawatt is not going to be used in Gujarat. It will be used in other places outside Gujarat. And perhaps this 100 gigawatt in Gujarat will solve the pollution problem in Delhi. So let us look at this aspect as well. So we need to think. I recommend and I suggest that there should be some research groups, some working groups who work on each of these aspects, because there will be specialists, different specialists. They work on these aspects and come up with recommendations to the government in coordination with the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Just before I move to the next segment, there is this thing kept right on your table. Please scan it. You can ask your questions on this WhatsApp group. Please do so, and then we can take it up. Well, moving from wind energy, it's time to really throw light on concentrated solar power. Now we all know how crucial it is. It's important for cost purpose to bring down costs, but at the same time it needs policy certainty. Now Gujarat has been doing a lot of work in this particular segment, and also there are several government-led schemes which are underway at this point. But what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and how this is important to reduce dependence on fossil fuels, on coal and things like that. May I call upon Mr. Deepak Gadia to come on stage, please, and discuss this particular issue. So would request you to stick to the time frame of 10 minutes.
I promise you that. Can I have the PowerPoint, please?
Sure.
So friends, I'm going to talk to you. I think for many of these people it will be a new area, because when we think of solar, we think of solar photovoltaic, which is, I think, the fastest growing sector, and there is no doubt about it. And it has really shown where it can go, where we have reached from 10 megawatt to 238 gigawatt. And that is because of the policy push. And even now government has continues to push it by doing rooftop project. But one technology which has been practically neglected, actually we in India once upon a time, before 10 years, we had the world's largest solar concentrator program. And unfortunately at present we have zero. There is no support from Gujarat government, there is no support from MNRE. But in spite of that, this technology survives. So I would basically walk you through how a technology started and how it has reached and how it's going to change the way the world works. So next please. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually walk you through. Actually, the whole technology of solar concentrator started for cooking application. So when I came back from Germany, I realized that 50% of the world population, not India, in 1985 cooked on open fire. And even as we speak today in 2025, even today 50% of the world population cooks on open fire. 3.2 million women and children die because of smoke in the kitchen. So the idea came, how can we help, how can we decarbonize cooking, which is actually a very low temperature thing. So we saw the box cooker which was there, but it was a technology which was supported by government, spread by government, but it was not being used. In India, we have about 5.5 lakh box solar cookers, but only 1% of them are being used by few people. So we realized that the technology was there, but it was not being used because it was not doing what people wanted. People want to cook very quickly, they want to fry, they want to make chapati, which was not possible box cooker. So I brought a technology called solar concentrator, where you could actually have a high temperature, and because of that you can cook faster, you can cook all the items. So this is how solar concentrator technology was brought to India. It's like a dish antenna, just like with a magnifying glass you can burn a piece of paper or wood. When you concentrate sunlight you have a high temperature, and because of that you can cook. But the problem was that to cook you have to go out in the sun. And the lady said, why should the man have the comforts that they can sit in the comforts of the air-conditioned offices and the women have to go into the sun? So they challenged me and said, Deepak, can you bring a technology where the sun can come in the kitchen, I can cook in the comfort of my kitchen? So I brought a technology called Schaeffler concentrator, where you put a parabolic dish outside, reflect the light through the small opening in the wall, and then the light is deflected on the cooking vessel, and now you can cook. But to cook that, the dish had to move like a sunflower with the sun, so that you don't have to go out to keep on turning the dish along with the sun. So this was also done. And very quickly we realized that it would be great for midday meal program, because in India we have the world's largest midday meal program where millions of meals are cooked in the schools and given to the children to incentivize poor to send children to school. So we started supplying them as a community cooking system. And one fine day we received an inquiry from Brahma Kumari where they said, we want to cook for 1,200 people. Now it was not possible for them to have 12 dishes, because each dish can cook for about 100 people. So if then 12 dishes will require 12 cooking vessels, 12 cook or 6 cook. So they said, is it not possible to reflect all the light at one point, which was not possible for the first time in the world. And actually you can be proud that Gujarat has played a very big role. You know, I started my life, I'm a Gujarati, and started my manufacturing in Valsad in Gundlaw. And we developed the world's first solar steam cooking system, where instead of bringing light in the kitchen, what we do is we put the solar light onto a tank. There is water, the water starts boiling because of the high temperature. The temperature in the focus is 550 degrees centigrade, and the steam goes to the kitchen, and you can see now the dishes can be in the terrace or it could be far away. And on the right hand side you see the cooking vessel where you can cook. The advantage is you can cook without any fuel, no LPG, no CNG, no coal, no briquettes. You could cook very quickly. You can cook 32 kilograms of rice in 12 minutes. And it was very clean and it was convenient. So we became the world's biggest company. So you can see on the bottom below, we invented and installed a system at Tirupati temple where we started cooking for 30,000 people. And at present, our world record is on the right side below. It's a system at Shirdi temple which cooks 50,000 meals per day without using any LPG. The saving is 18 lakh rupees per year is a saving. So the system recovered the cost in 4 years, because at that time we had a subsidy support. MNRE gave a grant of 50%. And then one day I was challenged by the cancer hospital in Baroda, where I now live. And they said, you know what, Deepak, you're giving us heat when it is hot. Is it not possible to cool? And I said, yeah, from heat you can do heating. How can you do cooling? And then a medical doctor who was running the hospital showed me that he had a system where he was using wood-fired boiler to put into a system called VAM chiller, and he was able to do cooling. And this is where I realized that actually you can use the heat of the sun for cooling. And what can be a better way than use the sun into cooling? And we went and installed India's first air conditioning plant, where we installed 100 Schaeffler dishes, and we are doing 100-ton air conditioning. So basically in that VAM chiller you put the steam, the water comes out at 5 degrees centigrade, it goes to the hospital, cools the air and comes back again. It's a closed-loop system. And this is how India's first 100-ton air conditioning system came up. And our company went on to become the world's biggest cooking system in cooking, process heating and cooling. But then the challenge came was, we could not take it to industry, because industry is the place where you require maximum energy. You will be surprised that 50% of the energy in the world goes into heating and cooling and not into electricity. But the problem was industry cannot use this technology because it was very horizontal and you require a lot of space. And the industry says no space. In Tirupati or Shirdi, we could put the system on the terrace in the slab, but industry have got tin sheds and they have got inexpensive land. So they say we cannot give you land. So we have to bring a technology which requires less footprint. I will just give you an example. If you have a village of 100 houses, then you require about 4 to 5 acres of land where you can put 100 huts, and then there could be roads and infrastructure. But in spite of that, if you go into a multi-story building, when each floor you have got 10 flats, then you have got 100 flats, and you can have a very small footprint. In the same way, the Australians have developed a technology called Big Dish, where you can see a dish is not horizontal, but vertical. It's like a windmill, and on one dish has a diameter of 25 meters, so it's like a 7-floor building. And you reflect the light at one point, and now you can produce high temperature steam. The temperature in the focus is 1070 degrees centigrade. And with that now you can do process heating, you can do cooling, you can do power generation running turbine. 70% of the power in our country comes from coal. Why can't it come from solar? And then of course it can be used for hydrogen. There is a company in Switzerland which uses sunlight, concentrated sunlight, to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. So I think there is a great opportunity for Gujarat to go into that. Again, the technology had to be such that it had to be made in India. We did not want to have any technology where we import. At present, 90% of the panels in India were coming from China. Only now, recently, Adani has started manufacturing and more people are coming. So actually, we created green power from 10 megawatt to 250 gigawatt, but all panels came from China. The inverters came from Korea and cables came from Germany. And what was our valuation? We were just integrating. Why can't we have a technology which can be made in India, which can create local livelihood, local income generation, local value addition? So here you can see this is what we call FIF. So we have a technology where you go to the site and manufacture the whole dish of 25 meter at locally with using local labor. You just have to bring the pipe and the steel, and it is very easy to make. So at the same place in Muniseva Ashram, where we had 100 dishes to do 100-ton cooling, now we have only one dish. So that each dish was about 12.5 square meters. So you require 1,250 square meter of mirror to produce 100-ton cooling. Now we can do the same thing with only 500 square meter. And the footprint required is 1/3. So because of that, because of being multi-story. So now we went and installed India's first solar air conditioning plant using the big dish. For the first time, this technology was transferred from Australia and built anywhere in the world at Baroda, and it is working. We went ahead and expanded it system to, I'll just show you a small, here you can see like a sunflower, this building, which is a 7-story building, moves along with the sun in both direction, east, west and north, south. And all the time you can see the light is reflected into the boiler, solar boiler. Because of the high temperature, 1007 degrees centigrade, the water becomes steam at high temperature pressure. And then you use the steam we started using for laundry, sterilization, cooking. And now in the next stage, we are now using it for, now we have expanded the capacity from one dish, now we have gone to 2-dish system. So a 200-ton air conditioning system was installed at Muniseva Ashram on 20th of December, 2025. And looking at the success, now United Nations have come in and said, look, we would like to support this to medium and small scale industry to go into decarbonization. So at present, there is a subsidy of 50% given by UNIDO to MSME through MSME. And this is where actually Gujarat has the opportunity now to scale it up. So we brought a technology to India, showed to the world that it can be made in India, it has been installed and operated in India, and now we are taking to the world. I was last week in Abu Dhabi, and now Abu Dhabi wants to install a system for cooling of the palace of the Abu Sultan and all. So I'm glad that the Secretariat has given us the opportunity of bringing a new technology. See, at present what has happened is that PV is a very simple technology. It's just integrator. You buy panel, inverter and all. Of course, there is a lot of engineering, but there is not much value addition. So the field is crowded, and we are undercutting each other. Every company has a 15 crore turnover, but their profit margins are very little. Here we have to go into areas where we can do a lot of value addition, lot of job employment. And the future of the technology or the future of the world is going to be in tri-generation. Now, because you are able to produce high pressure steam at 160 bar, 630 degrees centigrade, you could actually produce high pressure steam, run turbine. The steam coming from the turbine, back pressure turbine can be used for process heating, and the condensate coming can be used for cooling. So it's called tri-generation. A photovoltaic system has a conversion efficiency of 20%, where if you have only solar thermal efficiency, we have efficiency of 85%, and if you do cogeneration, 92%, and otherwise. So NTPC has now come out with a tender, SECI, where they want to do 50 megawatt power plant. And the future is going to be, during the day, you produce power with photovoltaic. We are not competitive to PV, we are complementary. So during PV, you use power for producing electricity. At night, you use solar thermal energy for producing electricity. Thank you, I'm just finishing, yeah. It's a difficult job. So to do such big projects, you require big partners on your side. So we have an MOU with Engineers India Limited, which is going to help us do balance of plant system. Because as a small company in Gujarat, we are not bankable. You require someone like Engineers India Limited to be on your side to be able to do megawatt and gigawatt project. And the last slide, this is the visit of Dr. Abdul Kalam to see our technology at Baroda. So at that time he had come to see, we had separate technology. And he told me at that time, he said, Deepak, you have been able to do all that Muniseva Ashram because you get a lot of donation. But no business model is successful, there is a business case to it. And I have got 650,000 villages. I want each and every village to be like Muniseva Ashram, self-sufficient in energy, water, food and all. So why can't you come up with a business model? So Dr. Abdul Kalam talks of a concept called Pura, providing urban amenities in rural areas. So if you want to really make the difference to our country, we have to revitalize the economy in villages, and that can happen if we are able to produce power locally with solar thermal by running turbines. The heat coming out can be used for food processing, dehydration, desalination, and then the cooling can be used for cold storages and comfort cooling. So I invite you all to be part of this great revolution, where I think with India, we have brought a technology successfully, commercialize it, and I invite all the partners and government to work with us to take it to the next level. Thank you very much. I think I will be available for more discussion.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we have touched upon geothermal, we have touched upon green hydrogen, wind, solar, but now let's talk about waste management, bio and waste management, which is also one of the crucial segments to ensure that renewable energy works properly and more effectively. Now, effective waste management is going to be crucial. Of course, the government has been carving out measures to address this issue, but there are many, many gaps. And let's not forget, India produces about 1,70,000 tons of solid waste on a daily basis, and that's huge. And it is important to ensure that the waste management mechanism is efficient and is working. To discuss this very crucial issue, we have with us Mr. Pankaj Patel. Mr. Patel, thank you for joining, and if you could take us through your experience and your insights. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, respected pro-planet people, my friends. Like solar, we also need to give boost to other sectors like bioenergy and waste energy from municipal solid waste. Let me try to paint a new perspective in your mind by setting few example and questions. कोई भी एक पेड़ होता है, there are root system, main stem, then branch, then leaf, fruit and seed. According to you, in which part of the tree you see purest form of nutrient compound? Seed. But when you eat khajur, chiku, sitapad, bear, 2/3 or about 30-40% seed we throw in the nature, and this seed goes into nature without adding any value to humankind. Now think of rice. You eat rice, say 50 grams per day. Now from farm to conversion to your dish, think of conversion efficiency. 50 ग्राम बनाने के लिए शायद 150 ग्राम बायोमास हमने जनरेट कर दिया, and we don't pay attention to this. Now think of cotton. 1 hectare cotton in Surendranagar, you plant 70,000 पौधे, and 600 से 800 ग्राम cotton निकलता है. But how much is left over in the form of cotton stalk and kala, जो बाहर का skull होता है, right? So if you analyze like this, there are a lot of environment leakages happening. On other hand, in COP27, that was in Egypt, one data was shared, I think it is very interesting. 2011 में, with population base of 660 crore, per capita material extraction was 6,200 kilogram per year. And in 2021, the material extraction per capita was with 780 crore, 15,800 kilogram. So 2011 में भी हम जीते थे और 2015 में भी हम जी रहे हैं. And if we continue this, then we are in a trouble. So one data says we need to recover or reuse and put into circular economy about 60% of what we consume. And where are we today? We are about in a single digit. Not only that, we are under tremendous pressure of multiple external uncontrolled variables, including climate threat, political situation, etc. And top of it, out of 7 planetary systems, 5 planetary system is already overexploited. And if we continue the way we are living, then all 7 planetary system will get exploited, and then there is a problem on existence of human race. So we talk about circular economy, and when we talk about circular economy, then the role of many policies are required. I will not go into detail because I have prepared a lot of slides for you people. All we need to do is, जो वेस्ट है, जो हम वेस्ट कहते हैं उसको रिसोर्स कहना चाहिए. We need to use this waste for all existing prevailing knowledge of science and engineering to convert this waste into a valuable resource for humankind. जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा, वेस्ट रहता रहेगा, ये तो नहीं कहूँगा, but as long as we as a human race stays on this earth, We will keep generating bioenergy waste or bioresidue waste and municipal solid waste. It is an inevitable, compelling force, compelling situation for us to think this as a prime important than other sector. I'm not against it, but we have ignored this sector. And today I was talking to Patil साहब कि 20 साल से मैं इस सेक्टर को वॉच कर रहा हूँ, हमेशा बायो एनर्जी को लास्ट में कोना मिलता है. Now it is time for us to put it on the top, because this is also a game changer. World over there are a lot of kind of waste, but in India we have agricultural waste, we have municipal waste, and we have industrial waste. So today we generate about 220 million ton of agricultural waste produced from the what food we eat, right? I will not go into detail, but this is the scale of waste we are generating. And ये पूरे resource को मैं classify करूँ, तो these are the classification like forest residue, agriculture residue, industry residue, and the waste from the urban landscape, etc. So what are we expecting from this sustainable hydrocarbon resource? Not only energy, various form of products. So this subject offers a wide scope to all young Indians to integrate not only technology but sciences and engineering to make our life more sustainable and eco-friendly. Biogas, there are people in the industry, they keep addressing those issues. For example, I know Jayesh Bhai of Chem Process, instead of focusing only on biogas generation, they start to extract lignin out of the dry waste. And whatever is left over is a good candidate for biogas. So those kind of approach we need instead of monolithic product. Same way, there are companies के biomass में जो energy content है, it is much lower than petroleum product, right? Because it has an oxygen percent about 40-45%. But there are companies globally, they try to take out this oxygen part and try to convert it into drop-in fuel. If that happens, then you see fuel produced from maybe cotton stalk in the petrol station, right? But biogas is not that simple ABCD. There are a lot of things. I will not go into detail, but this is a government of India is very much focused and now putting a lot of thrust on it. हमने गोवर्धन भी देख लिया, गांव का पूरी पुरानी ट्रेडिशनल इकोसिस्टम हमने महसूस की है. But now under Satat, government is bullish to establish at least 5,000 CBG plant across the India. We can produce ethanol from the lignocellulosic material. There are challenges. We can produce ethanol from the rotten fruits. And also, there are companies, I think, आज जो भी रिफाइनरी लगी है, अगर डीकार्बनाइजेशन पूरा करना है तो जो क्रूड ऑयल पेट्रोलियम बेस है, हो सकता है कि बायो वेस्ट कैन बिकम ए फीड स्टॉक टू क्रिएट बायो क्रूड एंड फर्दर दे विल प्रोसेस एज इफ is a crude petroleum product. There are cases that we might be in a compulsion to eat carbon dioxide from the flue gas, and we will need to enhance the photosynthesis because photosynthesis के लिए आपको CO2 चाहिए. So there is a huge potential that we use blow down water of industry, we capture CO2 from the thermal power station and we grow a feedstock like algae, and we use this algae as a feedstock for diesel and other value chain. But most accepted format of biomass is in a pelletized form globally. Europe is way ahead than us. They are focusing on creating pellet from the wood residue. I, as an individual, started first time in Gandhidham, producing pellet from agricultural residue as well. And we produce about 232 different variants in the form of pelletized. Because around the year, you don't get monolithic feedstock. Therefore, you need to create a product which can, be suitable. Globally, जो trade हो रहा है wood pellet का, ये आपके सामने है. By 2030, India can be one of the player. And what I envisage the trading platform, we might use Africa as a feeder. maybe some other country as a feeder and we become a consumer. I was part of Biomission Energy of India sometime before 2018. We charted out some plan कि इंडिया में कितने pellet plant होने चाहिए. अब issue बहुत important है. I am in this industry for last 25 years. Energy is a state subject, petroleum product is a federal government or central government subject. All these years, I was pushing state government के biomass based power plant लगाओ. Now I have changed my opinion. Instead of using scarce resource, effort-stretching resource into low SHR or high SHR application, it is a good idea to use in a high efficiency zone. And therefore, these are the ways you can plug pellet into your thermal power plant. And I have devised a burner which can replace your diesel burner in your boiler. You need a support fuel to sustain your combustion, right? Can we create a device like this which can replace burner straight away and you arbitrage with cost of diesel instead of cost of coal or lignite, right? This is one more comparison how diesel burner and burner from the biomass pellet looks like. Another way is you create hot air. So you are not mixing biomass into the boiler, no need of as fusion temperature, no need of grindability index, no worry of chloride and negative impact on the superheater tube, etc. And there are equipments available which are running on this. Coming to MSW, ये दोनों सब्जेक्ट इतने बड़े हैं, उसमें PhD भी कम होती है, फिर भी I am trying to touch. We have a two. One is what we call it legacy waste. हमारे पूर्वों की जायदाद जो पिराना में है, हर सिटी में है. And दूसरा, every day we keep generating. So about 12,000 ton of municipal solid waste we as a Gujarat state generate. And if we channelize after material recovery, whatever process we have, still it can be a good potential for about 500 megawatt in the state. One thing, यहाँ पे चैलेंज क्या है? मैं 1 मेगावाट पावर जनरेट करता हूँ सोलर से तो मुझे 1 REC मिलता है. अगर 1 मेगावाट में MSW से प्रोड्यूस करता हूँ तो भी मुझे 1 ही REC मिलता है, which is incorrect comparison on environment parity. Because when you divert MSW into power station, you are avoiding methane, right, in a landfill. According to me, it is 5 REC. But unfortunately, I'm not against our government, not policy maker, not for any leader. We need to revisit our approach. If I give 5 REC for 1 megawatt, then this becomes more competitive. Because you are right in the middle of the habitat. T&D loss is hardly any. And you get rid of with the liability which is there in front of us. This is my fantasy world. You can use bio pellet burner and gasify MSW and pump into your existing boiler and to safeguard your pulverized boiler. No need of torrefaction. Europe has already charted out plan कि जितने भी waste energy plant वहाँ लगे, especially in a Scandinavian country, they are mandated to capture CO2 from the waste to energy plant. And they have laid the pipeline to transfer CO2 to the ocean area where they have plan for capturing CO2 and storage. Because compared to oil and gas, capturing CO2 is more economical from waste to energy plant compared to other plant. Just finish कर रहा हूँ. ये मैंने खुद स्टडी किया है, दिवेश भाई जानते हैं. 1000 टन अगर पर डे कलेक्ट करना है तो what are the options? Gujarat is we are fortunate we have a large land bank. That is the reason why in Kutch 30,000 megawatt is taking place. But the same land parcel of 65,000 kilometer of Kutch can offer opportunity to grow 4,000, 5,000 megawatt equivalent energy pellet. So we need to create a land-based mining to supply a feedstock not only to energy substitute, also for petrochemical substitute. ये मेरा एक ब्लैंड है, ये IPR तो नहीं है, but हर तरह की संभावना है. For example, we have a lot of city grey water. What is the use of city grey water? It spoils the natural terrain and river. Can we divert this grey water to grow energy feedstock like Napier grass or another stuff and create another supply chain instead of going out of India or instead of going deep into the soil strata? So this is one imagination. एक तरफ पराली जलती है, दूसरी तरफ गंदा नाला भी है, ओल्ड लीगेसी वेस्ट भी है, मटेरियल रिकवरी भी करना है. तो सब संभावना ये सेक्टर ऑफर कर रहा है. Therefore it need a attention, and we all know that without keeping control on CO2 footprint, long-term growth is not sustainable. At the end, I am saying Green Sika Foundation is prepared to address this problem statement of solution. We focus on air quality improvement, कैसे करना चाहिए अहमदाबाद का, how to use city grey water in an efficient way, the way I have shown in the train, and things like that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. We had a presentation by Mr. Gulab Singh on agrovoltaic, but I request Mr. Gulab Singh to make the presentation in the next session because we are running behind schedule. Quickly, what we will do is have our question answer session with the audience. I request all the panelists, all the speakers who just gave their presentation and speeches to please come on stage. We can quickly interact, take questions from the audience. Please feel free to ask your questions. We have about 10-15 minutes to for this question answer session. We'll start the next session about 15 minutes late. I'm sorry about this, sir. Dr. Garg is going to be hosting the next session. I can't see Dr. Garg here, but we'll try and wind up as soon as possible. So if you could just come on. Come on. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure listening to all of you. And I know we can keep going on talking about this sector. Thank you so much. And we open it now for question answer from the audience. Please keep your questions ready. Keyur or Priyanka, please, yeah, you could probably collect the questions. And also keep scanning the WhatsApp group for questions. Any question, please? Yes, sir. So please go ahead. If you could introduce yourself, that will be great.
Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Myself, Bhupesh Gupta. I am founder and CEO of Geo Nomads Consulting. So we provide consultancy services for remote sensing and GIS for various industries. So my question is for this agri-PV. Like, sir, you have told about that there are so many challenges, like mobility of farm instruments and all these things. So how to overcome these challenges? What is your view on this?
Would you like to take that question, sir? I'll pass on the mic.
Yes, there are a lot of challenges.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, there are a lot of challenges. But government is working, central government and the many state governments, they are working out to resolve it. Hopefully, some of these challenges may be addressed in Kusum 2 in the next phase. And then major challenge is the capex and then land availability, which I perceive, because for 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, sometime as a pilot research project is easy to get. But once we plan at the state level, then definitely we have to keep the farmers in mind and we have to involve the farmers and farmers' body. That is the only thing. And particularly for the state of Gujarat, Gujarat has already shown a good model of Amul, a cooperative movement. So I see that in the future, it has to come in the picture. Like the group of the farmers may come up, FPOs, FPCs. There are many farmers' bodies which can come up and then take this. The capex issue can be resolved in that way. A lot of government support is also there.
Actually, sir, my basic is this, that whether like there is a decrease in the agricultural produce due to the shade, right, sir? So is there any research on this, that how much agricultural produce is down due to the shade of, due to the installation of these panels?
yeah, effect of setting on the yield will not be on the all crops. What we suggest that there are many crops like spices, particularly the ginger, turmeric, they do very well in fact under setting. Even the cereal crops also, like we had seen in the Bundelkhand region, Mr. Gulab Singh Girase is here, he will also be telling in the next page. We have seen that even in case of wheat also, there is a 5 megawatt plant in Sagar and Tikamgarh each. And there the heat yield was really not reduced, in fact not at all. Even the quality of grain was better because of the effect of the terminal heat was mitigated by the lower temperature of the panel. So these kind of studies we are doing at our Center of Excellence, so established by the MNRE at our institute. Maybe in coming few years we'll come up with good result. But as of now, there is not much systematic research done in our country.
Right, sir. So would you like to add to that? And please keep your questions ready. Who would want to go?
We are also engaged in a vertical farming where we use photosynthesis and photovoltaic together. See, जब हम morning में when we get up, the outside temperature is lower than our body, so we can work efficiently, right? Same way, the plantation or vegetation. In the morning, the outside temperature is lower than the body temperature. Therefore, it can flourish. And during that tenure, it does photosynthesis more. But about 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, it goes into starvation because bahar ka temperature बढ़ जाता है. So instead of production, they go in a starvation mode and they keep in a survival mode instead of producing food. By photosynthesis and photovoltaic together, you convert harsh solar radiation into a compatible LED-based lighting system and enable more photosynthesis during time. This is one way to see this, this model.
Sure. Sir, would you like to?
Can I add a few things to Dr. Singh Saab's
response? Sure. Please, sir.
See, we have this agri-PV plant almost 5-year-old now, and we have gone through all those challenges and difficulties. And Dr. Singh has divided the crop matrix in such a way that no yield reduction if the crops and the designs are properly done. 100% ensured. And we'll share more about when I do my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Gulab Singh Girase. I should have been doing this presentation.
So we'll come to your presentation in any case in the next session. Next question, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mamta, and I have received one question from Mr. Gautam Gohel. That potential showed in Jammu and Kashmir. As per new Government of India study, Jammu and Kashmir is in seismic zone 6. What impact will this have on the project? Yeah, it is for the geothermal.
So it will have the same impact that it will have for any other project. So when you are talking of seismic zone 6, Gujarat also will fall different areas in seismic zone 4 and 5, but nevertheless oil and gas extraction is taking place. It's the same technology that we will be using for geothermal that we use in oil and gas. So to the extent that it's seismic zone 6, the costs will probably go up a little bit, but the impact on seismic activities is difficult to predict at this stage because we haven't yet taken any pilot anywhere in the country.
Next question, please. Yes, sir. So please introduce yourself and then go ahead with your question.
Very good morning. Yeah, this is, I'm myself Dr. Mohammed Abdul Rashid, working as a scientist in Germany. My question to Deepak Gadia sir and also to Pankaj Patel sir. Like sir, Deepak Gadia sir, you have set an example in India, the first, the bottling plant which have been set up. Sir, my question is, India has a huge potential, especially to Gujarat. We have a huge potential of the biomass, wherein the farmers, if we can provide some incentives to the farmers to having a decentralized biogas plants to centralize. So now the revelation has come from the biogas to the CBG sector, but farmers has a capability for earning the income by production the small scale biogas plants. We are doing for JEDA, like JEDA has a policy IBP, wherein 200 plus biogas plants have been commissioned till date. So can we have any decentralized to centralized purification unit to district wise?
We can't hear you properly. If you can speak without mic, is better, I think.
Sir, my question is...
Come a bit front.
Yeah, sir, my question is, can we have a decentralized...
Can we, otherwise, maybe you can ask your question later. We'll carry on with the session because we are getting late for the second session.
Simple. My question is, sir, like farmers can have a source of income by selling the gas from the biogas to the one we can have a district-wise purification unit to make it compressed biogas. So this is my question.
Yeah. So basically, as I showed you in my presentation, when we do tri-generation, you can do in a way it is a centralized power plant where you are producing high quantity of power for electricity, heating and cooling, and then it is supplied to the whole community. In the same way for biogas, we have done projects where we have actually put a biogas for the whole community. So I think what decentralization has to be modified, because decentralization does not mean small. It could be district-wise and all. For example, we were invited by Dholera to do district cooling for 4 square kilometer. So it's all question of definition. But technologies exist. Yes, it's a good idea.
Right, ma'am, if you could go ahead with your question.
We can't hear you, Brian.
MNRE always had a policy for using geothermal energy for power generation and for cooling. I myself was handling this project for a long time. We had set up a project for 5 kilowatt for power generation in Manikaran, which got lost in a landslide. And then we had done a lot of studies for heating in Jammu with CSI RRL Labs Jammu. Now the first project for 5 megawatt is being set up in Puga by ONGC, and I think the drilling is over. I tried to get the current status from Dr. Apsar. So that is something which will we see, because the intent of GSI is to have geothermal energy on the India on the geothermal map for in the whole world. So this I wanted to update you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much.
Well, ma'am, we are aware of what you were saying. It's been all hot springs before.
Yeah.
What we have been talking about is extended geothermal going 2 or 3 kilometers below the surface of Earth. That's what we have been trying, and this hasn't been done anywhere else except for the Puga thing that you were saying. And Puga is about 800 meters, not even a kilometer. And ONGC hasn't yet succeeded. We have been keeping a track of it. My colleague Santosh is here. He can, if he knows a little bit more about Puga, you can share that.
Right.
There is one more question.
We'll take it later. After the session, we'll have time to network. We'll take the question. We are really running out of time.
To request to kindly share the questions there so that we can go on to the next session. Before we move to the next session, a big thank you to all the panelists and speakers who come for the first session. A small token of gratitude. May I invite Mr. Shalin Sheth from Advait Energy Transitions Limited to come on stage and gift a memento to all our speakers.
We'll start the second session right away. We're running behind schedule. Sorry about that, Professor Garg. I know I've been keeping you waiting for a long time. Apologies. But may I call you first, sir, on the stage? You're going to be the master of the ceremony, so all yours. May I call upon Mr. Deepak Chandel of SBI? So if you could just come on stage, take your seat, please. Mr. Dangayach, sir, if you could please come up. He's coming. Okay. Ma'am, Parveen Dhamija ji, if you could please come up and take your seat. Dr. Valvakar, Rahul Valvakar, sir. Professor Pindoria, sir, please. And Mr. Divyesh Desai, if you could please come up. Mr. Dangayach, so without you we can't start. Should I? Yeah, sure, yeah. Is the mic working?
Yeah, I pressed. Thank you very much for bringing us all together on this stage. And I think the session is running a little late. So there's slightly change in the approach we are having. I have requested to many participants here that no presentation, formal presentation, only discussion. So there we can give more time to the audience also to ask their questions. It is such a learned audience, so please bear with me. Now we are having a discussion on RE. It's a RE conclave for Gujarat. How can we have hit 100 gigawatt by 2013 Gujarat? It's a tall order, but definitely achievable. So there are technologies, there are policies, there are finances. All three things are required to achieve such a vast target. But beyond them, there is a capacity building need. There is a facilitation requirement for all these to come together that will align all the efforts, and maybe that will move toward this 100 gigawatt target. So I think I will first give, sitting here, 2 minutes to each panelist to give their initial thoughts. Please. We'll start from, Naran.
Yeah, so when we look at RE target, from 40 gigawatt to 100 gigawatt, as Professor Ambedkar has said. I think I would put it in a way that the power and energy sector has been in a very transition mode from decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization. I think the decarbonization, which is what we are talking about, grid decarbonization, and when we look at the RE integration, I consider RE technologies that we discussed in the previous session, but then RE power evacuation, and then finally utilization of renewable energy. I will consider RE evacuation and the utilization. So the grid modernization, I mean electrical infrastructure, while we are trying to evacuate that power from the decentralized manner, meaning we have a coastal line and most of the wind farms are either off-grid or on-grid or along the coastal line, evacuating that power to the load centers like big cities. That is one. So grid availability and grid infrastructure modernization is one of the key aspects that we all are looking forward to modernize. And then second is the utilization. We all know RPO, renewable purchase obligation, at the distribution companies level. Every distribution company has a set RPO, set target for RPO, and now RCO, renewable consumption obligation for heavy industries and MSMEs like textile, cement, aluminum, iron, which means they have to have non-fossil fuel as an energy input to cut down the fossil fuel-based energy need. And I think while we are looking at the generation, we are looking at the transmission and the consumption. And most of the government policies and technology interventions are centered around in this energy transition. With this, I think I will hold here, and then we can take up the discussion.
Thank you very much for very precise point on this. Rahul?
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. So I'm Dr. Rahul Walawalkar, and I've been called here to speak more about energy storage. But if the chair permits, what I would like to suggest, one is that traditionally we have been having a lot of policies which are technology-specific policies, or even procurement strategies which have been technology-specific, even the pricing as a technology-specific. But if you're looking at sort of a global climate change as a common problem which we need to all tackle together, we need to step a little bit beyond looking at it as an individual technology. This is a global challenge, and we need solutions which are also at global in nature, and there is not going to be any silver bullet. So there is no point in just keep on pushing for individual technologies for sake of pushing for a technology. What we need is we need a systems approach. We need to start thinking about at a broad scale, and then look at what kind of a bouquet of solutions will provide us to the solution in the fastest way possible. Because we have done a lot of progress, especially in last 10 years. But if you see the journey of wind energy, solar energy, electric vehicles, or even like within energy storage, particularly lithium-ion batteries, each of these technologies have taken 50, 60 plus years to try to get to a commercial maturity and then scaling up the manufacturing. So we do not have additional 50, 60 years for looking at multiple technologies, because many times at these conferences or whenever we are having technology conclaves, many times we suddenly start looking at a technology which is demonstrated at a lab scale and start thinking that, oh, if we take this technology from TRL level 3 or 4, which is technology readiness level, to TRL 9, then our job is done. But what we have realized with our last 20 years experience of working with multiple technologies in electricity markets around the globe, technology readiness level is only a part of the puzzle. It is not the entire part. Along with technology readiness level, you need to be thinking about manufacturing readiness level from start, where you need to think about the supply chain, you need to think about the manufacturing equipment, you need to be thinking about the manufacturing scale which is required. And then the third aspect is you also need to be thinking about the market readiness level, because many times it happens that we take 10, 15 years for developing technologies in labs, then we take another 10, 15 years to try to figure out how to really manufacture and scale those technologies. And then the discussion on is the policy ready or not, is the market ready or not, is the financing ready or not, that starts happening. And we lose another 15, 20 years to get to even like 5% penetration for any of these technologies. Now we need to actually learn from cross industry, and we need to apply those learnings so that we can actually do this faster. And while doing it, we need to bring together policymakers, the technology developers, manufacturers, early adopters, as well as policymakers and investors all on the same table, so that achieving that. And that's what we are trying to do through the Net Zero Energy Transition Association, and would love to hear thoughts from others and see how we can collectively solve this problem at a global scale.
Thank you, Rahul. Dangai Saab.
I'm Dangai from Innovative Thought Forum. I'm also an advisor to India Land and Development Conference, and we had a 3 days international conference in the month of November, which was with the theme of centrality of land for sustainable development. For all the economic activities or non-economic activities, land is crucial. And therefore, when we are talking about RE, and when the projections are made for land, they they really give us a kind of a big startling kind of a picture. CEW, which is a very famous NGO, estimated that around 5 to 6% of the land mass will be needed to meet the renewable energy goals in the year 2050 or 2060. And that, as a matter of fact, set Landstack and IIMA together to deliberate upon land for the renewable energy program. I happened to be there in that program, and I said that we need to look at the actual land footprinting for renewable energy and actual demand, keeping in mind the figures that we have got in mind. For example, in Gujarat, we want to go from 40,000 megawatts to 1 lakh megawatts. What is going to be the land requirement? So that is a kind of a thing that was deliberated upon, and I'll be able to share with you that the land shortage is the biggest myth. The narrative of land shortage is not, as a matter of fact, truthful, because nobody has done the land footprinting, the land requirement, land assessment, and what will be, the kinds of pragmatic solutions to mitigate and kind of solve the land puzzle. So I personally, think that there are many low-hanging fruits within the renewable sector. Some of them are presented. Those are the kinds of things, when integrated with the utility scale, maybe plants, and decentralized, and you can say the models which are there, distributed, decentralized models, what will be the requirement? So we'll talk about it, and I can assure you that land is not a constraint in Gujarat for meeting 100,000 megawatt plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dangai Saab. This is very encouraging. And then the point is, how do you put a value on land, and what is the right value output of land? So, Devesh.
Thank you, Amit.
General, your first 2 minutes.
I think I'm going to talk more on at system level how we really build on a capacity. I mean, this is a word which has been a most underrated one. And I worked for almost 30 years in a larger organization like Shell and British Gas. And one of the things which probably we all have to acknowledge is that you are at a point in time in the, I would say, the evolutions, that the changes which are happening around in the energy space is way beyond the people can comprehend. That's number one. I mean, there shouldn't be any doubt anyone should have in that. Second one is, it's always good to have an aspirational goal, which we have, say, for a context of a discussion today, that 100 gigawatt by 2030. That's nice to have. But what exactly we are really doing to achieve that? And that's exactly my underrated words coming into the play, that some of the things which I hear, including the one when we say that the technology, how you choose the technology, which one it to be prioritized. I was hearing Pankaj Patel talking about if you have a municipal solid waste and renewable power, and if you compare both of them having the same certificate value, that's not right. I mean, what basically it indicates that we are not really ready in terms of the way we need to plan ourselves to achieve what we want to achieve. And when I say not ready, what it means that the capacity building generally for the system in which we work has been considered only for those who are the technicians or the low-skilled people. But the point which is important for us to probably start to act on is that the capacity building required at an every level, be it politicians or administrative systems or people who are the executives or who are going to work eventually at the ground level. And what I mean over here is probably I can try to explain it a little more, that if you really wants to have a 100 gigawatt of a renewable plant, which not only focusing on solar, but also having a variety of things, including biofuel, and then you're integrating yourself within a world, because which is minimum, you're also talking of an understanding how the world works. And in the context of say carbon credit, which is so important for any renewable business, I don't think that as a country we have a good carbon credit infrastructure been in place. And what I mean to say over here is that if you look at a country like China, and I'm not trying to compare and trying to be lesser Indian than anyone over here, but there is an incredible, I would say, resilient and a robust data infrastructure system sitting inside China, which in a way measure, record and verify every carbon credit which is acceptable to the world. When you compare that thing within India, we have situations where the one REC of a solar and one REC of an MSW generated power have been treated same. So the point probably I'm trying to make is that this capacity building goes across the level, and probably we need to work out that how you're going to involve everybody at a system level, a change of capacity of people. Thanks. Amit.
Thank you. Madam.
I'm Praveen Dhameja. What all you are saying here as an outcome, I have witnessed it in the ministry. I was in the ministry since '88, and the technology transition and the evolution of the entire sector that has taken place across these 30 years, I have witnessed being a part of it. I would say that government push is very necessary, and in addition to the government push, the climate change, focus, what we started, advocating in our COPs, the objectives we laid down, that gave a big push to this sector. There was a time when we were doing only 2,000 megawatt, and now we are touching 500 gigawatt, and in addition to the other sectors. So technology has been a, evolution in the technology. The cost which was there, the cost was very prohibitive. So cost was also a major factor. And in addition to this, I've been called here for, capacity building, as he said, skilling, making everybody ready for the job which they have to do. That is also very important. So I feel that capacity building also is to be there. We're trying to, I was reading the perspective of Gujarat, big targets. Even they have a, green employment plan for how we are going to achieve, or what numbers we will be requiring for the 100 gigawatt. But I feel that has to be taken up through a vast infrastructure. I have been interacting, being with the Skill Council also, I had been interacting with institutes, students, and I feel that the awareness level, the inclination to take up green jobs is very poor. So we have to work on that. And industry also has a very big role. Industry has to be ready to take up these students and absorb them. There were so many schemes in the Skill Council or Skill India, the apprenticeship scheme. It was so difficult mobilizing the industry to take up a few apprentices. So skilling is very important, and skilling of our youth is very important, but then we have to have a mechanism for that. The Government of India has done a very robust system. We have the Skill India mission, which was set up in 2015. Earlier, if you would have seen my PPT, the first point was that we have a huge workforce. We have a huge demographic dividend. But how much are we skilled? We are very poorly skilled. Skilling levels are very poor. Everyone, you see the women. Inclusiveness is very little. When training courses used to happen, I used to look for women, no girl candidates. So we have to work on all these things. The institutional mechanisms have to be created. But primarily the interaction, there was a study I did for finding out whether at the university level, state level, and state universities, central universities, what are the programs which are being taught in the universities for RE or greening. They were very minimal. So I feel that industry collaboration, industry participation, industry push, and of course creating awareness with the students. In fact, an ILO report said that skilling should be at the school level. And I think the new national education policy is trying to do that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. You, sir. Please introduce also for the audience.
Thank you, Professor Garg. Myself, Deepak Singh Chandel. I am DJ MSME at our local head office, State Bank of India at Gift City, Gandhinagar, and I look after the portfolio of our bank for the entire Gujarat state. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me on behalf of the financial fraternity to take part in this, and really I feel honored to be a panelist sitting behind such eminent personalities in the panel. First of all, like the Professor Garg has already started, that there is a vision of government of Gujarat that we have to, generate the capacity, build the capacity of around 100 gigawatt by 2030. And I would be like, since there are many things required for this, first of all, vision is needed, policies are needed, technology and capacity building is needed, and entrepreneurs are needed, and last but not the least, finance is needed. So I think it's just a coincidence that I am getting the last chance to introduce myself. And I'm really pleased to announce that as per that this vision of government of Gujarat, we estimate that around 1 lakh crore of the funds will be needed by 2030. And during the last regional Viksit Gujarat held at Mehsana, State Bank of India has already signed an MOU with GVUNL in the presence of Honorable Chief Minister that we will finance 35,000 crore till 2030. And I'm pleased to, our green finance, what we call this RE is, outstanding was around 1,260 crores as per 31st March 25. But this year only, after the signing of that MOU, we have already disbursed loans to the tune of around 500 crores, and around 700 crores are in pipeline. So we are, and by March we have target, actually we are also having a target of ourselves. Our bank has decided that whatever our portfolio will be, like right now, our portfolio in Gujarat is around 40,000 crores. So that 7.5% of that has to be from green finance to this renewable RE. So by March, we are going to finance around 3,000 crores. So we are going to, triple our outstanding from 1,260 crore in March 25 to will be around 4,000 crore in the March. So we are fully committed with you all to finance. And also, I would like to share that we have schemes for all sort of financial requirements which the RE industry will be requiring. We are having scheme for financing of the EPC contractors. In that, we give them cash credit up to 5 crore, of course, without collateral. We have one Surya Shakti scheme in which we give loans up to 50 crores for establishing that captive and non-captive projects. We have one SBI Satat scheme in which we give loans up to 50 crore from R&DB and above 50 crore from our other vertical for establishing this biofuel units. Also, we are having one very for charging stations, establishing charging stations. We have separate scheme in which we give around 5 crore of term loan and 1 crore of this, which includes around 1 crore of this. Working capital also, and also we, while if anybody wants to set up a charging station, up to 1 crore we are going to 25% of the project cost, or 1 crore, whichever is lower, we give for establishment of other amenities at that charging station, like cafeterias, playing area for the children and sort of that. So we do have schemes and very with very easy financial terms for all the needs of this industry. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak ji. This is very, very exciting. This brings me to the point that information dissemination is also required quite a lot, which Madam also spoke about. We may know that these are available, but the process to avail those is also very important. This is something. And then when we talk about capacity building, I can see capacity building need for all levels, at all levels. They can be CEOs, they can be CFOs, they could be small SMEs. All those things and maybe young engineers, maybe young financiers, they have to be trained and made industry ready. That is a big challenge. We may have a degree, but may not be, industry is not ready to deploy us. So I think my next discussion point is, how do we integrate academics, industry, and institutions into this whole game? Anyone is, yeah.
So this is again a very critical issue, and one thing I think we need in academia is to maybe perhaps a complete rethink in the way the current world is evolving. I think one area where probably we need to get away from our traditional silos is looking at interdisciplinary training and capability, because if you see a lot of these technologies which are coming in, these are no longer confined in the traditional domain of engineering or within that electrical, mechanical or material separately, but you need to make sure that there is a wider appreciation. And at the same time, again, if we can also incorporate some kind of an interdisciplinary nature where people are not only thinking about technology as just technology, but has at least some initial exposure to even economics, finance, or other areas. Again, I don't know exactly at what level that skill is required. Right now, there are number of initiatives which are even like teaching school kids financial literacy and education. Perhaps that is required, because we see so many times various research proposals which come in, which are so devoid of any even basic financials. I think you need to really address that. And the other area is we need to look at both technical and even hands-on training capability. And this is particularly critical when you're looking at energy transition, because many of these new industries which are coming up, I think unless we have some actual operating facility, everyone thinks that, okay, it is too far away. We have seen it firsthand with now gigafactories which are coming up for solar or batteries. Literally most of the gigafactories are right now getting delayed, not because there are manufacturers are not ready to invest money, but they do not have the skilled workforce for deploying. So we keep on thinking about right now importing technology or licensing technology from China as a concern. But the biggest problem right now is that even when there are technologies or equipment being provided by any country, we do not have even basic technicians who can actually install and do the process optimization at those facilities. So we need to think through industry-oriented, rapid prototyping facilities for different technologies, where we can actually provide hands-on training to number of people across levels.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
See, the industry, people are already trained there, but we need to upskill them. That is very important. Upskilling is very important, and if you see the curriculum we people had developed under NSDC, it caters to all the levels, level 1 to level 10. And level 1 is for the uneducated, level 2 is for simply, because this is on the educational level, and the CEOs and the managers are in the highest level. So we have to go for RPL. This is recognition of prior learning. A person is already trained in a skill, but we have to upskill him. So this goes for all the people around this thing. In fact, I was reading the World Economic Forum said that, as we proceed, almost half of the workforce has to be upskilled. Yeah. This is very important. And secondly, the curriculum has to be so designed. It has to be designed for the greening. I feel every job, whether it is in the conventional sector or it is in the renewable sector, it has to be a green job. 4 traits: waste minimization, waste recycling, water conservation. Then you have resource management, and fourthly, clean energy, energy efficient energy. So 4 traits are to be introduced. This is known as greening of jobs. You have to green every job which we carry out for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Naran, what is IIT Gandhinagar doing about it? Very pointed question.
Correct. So industry, academia, and institution like governance, I think this tri-party collaboration is very important. And IIT Gandhinagar, since the beginning in 2008, we decided to have a multidisciplinary nature in academic. And that's how IIT Gandhinagar is known for. And many of the models are being adopted by other IITs and NITs as well, CFTIs. Key three points I would like to touch upon here. One is curriculum. Like our academic curriculum for all BTech, MTech programs are very much industry oriented. We revise the curriculum with the input from all sector of industries as per the discipline of electrical engineering and all core engineering department. Moreover, we inculcate a sort of academic structure in a way that the engineers graduate from the academia should be at least having a skill set where the industry effort required to train at the beginning would be as minimal as possible, so the industry readiness. And second component is we also provide the capacity building and the academic to skill, reskill and upskill working professionals. We offer executive master program for working professionals in multiple domains, like one is energy policy and regulation, other one is a data science, ML, AI, and that kind of the programs which are very much required in today's energy transition scenario. And third is, like we know, our BTech students are very well known into the market, and if we really train them up to the level that industry will take up. So therefore, our all hands-on and living laboratories are well designed to inculcate academic knowledge and the training in BTech as well as MTech, and PhD, of course, all of the research problem statement, or I would rather say major research problems are industry-relevant research problems. So therefore, the research should not be just a lab-centric. It should certainly be translational research and add the value to the societal benefit, industry benefits. Thank
so
you.
As Rahul said, no, we have to have a holistic view. So engineering, business, so maybe they have to join IIM Ahmedabad.
Right. No, in addition to the core engineering, we provide the opportunity for students to do minors. So let's say the student enter into electrical engineering and interested to do computer science. By doing 5 courses, each of 4 credit, 20 credit, get the minor degree. Yeah. So that means the electrical engineer will have some knowledge in computer science and similarly management.
I think we should have more intern flows from you to us and all those places to the industry. That is a very good 3 months courses or something. We should offer that.
Certainly.
Let us talk about
that.
Certainly.
So I find that one of the major flaws in our entire ecosystem is the research, applied research on renewables. We have got probably 1,000 incubators in the country, more than 1,000 incubators. Believe me or not, there is not a single incubator working on renewable energy products and services, not even one. If there are some, people who are working in this could be an isolated case. To give, say a few examples, we are talking about wind energy for the last 40 years, as, Dr. Jami Hussain said. But believe me or not, there is not even one manufacturer or developer of small windmills. That is the Indian requirement. We, can really, maybe grow very well if we have got a combination of small windmills and big windmills. Likewise, when we talk about hydrogen, please appreciate that renewables are modular. And since renewables are modular, they are ideal for decentralization. Now, when we talk about, green hydrogen for decarbonization of the industries have to be essentially decentralized models. I mean, if there is Steel Authority of India Limited or TISCO, putting up, the big, the plant for steel, why can't they have captive green hydrogen? Today, we are planning that we'll produce green hydrogen, convert that to green ammonia and export it. Now, that's one model. Perfect. But why don't we encourage all the, units in the small to medium sector to think in terms of hydrogen units, electrolyzer units, which are available from 500 kilowatts or 200 kilowatts onwards? Why should we be thinking only about big? So my suggestion and my, maybe submission is that we have to exploit the modularity of renewables, carry out research and applied research or translational research which is appropriate for India. Go India-centric. We will have many, maybe new applications. Last but not the least, for example, Deepak Gadia ji talked about CSP and he talked about cooking energy as being the primary energy requirement. It's around 40 to 50% of the overall requirement. We must exploit renewables for the sake of all the applications that we talked about. CSP, of course, as you know very well, was running parallel to the PV when in the 2010-11, the whole program was cast. At that time, 100 megawatts of CSP and 100 megawatts of PV was planned. It's unfortunate that CSP probably did not take off, PV prices dropped, and we know what has happened. But please appreciate, there are so many low-hanging fruits within the renewable sector, and which are going to be pragmatic and economically feasible. They are going to be technically possible, but we need to obviously now look at the research side, the development side, in the academia, in the research institutions, and do this work collaboratively with the market and the industry so that we can go together.
Yeah. I think providing demonstration projects and bringing people there is very, very important. Now, Divyesh, you have worked with industry for so long. What do you think are the pain points for getting the right talent into the industry in energy transition domains?
It's a difficult question, Amit.
That is why I'm asking you.
It's a difficult question, but I mean, if you really want to address where the problem has been sitting, though with respect to IITs and IIMs, I would say, but academic institutions which we are running, I would say, as in a country, are to a greater extent outdated in terms of the way they think, the curriculum they run, and the faculties who have been, by and large, that the amount of an awareness which you need within a world has been missing. So first of all, do you need to really change the curriculum to the extent the way world has been changing? I think that's the minimum which is required at the earliest. And I can give you some of the examples, probably you can understand that. So one could be that, as my SBI colleague in a way was talking about, some amount of money which you intend to, which have been available for the landing. Now, the moment you go to the workforces and people who understand the risk in terms of renewables, who can understand PPAs, who can understand storage economics, you found people would understand that. And that means that you need to have a curriculum which reflect the requirement. Otherwise, you're building the non-performing assets on the back of taxpayers' money. So the point I'm trying to make over here is that this, Amit, what industry need is in a people or the students who understand where world has been going. And there is a saying which says the garbage in, garbage out. And if you have a good feedstock, you have a good products. And that means that if you build in a good institutions, a right governance, those who run the institutions, they shouldn't be over-bureaucratic, which they are as of now in my view, right? And having a right curriculum, they are ready for industries in a way. And if you don't have, then industry is going to struggle, and eventually it's in a lose-lose for both the parties, right? The employer and employees both.
Yeah.
Actually, I do agree with my friend here. What I feel is that we as a country has worked a lot on the literacy front, and we have almost achieved that. But on the front of financial literacy, I think a lot of work has to be done. Because I work in a bank, I come across a lot of, and since I was fortunate enough that my bank has given me opportunity to work out of my 25 years of career, I have worked in SME for around 20 years. So I have come across like thousands of entrepreneurs and all. But what I found was that the financial literacy in most of them, what are the nuances of the finances? They do employ some experts. But right now, what my experience tells me is that appropriate persons, those experts are also not, available in the market vis-a-vis the demand is there. So financial literacy is very important. And Professor, when you started this conversation, you already mentioned that there are, if we take the example of Gujarat, there are a lot of people, a lot of businessmen who are having sufficient financial, backing. They have the funds, but somehow they are not coming in this RE. But like I already given the example, now awareness is there since Gujarat is the people have that knack of financial knack, they do have. So now people are coming forward for this RE thing and all new things. But financial literacy, I think we should do little more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just add?
Yeah, please.
What I feel, IITs are okay. They evolve and they change very fast. But when you see the general engineering colleges which I have visited, interacted, the curriculum which they are following is more academic, more theoretical. They have to have more hands-on experience. In a sense, when you see the modules which are developed under the Skill Council or under NSDC, they not only have the technical components, they have something about financial literacy also, about the safety of your health place also, and of course about communications also. So these things are, the curriculum has to be oriented differently in the academic thing, and the students have to be given confidence.
students, when you go and interact with them, they are not confident of taking up. I went to Dehradun University, you know, that petroleum, and we had an interaction on how to go green or how you can go into jobs. Only one student told me he was doing MBA in power systems. I will do wind energy. Can I do this? Can I do an internship in this? So this sort of, when you go, you interact and you tell them, yes, this is a line which you, and it is needed. The country needs you in this line.
Yeah.
So this sort of a conviction.
Yeah, this is very important. You are pointing to a supply and demand side constraint. Supply means whatever teachers know, they will continue teaching that. And demand is what the world is requiring and what the world is asking. And if this gap continues, our labor force is going to lag. Yeah, one last point. Yeah, Rahul. Then we'll open the floor for audience.
Yeah, in terms of the financial literacy, I just wanted to mention the other side of it, where it is important for businessmen and decision makers to learn about financial side. I also think one of the biggest gaps right now for many of these emerging technologies, readiness of the financial institutions to fund and finance projects which are already commercially viable. And that is the biggest gap. And that's again an area where what we are trying to figure out now is that rather than trying to have like a technology assistance project from World Bank or some other donor agency to try to educate SBI or other banks and over a 5-year period and try to do it, why cannot we do some collaboration? And I would love to see if it is possible to do with IIM's help.
Of course.
Try to see how you can use existing financial contracts and structures which are already approved by most of the banks. Like for example, energy efficiency sector has done work over last 30 years on training financial banks and others. And there are lending structures, contracts available under performance contracting, energy service contracts. Can you figure out how, rather than reinventing the wheel, how we can look at some of these emerging technologies, bring maybe expertise from IITs or other technical experts to address any technical uncertainty, and try to see how we fit the new technologies in the existing financial frameworks which are already approved by banks. Because if we do that, we can actually cut down almost 5 to 10 years of time, where last 10 years literally I have been going around all over India talking about energy storage. And it's not that we had to wait for battery prices to fall down to below $100 or $50 for having the projects viable. We had projects which had less than 5-year payback, which are perfectly financeable project even 10 years back when battery prices were at $500 per kilowatt hour. But we haven't even done those projects yet. And even at $50, I'm hearing now questions, people saying, oh, I've heard that prices are going up by 10%, so should I scrap my project? We are at, okay, even at $50, if prices go up by 10%, 15%, it's going to be $55, $60. Projects which were financially viable at $300, $350 are not yet implemented. So if we can bridge that gap and if we can get help from both IITs and IIMs, that would be great.
And the banks.
Yeah, so Secretary, I would like to add that actually our bank has formalized a separate RE policy. We have a separate RE policy in which we do finance like every kind of RE project. There are certain financial parameters which determines the financial viability, that's all. Whatever it is. Like for example, if I give for captive things, this captive power.
So is storage project fit under that? I suspect right now not, right? I haven't seen yet any projects financed by banks for deployment of BESS at a commercial industrial customer.
If it is there, if its possibility is there, our policy is there. Our policy is there, but if we can start from Gujarat only.
Sure, would love to work.
I'll share my details, and we would love to work.
Thank you. Now we open the floor for audience to ask their questions, queries, and please be specific to whom you are putting your question. And introduce yourself, of course. There are sufficient mics. You are not audible, sir. Yes.
Sir, namaste. This is Sachin Shah. I am from Star Energy Systems and representing the GCCI Energy Committee. Sir, we have received a couple of questions in our questionnaire from the audience. The first question that we have received is banks are normally funding the projects right now on balance sheets. When do we see the projects funded on their merit without balance sheet?
Sorry, with what? I couldn't get you.
Balance sheet. There are balance sheet fundings right now.
Look, a balance sheet is nothing but, no, we don't need audited balance sheet sort of thing. If the unit is new, we do finance on the projected balance sheet, but balance sheet is actually nothing. It's just, how do you, what amount, what is the cost, what is the means of finance, and what the P&L statement. So balance sheet actually is not needed, but yeah, financial viability we have to check, and that balance sheet is a tool to, how do we check that?
No. What I mean to say is that banks are normally funding the projects right now, even if the ground-mounted projects or any other projects which are seen right now in India are mostly funded based on the promoter's background. And the balance sheets they have.
No, I would like to just clarify. We do look on the promoter's background, but it is not the only thing that promoter balance sheet, existing balance sheet is needed. What we have is, we have a certain financial requirements. Like if we talk about captive solar projects, 20% margin you have to bring, and rest bank will finance. And if you have a good, PPA with anybody, like in captive you don't need a PPA. Of course you will need your own consumption savings. But like if non-captive, if you have a PPA signed with GVNL or any other appropriate company who will purchase you this power, generated power, we do finance on the green. But yeah, of course you have to have that at least minimum 20% of the margin for your stake.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question we have received. This is for Pindoria, sir, particularly. What steps are we taking to encourage the local R&D right now, particularly in power electronics? And to be very specific, inverters, solar inverters. We all know that these inverters currently are imported and white labeled.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not from power electronics side, but I can still answer that question. So when we look at inverter-based resources, IBR, most of the renewable energy resources, so I would say all renewable energy resources are IBR-based. When we look at IBR and I connect with the grid, so the IBR-based, inverters are mostly operating at unity power factor, which means you are injecting active power to the grid, but active power still required from the main grid, which means the inverter-based resources today are not supporting reactive power to the grid. Can we leverage the existing inverter to operate the inverter other than the unity power factor, which means 0.85 lagging to 0.85 leading, which means the reactive power capability of the inverter itself. That is one. And for that, we require to build the control algorithms appropriately. So that is one. Second is back-to-back and boost converters. Most of the converters for renewable energy resources, all the converters are unidirectional. But when we look at EV infrastructure, today EV infrastructures are being charged from the unidirectional charger. But if I have excess energy stored in a battery, can I leverage that battery to feed that power back to the grid during a peak hours time? And it's require a V2G, vehicle to grid inverter, and that is bidirectional converter. So these two converters we are working on at IIT Gandhinagar from the research perspective. From the grid side, we are working with SLDC Gujarat, developing security constraint economic load dispatch, so that renewable energy or high penetration of RE and the grid management, so the grid balancing can be more secured on top of the current algorithms, which is merit order dispatch, right? And the third research project that we are working with the GETCO, developing RE forecasting tool, wind energy forecasting, solar energy forecasting, and based on this grid balancing tool, which I said SCED, and based on this, whatever is the deficit power required for each 15 minutes interval in day-ahead market and real-time market, that what should be the optimal bidding strategy to buy power from the power exchanges. We have 3 power exchanges, and what should be my optimal bidding price to buy power from the market, so that the purchase of electricity from the market would be more commercially viable to serve consumers in Gujarat. I hope I was able to answer that question.
Thank you very much, Naran, and thank you for asking the questions. Now, any other questions from the floor? Yes, please. Can you pass on the mic there to the table behind you? Thank you. Yeah, please. Introduce yourself and...
Hi, I'm Shaurya Handa. I'm 22 years old. And I'm from PAC Energy. We are actively working on setting up an BESS assembly line in India. So my question is, how will we handle 100 gigawatt of renewable energy in Gujarat by 2030? It's good that we are planning to increase the capacity, but our discoms are facing huge losses. Almost 2% of our GDP is contributing to the power losses that we have, as the solar power which is generated during the day is not being utilized. Almost 40% of the solar power is getting wasted as we cannot store the energy and our grid is not that capable. So how do we plan to use the 100 gigawatts? Because if we install more and more renewable energy, I guess that will contribute more to the losses to the discoms.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe...
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, it's a very right question. So if you see the nature of most of the renewable energy tenders which has been happening over the last 2-3 years, there is a noticeable change where there are more tenders which are now FDRE, flexible and dispatchable renewable energy type of tenders, where what they are asking is that the renewable developers has to install energy storage, be it battery energy storage or pumped hydro or whichever other form of storage, and then make sure that the renewable energy is shifted to meet the load requirement for the distribution company. And as more and more projects are coming in, it is very much possible to keep on increasing the tenure of those things. Right now, the average such projects have minimum 2 hours of storage. It can easily be 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. So that is not a problem, because one thing right now, again, one challenge for some of these tenders, why it has taken much longer is because of we have this sort of the elephant and 5 blind men kind of a problem, which although everyone has seen that picture, but still everyone likes to look at only the piece of tail or leg what they are looking at. The problem is we keep on thinking about, oh, if we add storage to renewable energy, then it becomes 4 rupee or 5 rupee, it is costly, so we want to wait for RE plus storage to come down to 2 rupee or 1 rupee, then we will adopt that. Without realizing that if your one leg is in fire and one leg is in ice, you cannot survive even if your average body temperature is fine. So that has been a problem which has been there with renewable energy, and for last 10 years everyone understand it. But unfortunately, I would say that even for the renewable developers and companies have tried to delay the buck by trying to say that as long as we can keep on pushing just plain vanilla renewable energy to the grid, let's try to do it because we want to just focus on cheaper renewable energy. Now, the cap of how much renewable energy can be actually added on the grid is depending on how you can actually make sure that the renewable energy follows the grid requirement, and that's going to be the limitation. The good part is we have reached at a stage right now where it is already economical, and especially if you start looking at not just on the energy pricing, but at a system pricing, because right now, if you see most of the commercial industrial customers in India are paying at least 8 rupee or more when you consider both energy and demand charges together. Whereas we keep on getting worried about, is it 2 rupee 30 paise or 2 rupee 50 paise or 2 rupee 60 paise. So we need to forget about it, because right now one of the biggest problem we have is, like if you see Rajasthan, you talk about 40% solar energy wastage. Right now there are projects where almost it is 100% curtailment for all new projects coming in because transmission is lagging. And I know right now some developers who have been told, oh, you can build the solar project, it's just that you cannot dispatch it between 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So that's a reality which is now hitting. And if the reason for that is, if you see the generation curve, what is planned, right? There was 55 gigawatt of solar projects planned in Rajasthan with a straight transmission system and grid size for the earlier for around 15 gigawatt and now increasing to maybe 20-25 gigawatt. So it was always known that transmission system is not geared for it, but because on policy side we have ISTS waiver, No RE developer is concerned about, oh, what we are doing, what we are adding, how we are going to pay for that transmission, because it is all cost is socialized. So somewhere we need to start zoom out and start looking at those aspects. Yeah. If we do that, we can very well meet some of the goals which we are setting up.
Thanks, Rahul. Maybe Divesh, you would like to add something?
Very quick, huh? I mean, so that's on one dimension, in the how you use the storage, and the other one which is, and look, I mean, this question is in a fairly complex one, that you know what you will do with 100 gigawatt, and if at all you achieve there, where you will be reaching. You have to have probably the combination of I would say the actions which you should take here. One is of course storage, and then probably the storage which India has been considering as of now is more at a project level. That means that if you say that I want to do 100 megawatt, and then you have to have 4 hours of a minimum sort of thing which you have to do. But probably the one step further is what you really need as a country, because you are 1.6 billion, is in a utility scale sort of storages, which has been absolutely absent as we speak, I would say. So that is first thing which you need to do. So if Gujarat really wants to have 100 gigawatt been up and running, you need to have a utility scale storage been effectively implemented. So that is one. Second one is that, which is still too early, is in the P2P transactions. What I'm trying to say is that India and almost major countries around the world has a problem of a grid infrastructure, I would say. You really need to spend a lot of money to strengthen it, considering whatever the new requirement has been there. And the one way you can leapfrog that problem is in a way using the blockchain effectively, and in a way build a market in terms of mapping it appropriately, that how you can demand and supply within the specific geographical region can be managed with the help of a blockchain, which is a P2P transaction. And in time to come, as the blockchain progresses further and start to go into the mainstream of the way society works, we do expect that also going to play a role, I think, big time in a solar sort of businesses. Less of a wind, but more of a solar. And the third thing, which is also an equally important one, but which you have to keep in mind, that the SMR is coming for a country like in India. And we must, at the city level and at a certain regional level, you have to use the small and modular reactor, nuclear one, in a most effective manner. And that means that the capacity building required at the level of a system, that how you really make this 100 gigawatt, but in a smart and effective manner. I think that's probably a few more things.
Just
Thank you.
Just to
add
one more thing.
Of course.
Yeah, I think, as you said, it's a complex system. And so far, we are looking at capacity-centric scenario. I think it's now best time to look at system-centric scenario. That entire part, not only generation, transmission, distribution, and consumer all have to proactively participate in managing huge penetration of RE, whether it's a central generation or even decentralized generation. And I completely agree that whatever earlier system we're operating is mostly the central approach, top-down approach. I think now is a time for bottom-up approach. We understand energy usage, energy generation, and become a prosumer rather than just a consumer. And therefore, IIT Gandhinagar and IIM Ahmedabad, we develop a project, all so-called a prosumer-driven smart grid, where we develop P2P trading tool, blockchain-enabled, and the POC was developed at IIT Gandhinagar with all business case by IIM Ahmedabad, and Professor Garg was leading that project. I was involved as a co-PI developing a technology solution. And after successful POC, we deployed this technology for a real-world scenario validation at BRPL.
BRPL is still, we are working with them.
And Kolkata. So that was the one case. So I think it's the best time to look at demand-side energy management rather than all generation-side energy management. And that's how we can leverage the benefit of the population here and leverage that to strengthen the system. So let us look at the power and energy grid as a system-centric, not just a capacity-centric.
Thank you. Last 6 minutes. Thank you for all the questions. Now I'll give 1 minute to each of the panelists to whatever we have gathered from this discussion. Give your final thoughts, 1 minute, or a bullet point.
What I believe after this discussion is, I think we need to work on awareness on, if I will talk about from the bank side, like the question I received, awareness is needed some more. We have to, from bank also, we do take parts in separate various meetings, and we do organize certain sessions for with the business houses, business units, firms. But I think, personally, I am thinking about like taking the contacts of a few, like the gentlemen from CCI, and certainly I am going to, across Gujarat, I am going to organize with the help of, like, of course, from government also and from the industry association also, that we are going to, we will organize many sessions for this, what we are doing and what our policies are and what our schemes are, for disseminating the information to the people on large.
Yeah, thank you. Madam?
I feel that while technology development is important, but capacity building is equally important, and creating awareness for trainings, skillings at the school level, at the, I said school level skilling. So we have to develop, or we have to make our next generation or this generation aware that this is the need of the day, this is an area where you need to take up your professions or your jobs. And secondly, I feel upskilling is very important. The industry has to be upskilled. We have to do more RPS, or recognition of prior learning courses, for them. And third, and which is the most important, is that all our activities should be gender inclusive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Divesh?
Thank you. So I would say the capacity building remain the core or a main theme for as we go forward, and a few dimensions to keep in mind. The one which, ma'am, you have made about the reskilling and upskilling, and I will go a step forward that since we are 1.6 billion and in a rural economy is so important, in the world of AI, if they really don't work hard, I think we may have a difference of a problem to face out of a demographic dividend. So you need to see that how we really involve the rural women and the rural youth into the way we progress further. So that's very important for us as we move forward. And second one is in a financial literacy. I think that's a point which you have to keep in mind as we go forward. Thank you.
Dangai Sahab?
Well, we are seeing a lot of constraints, a lot of problems with the utility scale solar plants. It is time that we start giving more importance to decentralized. You may say decentralized, say solar, and decentralized, say wind, and decentralized, say maybe bio. This is the first, maybe takeaway, for me. The second takeaway is the land that is going to be needed in Gujarat for 10,000 megawatts per year, because we are planning to go from, let's say, 40 to say to 100 in the next 4 or 5 years. In my opinion, we will not be having more than 10,000 megawatts of requirement, which will be needing only 20,000 hectares of land, which is a very small portion. When we look at, say, green hydrogen, say, land allotment of around 250,000 hectares. So it's a very small piece of land. And last but not the least, MSME has to be given an equitable and a fair treatment in all the new schemes as the corporate. That will mean that we will have decentralization automatically being done, and with the capacity building that will be coming up, I think we'll have a perfect blend of utility scale and decentralized plants, which is absolutely, I think, critical and optimal for renewable.
Yeah, thank you. Rahul?
Yeah. So as I mentioned at the start, there are a lot of technologies available for achieving what goals we have. There are a lot of expertise available in this room in various colleges, universities, or even industries. What we need to do it is make sure that we are not reinventing the wheel. We start valuing the time as well, and make sure that again, whenever we are making many big announcements in terms of the goals, we do make sure that those are time bound and we are not shifting the time just because we have not thought through something which already was known to us. In terms of universities and other, we have already mapped more than 50 global universities, including some of the IITs, IIMs, who have different center of excellences. There are more than such 100 center of excellences for different aspects related to sustainability, net zero, which have received $100 million funding. But we need to make sure that these are collaborating and we are not just setting up more and more centers.
Thank you, Rahul. Naran, last sentence. Bullet.
Yeah. So, what I understand, as I mentioned, I think it's a system-centric approach and bottom-up. So I think we as a consumer, whether it's a residential consumer, CNI consumer, or even AG consumers, if proactively participate in improving energy efficiency, harvesting on-site renewable energy resources, and try to cut down fossil fuel-based energy requirement, which will really help us strengthening the entire ecosystem towards decarbonization. And therefore, all MSMEs and large industries started adopting non-fossil fuel-based on-site generation, whether it's CPP projects or even the other projects, and therefore RCO is the right sort of intervention here, renewable consumption obligation. Earlier was RPO at the distribution level, but now as a distribution RPO is become RCO. So I think my takeaway message here is let all of us contribute in the journey towards the decarbonization or RE driven energy ecosystem and try to contribute towards a net zero by 2070. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have missed something? Yes, one bullet.
Yeah, one bullet. This is for Gujarat. You have a vision for 100 gigawatt by 2047. There is also a roadmap for green employment where 1 million jobs are to be created and 50 skill development centers are to be created. Please ensure that so that you can achieve the target of 1 million people. Do as many skill gap studies, sectoral studies, and get up with the what is actually required for meeting this 100 gigawatt by Gujarat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe there is some audience question, but we can do during lunch.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. And may I request Mr. Jayesh Parekh, Chairman, Chem Processes, to come up, please, and hand over the mementos. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch, but one request, kindly be seated by 2:20 after completing your lunch, because the ministers are very much on time and they will be here sharp 2:30 to give their keynote address.
1 2 check. Hey. 1 2. 1 2 3. 1 2 3 check. Hello. 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 Hello check check. 1 2 3 check check. बराबर. One two check check. 1 2 3 check check. Hello. 1 2 3 check check. 1 2 3 check. 1 2 3. Hello check check. 1 2 3 check. Hello.
Check, check, hello, hello. Check, hello, check, hello. Hello, check, hey. Check, hello, check, hey, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check. Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Check. Hello. Hello. Hello.
hello, hello, hello.
Good afternoon. Once again, welcome to this post-lunch session, and very shortly we'll have Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Harsh Bhai Sanghvi, Honorable Minister Shri Rishikesh Bhai, and Principal Secretary Ashwini Kumar on dais amongst us for this session. So I welcome all of you and kindly request all of you to take your seats, whosoever are yet standing. Very shortly, Honorable Deputy CM and Minister Sir will join us for this session. Welcome once again. Thank you. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome Honorable Minister, Petrochemicals and Energy, Honorable Cabinet Minister Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. Khub khub swagat છે સાહેબ આપનું. We have with us Honorable Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals, Shri Ashwini Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, renewable energy, a pathway to a sustainable future. Gujarat has a pivotal role to play in nation's renewable energy sector, and today's conclave aims to put our collective efforts and to shed light on various aspects of renewable energy as we strive to achieve our target of 100 gigawatt by 2030. So at this juncture, I would like to welcome Principal Secretary Shri Ashwini Kumar sir for the keynote address.
Honorable Minister Energy, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel, Shri Kiran Bhai, honorable dignitaries, industry leaders and stakeholders. I am indeed very happy and feeling very privileged and honored to be here among all of you. Some discussion and deliberation has been going on since morning, and I'm sure that whatever deliberations and discussions we are having here is going to help us, the state and the country, to achieve the Panchamrit goal that has been set by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi. Energy security, as we all know, today is not just about reliable power. It is about economic resilience, clean growth and social equity. Guided by India's Panchamrit and NDC commitments, Gujarat is translating vision into measurable outcomes, making energy a core pillar of its growth model. Gujarat, the journey of Gujarat's energy transformation is really very inspiring. From a thermal-dominated system in early 2000s, Gujarat has emerged as India's leading renewable energy state. As of December 2025, Gujarat leads the nation with 42.58 gigawatt of installed renewable capacity, with renewables accounting for more than 62% of total capacity. That energy mix makes Gujarat a unique state in the entire country. Our state-owned generation and transmission organizations, they are ready to contribute to an active role in energy transformation. Not only that, our DISCOMs are leading in smart meters, SCADA, AI-enabled self-heating grids, and loss reduction systems. We also have a world-class renewable infrastructure in Gujarat, mega solar parks in Chanadka, Raganishna and Dholera underscore Gujarat's leadership in large-scale renewable energy execution. Khavda Hybrid Renewable Energy Park is set to become the world's largest, with a planned capacity of 37.3 gigawatt and 11.33 gigawatt already operational. Diversification is needed for a resilient future. We all know that for energy security and affordability, a good mix of renewables with conventional energy is a must. Gujarat is advancing battery energy storage, pumped storage, long duration storage, green hydrogen, offshore and near-shore wind, floating solar, bioenergy, geothermal, tidal energy and waste-to-energy projects. The government is pushing for all such initiatives in a big way. By 2030, the state targets more than 11 gigawatt of energy storage, ensuring grid stability in a high renewable system. We all know that on one hand, we would like to keep on pushing for achieving renewable energy growth in the state and in the country. At the same time, the challenges of grid stabilization and providing a reliable and affordable energy to each and every consumer is going to be our top priority. The state of Gujarat is driven by policy. Gujarat is always known to be a policy-driven state. Our renewable energy expansion is being driven by a set of dedicated RE policies such as the Gujarat Green Hydrogen Policy 2025, Pumped Storage Project Policy 2025, Integrated Renewable Energy Policy 2025, and Westland Allocation Policies for RE as well as for green hydrogen projects. The Gujarat Green Hydrogen Policy 2025 aims to establish Gujarat as a leading hub for green hydrogen production, utilization and export. The policy seeks to develop approximately 30 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity, supported by nearly 75 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity, while facilitating investments of around rupees 5 lakh crore in green hydrogen and renewable energy sectors. It focuses on generating nearly 6 lakh direct and indirect green jobs, reducing dependence on fossil fuels by lowering natural gas consumption by about 2 mmTPA and achieving a reduction of nearly 5 mmTPA of CO2 emission within the state. The other policy, Gujarat Pumped Storage Policy 2025, is to ensure energy security in a clean and sustainable manner by optimally harnessing the pumped storage potential of the state. The policy aims to establish Gujarat as the energy storage hub of India by creating 75 gigawatt hour of pumped storage capacity through the development of 75 PSP units by 2035. I understand this is an ambitious target, but Gujarat is always known for setting very ambitious targets and then achieving it before time. We also aspire to attract investments to the tune of around rupees 75,000 crores in this sector. The third policy, the Gujarat Integrated Renewable Energy Policy 2025, is expected to transform Gujarat into a green energy leader by achieving over 100 gigawatt of renewable capacity, driving large-scale investments, and strengthening infrastructure in solar, wind, hybrid, and storage systems. Economically, it will reduce dependence on imported fuels, stabilizing energy costs, and ensure affordable, reliable power while fostering new industries and exports potential. Inclusive growth and skills is another target set by Government of Gujarat, and we are fostering green energy innovation through a robust startup and skill ecosystem with more than 12,900 registered startups, more than 210 incubators, more than 320 mentors, and more than 350 grassroots startups, and about 800 women-led startups. They are also working for inclusive growth and skill development in green energy sector. Gujarat's journey is not just about capacity. Gujarat's journey is about confidence, consistency, and commitment. As we move towards Viksit Gujarat at 2047, our goal is clear: to make Gujarat India's green investment capital, delivering secure, affordable, and sustainable energy for generations to come. Thank you so much for listening to me attentively. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational address.
While we are waiting for the Honorable Deputy CM, we have an excellent video message from the Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Prahlad Joshi ji. Let's play that AV and listen to this beautiful message for this RE conclave. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. I extend my warm greetings to the organizers of the RE conclave, the Secretariat, and to all distinguished participants joining this important gathering. India today stands at a decisive moment in its energy transition. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the country has embarked on an ambitious and transformative journey towards the clean, sustainable, and self-reliant energy. Renewable energy is no longer just an environmental imperative. It is central to the India's economic growth, energy security, and global leadership. Our target of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 reflects our commitment to the climate action, green growth, and innovation-driven development. Gujarat has been a front-runner in this journey, from early adoption of solar and wind energy to becoming a hub for renewable manufacturing, green hydrogen, and energy storage. The state continues to set benchmark for the nation. India's global financial and technological gateway symbolizes the convergence of finance, policy, and clean energy innovation. The Government of India is working actively to create a robust ecosystem for renewable energy through policy reforms, transparent bidding process, viability gap funding, production-linked incentives such schemes, and a strong focus on domestic manufacturing. We are enabling investor confidence and long-term sustainability. Equally important is the role of collaboration. Platforms such as this RE Conclave bring together policymakers, industry leaders, financial institutions, startups, and innovators. Such dialogue is essential to address the challenge, share the best practices, and accelerate the deployment of the renewable technologies across the sector. As we move forward, our focus will remain on scaling solar, wind, bioenergy, green hydrogen, and energy storage solutions while ensuring affordability, grid stability, and inclusive growth. India is not only meeting its own energy needs, but is also emerging as a trusted global partner in the renewable energy transition. I commend the Secretariat for organizing this timely and relevant conclave and for contributing to inform discourse on the renewable energy and sustainable development. I am confident that the deliberation at this conclave will lead to meaningful outcomes, actionable ideas, and a stronger partnership that will further strengthen India's green energy future. I wish the RE Conclave every success. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
We thank Honorable Union Minister Sir for his inspiration. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today Honorable Cabinet Minister Gujarat, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel, Minister for Energy and Petrochemicals. Gujarat, through various initiatives and policies, focuses extensively on renewable sources of energy. અને ઉર્જા વિકાસના ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાતને જેમનું ઉત્કૃષ્ટ માર્ગદર્શન સાંપડી રહ્યું છે તેવા માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલને આપણે સાદર અનુરોધ કરીશું હવે આપણા સૌને તેઓ સંબોધિત કરે આ પ્રસંગે. માનનીય નાયબ મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી થોડી ક્ષણોમાં આપણી વચ્ચે ઉપસ્થિત થશે. સાદર વિનંતી મંત્રીશ્રીને આપના સંબોધન માટે.
ગુડ ઇવનિંગ ટુ ઓલ. માનનીય હર્ષભાઈ ટૂંક સમયમાં આપણી બધાની વચ્ચે ઉપસ્થિત થવાના છે અને થોડા સમય જ પહેલાં દાઓસની અંદર ભારત અને ભારતના રાજ્યો તરીકે ગુજરાતનું પ્રતિનિધિત્વ ત્યાં ખૂબ સારી રીતે કરી અને ગુજરાતને વૈશ્વિક પ્લેટફોર્મ ઉપર એમને મૂકવાનો પ્રયત્ન કર્યો છે. અશ્વિનીજી પણ સાથે હતા. આવો હર્ષભાઈ. અને ભારતમાં આવવા માટે રોકાણકારો જે વૈશ્વિક રોકાણકારો આવવા માટે રસ્તો શોધતા હતા એમાં પહેલો રસ્તો હર્ષભાઈના પ્રયત્નોથી બધાનું ગુજરાત ઉપર વૈશ્વિક ફલક ઉપર એ ધ્યાન પડ્યું છે. એટલે હર્ષભાઈએ ત્યાં જે પ્રતિનિધિત્વ કર્યું એ ખૂબ જ સરસ રીતે ગુજરાતને એક જુદા જ એંગલથી આસિસ્ટિંગ ગવર્મેન્ટ તરીકે જોવાની જે એમની રજૂઆતના કારણે લોકોની દ્રષ્ટિ થઈ છે. હું ખૂબ ખૂબ હર્ષભાઈને અભિનંદન આપું છું. અને સાથે આ કોન્ક્લેવ એટલે આરી ક્ષેત્રની અંદર કામ કરતા તમામ ઉદ્યોગકારોને એમને સરકાર સાથે સંકલન અને સંકલનમાં ક્યાંય નાના મોટા વિષયો સાથે જોડવા માટેનો જે પ્રયત્ન કિરણભાઈએ કર્યો છે એવા કિરણભાઈને પણ હું ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપું છું. અને સાથે અમારા અશ્વિનીજી, આમ તો એ કહેતા હોય છે કે અમે બંને જુનિયર છીએ, મારા કરતાં 1 મહિનો ઓછા જુનિયર, હું 2 મહિના જુનિયર. પરંતુ અહીંયા આવ્યા પછી લાગ્યું કે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ જે તે વખતે પર્યાવરણની ચિંતા કરતા હતા, પરંતુ પર્યાવરણની ચિંતા સાથે એક માર્ગ બતાવવાનું કામ એમને કર્યું, કેવળ સમસ્યાઓ નહીં સમાધાનના તરફ જવા માટે. અને એ વખતથી જ એમને આરી એટલે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી માટે જે પ્રયત્ન કર્યા અને પ્રયત્નના કારણે આજે સમગ્ર ભારતની અંદર ગુજરાતે પોતાનું આરી ક્ષેત્રે એક વિશિષ્ટ સ્થાન બનાવ્યું છે. અત્યારે હું આંકડામાં નથી જતો, ભારતમાં ગુજરાત આરી ક્ષેત્રે ક્યાં છે, વીજ ક્ષેત્રે ક્યાં છે, અને 24 કલાક વીજળી માટે ગુજરાતને સતત અને એનર્જી સરપ્લસ સ્ટેટ બનાવવાનું પહેલું જો માન પ્રાપ્ત થયું હોય તો ગુજરાતને થયું હતું. એટલું જ નહીં, પરંતુ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં કેવળ કોઈના માટે રસ્તો ખુલે એવો નહીં. આ રાજ્યની અંદર હંમેશા આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ જ્યારે મુખ્યમંત્રી હતા એ વખતથી જ પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટ તરીકે રસ્તો બનાવવાનું કામ અને રસ્તા ઉપર દોડવા માટે જેની તાકાત હોય, સાહસ હોય, એ લોકો આવી શકે અને પોતપોતાની સ્પીડેથી પોતાના ગોલ એચીવ કરી શકે. એ પ્રકારે ઔદ્યોગિક હોય કે એનર્જી ક્ષેત્રે હોય, કોઈ પણ ક્ષેત્રની અંદર એમને જે રોડ મેપ નક્કી કર્યા છે, ઓપન ટુ ઓલ, જેને પણ એ રસ્તા ઉપર આવવું હોય, જેને પણ સાહસ કરવું હોય અને સરકારની સાથે અને ગુજરાતને નવી દિશામાં આગળ લઈ જવા માટેનો પ્રયત્ન કરવો હોય, એ તમામને આવકારવાનું કામ કર્યું. અને પરિણામે વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાતથી લઈને આજ સુધી જ્યાં જ્યાં એમને જરૂરિયાત લાગી એ દરેક ક્ષેત્રની અંદર પોલિસી બનાવી અને ઉદ્યોગકારોને આવકારવા માટેનું પ્લેટફોર્મ આપ્યું. અને એના કારણે વૈશ્વિક રોકાણો, દેશભરના ઉદ્યોગકારોના રોકાણો અને ગુજરાતના સાહસિકોના રોકાણોના કારણે આજે ગુજરાત એક રોલ મોડલના ક્ષેત્રે ઉભરી આવ્યું છે. અને દરેક ક્ષેત્રની અંદર અનેકવિધ નવા આયામો સાથે આ ગુજરાત અત્યારે વૈશ્વિક ફલક ઉપર પણ ખૂબ મોટા ઇનિશિયેટિવ સાથે આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે. અને આરીમાં પણ, અને હવે તો આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ ન્યુક્લિયર એનર્જી માટે પણ પ્રાઇવેટ પાર્ટનરશિપ એટલે બીજા લોકોને પણ આ ક્ષેત્રની અંદર દાખલ થવાનું અને ક્લીન એનર્જી માટેનો જે પ્રયત્ન એમના તરફથી થઈ રહ્યો છે, મને લાગે છે ત્યાં સુધીમાં આપણો દેશ આવતા સમયમાં, અને એમાં પણ ગુજરાતમાં જો 24 કલાક વીજળી મળતી હોય અને બીજા રાજ્યોની અંદર ભારતના બીજા રાજ્યોમાં કોઈએ વીજળીનો થાંભલો પણ જોયો ના હોય, ઇલેક્ટ્રિક વાયર પણ ના જોયો અને બલ્બ પણ ના જોયા હોય એવી પરિસ્થિતિ હતી. આજે તમામ ભારતભરના ગામોમાં વીજળી પહોંચાડવાનું કામ આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ કર્યું છે. અહીંયાથી અટકવું નથી, હજુ પણ આગળ વધવું છે. તમારા થકી ઉદ્યોગકારો અને સાહસિકો એમના થકી કેવળ સરકાર જ બધું કરી લે એવું ના હોય, પરંતુ સરકારની સાથે જ્યારે પબ્લિક પાર્ટનરશિપ આવે, લોકો એની સાથે જોડાય, સાહસિકો એની સાથે જોડાય, એટલે એ ટ્રાન્સફોર્મેશન ખૂબ ઝડપથી એ ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં પરિણમતું હોય છે. આજે આપણે જોઈ રહ્યા છીએ, આપ સૌ અહીંયા ભેગા થયા છો, સરકારની એક પોલિસી, આરી પોલિસી, અનેક પોલિસીઓ આવી છે અને હમણાં તો ગ્રીન હાઇડ્રોજન, પંપ સોલાર, ઈવી, આ બધી પોલિસીઓ તો હમણાં થોડા સમય પહેલાં આપણે રજૂ કરી અને એમાં પણ હવે અનેક રોકાણકારો અને એમાં પણ જમીન એલોટમેન્ટથી લઈ અને હાઇડ્રોજન ઉત્પાદન કરવા સુધીના ગોલ પણ એ નક્કી કર્યા છે કે અમે 2030માં ક્યાં જઈશું, 36માં ક્યાં જઈશું ને 47માં ક્યાં જઈશું. રોડમેપ કેવળ વાત કરી મૂકી દેવાનું એવું નહીં, પણ ગોલ સેટિંગ સાથે જ્યારે ગુજરાત આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે ત્યારે અનેકવિધ વિષયો સાથે ગુજરાત આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે ને અત્યારે તમે અહીંયા ભેગા થઈ રહ્યા છો એટલે હું સમજી શકું છું કે જે પણ પોલિસીની અંદર, અને કિરણભાઈનો મૂળ આશય પણ એ જ હતો કે અહીંયા આરીમાં પડતી મુશ્કેલીઓને એના નિવારણ માટે અને આ કોન્ક્લેવની અંદર એની ચર્ચાઓ પણ થવાની છે. એ ચર્ચાઓના અંતે અહીંયા તો એક જ તરફની સુનાવણી થવાની છે કે સરકારમાં પોલિસીમાં પડતી મુશ્કેલીઓને એનું નિરાકરણ કરવા માટે કેવી રીતે કરી શકે, પરંતુ દરેક સમયે પરિસ્થિતિ વિન વિન સિચ્યુએશનની હોવી જોઈએ. જ્યારે પણ તમે આરી ઉત્પન્ન કરીને આપો, એને ટ્રાન્સમિશન કરવા, ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુશન કરવા સુધીની આખી જે હેરાર્કી છે, એ હેરાર્કીમાં ક્યાંય ને ક્યાંય નાની મોટી મુશ્કેલીઓ પણ પડતી હોય. તમારો સાથ અને સહકાર અને તમે અહીંયા જે પણ નિષ્કર્ષ કાઢશો, જે ક્રક્સ નીકળશે, હું ચોક્કસ મારા અધિકારીઓ સાથે બેસી અને તમને પડતી મુશ્કેલીઓ અને એની સાથે સરકાર તરફી શું વાત છે અને જે મુશ્કેલીઓનું નિરાકરણ આવી શકતું હશે, ચોક્કસ અમારો પ્રયત્ન હશે કે તમે સૌ આગળ વધો. તમે સૌ એમાં તમારી પડતી મુશ્કેલીઓમાં કેવી રીતે સરકાર રસ્તો કાઢી શકે, પરંતુ તમારી માગણીઓ પણ સરકાર માટે વિન વિન સિચ્યુએશનની હોવી જોઈએ, કેવળ નફા માટે નહીં. જ્યારે સ્વાર્થ અને પરમાર્થ બંને એક સાથે ચાલતા હોય છે અને સ્વાર્થ હોય ત્યારે આ પરમાર્થ પણ હોવો જોઈએ. એ પરમાર્થના ભાવને સાથે રાખી આપણે સૌ ગુજરાતને અને એમાં પણ આરીમાં રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં, અને આમ પણ આપણે સનાતનમાં માનીએ છીએ, સૂર્ય હોય, વાયુ હોય, જળ હોય, આપણે એને એક ઉર્જાના સ્વરૂપમાં જોઈએ છે, એક શક્તિના સ્વરૂપમાં જોઈએ છે. શરીરને ચલાવવા માટે પણ એક શક્તિની જરૂર એટલે કે ઉર્જાની જરૂર હોય છે અને એ ઉર્જા થકી શરીર ચાલતું હોય તો એને જીવન જીવવા માટેની સારી વ્યવસ્થાઓ પૂરી પાડવા માટે જે ઉર્જાની જરૂર પડે, ધરતીમાંથી તો આપણે કોલસો, ક્રૂડ કાઢતા જ હતા, પરંતુ હવે સમય જતાં એ પણ ધરતી એનું દોહન કેટલા સમય સુધી કરવા દેશે. હવે કુદરતમાં પડેલી અખૂટ શક્તિઓ વાયુમાં છે, જળમાં છે, સૂર્યમાં છે, એ શક્તિઓનું દોહન તો ન કહી શકાય, પરંતુ એનો ઉપયોગ કરી માનવ જીવનને સરળતાથી જીવવા માટેના પ્રયત્નો હવેના સમયમાં કરી રહ્યા છે. એના કારણે આવતા સમયમાં જે એન્વાયરમેન્ટ, પર્યાવરણનો જે વિષય છે, એ વિષયમાં પણ સમગ્ર ભારત અને ગુજરાતે પહેલ કરી જ છે, પરંતુ જ્યારે ગુજરાતે પહેલ કરી હોય ત્યારે ભારત પણ દુનિયાની અંદર પર્યાવરણની ચિંતા ડેવલપિંગ કન્ટ્રીઝ ડેવલપ થવાની આશા 47માં આપણે રાખી રહ્યા છીએ, વિકસિત રાષ્ટ્ર થવાની નેમ સાથે આપણે ચાલી રહ્યા છીએ, ત્યારે પર્યાવરણને પણ ભૂતકાળની અંદર જે અત્યારે વિકસિત દેશો છે એ એમના વિકાસ માટે એમને જે તે વખતે પર્યાવરણને જે નુકસાન પહોંચાડ્યું છે, હું બહુ સભાનતાપૂર્વક કહું છું, અને ડેવલપ થયા પછી આપણા જે વિકસિત થઈ રહેલા દેશો, અવિકસિત દેશો પાસે જે પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થાઓ એમના ત્યાં લઈ જવા માટે, એવી પ્રોડક્ટ લઈ જવા માટે, સસ્તી પ્રોડક્ટ લઈ જવા માટે જે પ્રમાણેનું આખું એક ઇકોસિસ્ટમ બનાવી, એના કારણે પર્યાવરણને નુકસાન થયું છે. પરંતુ ભારતે નક્કી કર્યું છે અમે વિકાસ પણ કરીશું, ડેવલપ પણ થઈશું અને સાથે પર્યાવરણને પણ નુકસાન નહીં થવા દઈએ એ પ્રકારની દિશામાં આજે આદરણીય નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદી સાહેબના નેતૃત્વમાં આપણે ચાલી રહ્યા છીએ. અને હું ઘણી વખત કહેતો હોઉં છું કે 1000 વર્ષના અંધકાર યુગ પછી ગુલામી કાળ, ગુલામીની માનસિકતામાં આપણે જીવવાવાળા લોકો હતા એને હવે ગુલામીની માનસિકતામાંથી બહાર કાઢી અને જાતે પોતે પોતાના પગ ઉપર અને કોઈની સામે ઊભા રહીએ તો આંખમાં આંખ મેળવીને વાત કરી શકીએ એવી તાકાતવાળી ભારતની પ્રજા બને એ 21મી સદીમાં એ સવાર ગુજરાતથી ઉગ્યું છે. મુખ્યમંત્રી બન્યા અને પછી જે જર્ની ચાલુ થઈ છે એમને ગુજરાતને એક મોડલ તરીકે પ્રસ્થાપિત કર્યું અને 2014થી દેશને પણ દુનિયામાં એક વસુધૈવ કુટુંબકમની ભાવનાવાળા દેશ તરીકે પ્રસ્થાપિત કરવાનો અને જે દુનિયાએ ભારતને આવકાર આપ્યો છે, દુનિયાએ ભારતને હવે જે માનની નજરથી જોવા માંડ્યું છે એમાં ઘણા બધા આયામો સાથે આ પણ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીનો પણ એક આયામ ખૂબ મહત્ત્વનો રહેવાનો છે. ત્યારે કિરણભાઈને હું ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન આપું છું. તમારી મુશ્કેલીઓ સમજવા, તમારા જે બધા વચ્ચે પરિસંવાદ થશે, અહીંયાથી જે સેશન થશે અને જે નિષ્કર્ષ આવશે, કિરણભાઈ ચોક્કસ અમે અમારા અધિકારી મિત્રો સાથે બેસી એમાંથી જેટલા રસ્તા નીકળવાનો પ્રયત્ન કરીશું. તમને સહજતાથી અને સરળતાથી આ રોડ મેપ ઉપર તમને ચાલવાનો રસ્તો ક્યાંક ખાડા પડ્યા હશે તો પૂરવાનું કામ પણ અમે કરીશું. ધન્યવાદ.
ગુજરાતના ઉર્જા ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસ માટેની આપની કટિબદ્ધતા માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રી આપનો. And ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to have with us Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Harshbhai Sanghvi. We warmly welcome you, sir, on the dais. We also welcome Honorable Minister Energy and Petrochemicals, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel, on the dais, and Honorable Principal Secretary, Sir Ashwini Kumar, sir, to please come on the dais. And have the seat. We heartily welcome all the dignitaries in this session. We extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries from industries, all the invitees, media and everyone present over here. અને આપણા આવકાર ભાવને આપણે ચરિતાર્થ કરીશું અને આપણે માનનીય મંત્રીશ્રીઓનું મહાનુભાવોનું વિધિવત સ્વાગત કરીશું. May I request Kajal Vadodariya, Chairperson, the Secretariat, to present a bouquet to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Harshbhai Sanghvi. Let's all join by a big round of applause and welcome Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, sir. We welcome you, sir. And now may I invite Shri Prashant Gadvi, Executive Director, the Secretariat, for the welcome speech.
Sorry for that small mess up, sir. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Harshbhai Sanghvi, Honorable Cabinet Minister of Energy and Petrochemicals, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel, Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals Department, Shri Ashwini Kumar ji, Senior team members of the Energy and Petrochemicals Department, and all the bodies connected with the department, esteemed speakers of the conclave, sponsors of the conclave, industry owners from the renewable energy sector, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Secretariat RE Conclave Gujarat 2026. પંચામૃત આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી દ્વારા આપવામાં આવેલું સૂત્ર છે ભારતના ક્લાઇમેટ કમિટમેન્ટ માટે. રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી આમાં ખૂબ મહત્ત્વનું અમૃત છે. ગુજરાત રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી ક્ષેત્રે હંમેશા લીડર રહ્યું છે અને દેશ માટે બેન્ચમાર્ક સેટ કર્યા છે. આજની આ કોન્ક્લેવ આ લીડરશિપ સ્ટેટસ માટેના બ્રેઇન સ્ટોર્મિંગની કોન્ક્લેવ છે. ગુજરાતની 40 ગીગાવોટથી 100 ગીગાવોટની યાત્રા માટેની કોન્ક્લેવ. સર, આ કોન્ક્લેવમાં અક્રોસ એનર્જી સેગમેન્ટ દેશભરમાંથી એક્સપર્ટ આવ્યા છે. તેમનું નોલેજ અને તેમના ઇનપુટ્સ ગુજરાતને ધ્યાનમાં રાખી આપવા માટે. હવે પછીના સેશનમાં સરકારના સિનિયર ઓફિસર્સ પોલિસી હાઇલાઇટ્સ પ્રેઝન્ટ કરશે અને ત્યારબાદ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી બોડીઝ અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના લોકો સાથે પેનલ ડિસ્કશન રૂપે અને ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સર રૂપે મુક્તપણે ચર્ચા થશે. ધી સેક્રેટરીએટ આજની કોન્ક્લેવના તમામ નિષ્કર્ષને વ્હાઇટ પેપર એન્ડ પોલિસી રેકમેન્ડેશન્સ રૂપે મિનિસ્ટ્રી ઓફ એનર્જી એન્ડ પેટ્રોકેમિકલ્સને સુપ્રત કરશે. સર, ધી સેક્રેટરીએટ એક નેશનલ ડિજિટલ મીડિયા પોર્ટલ છે જેની એડિટોરિયલ ટીમ ન્યૂ દિલ્હી સ્થિત છે. અમારું ફોકસ ગવર્નન્સ, પોલિસી, બિઝનેસ અને ઇકોનોમી પર છે. દિવસમાં કોઈ પણ પ્રકારના મલ્ટિપલ બ્રેકિંગ ન્યૂઝ નહીં, કોઈ પોલિટિકલ ડિબેટ નહીં, આમાંનું કશું જ નહીં. ધી સેક્રેટરીએટ ઇઝ સિરિયસ કોન્ટેન્ટ ફોર સિરિયસ બિઝનેસ. સર, અમે સ્વૈચ્છિક રૂપે અમારા માટે એક જવાબદારી નક્કી કરી છે, સરકાર અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી વચ્ચે સેતુ બનવાની. એક એવું પ્લેટફોર્મ જે ફેસિલિટેટ કરશે હેલ્ધી ડાયલોગ્સ બિટવીન કી સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર્સ, પોલિસી મેકર્સ એટલે કે સરકાર અને ઉચ્ચ અધિકારીઓ, પોલિસી ઇન્ફ્લુઅન્સર્સ ઇન્ક્લુડિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ બોડીઝ, એકેડેમિયા અને થિંક ટેન્ક, અને લાસ્ટલી ધી પોલિસી કન્ઝ્યુમર્સ એટલે કે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી એન્ડ પીપલ એટ લાર્જ. We would like to be a serious and reliable voice in the policy ecosystem. Renewable energy એ એક શરૂઆત છે અને the Secretariat આ જ ભૂમિકા અક્રોસ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી સેગમેન્ટ ભજવશે. સર, આ કોન્ક્લેવને ગુજરાતના મોટાભાગના ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી બોડીઝે સપોર્ટ કર્યો છે, જેમાં GCCI, SGCCI, ICC, GFSI અને ફોકિયાનો સમાવેશ છે. ઇનોવેટિવ થોટ ફોરમ અમારા નોલેજ પાર્ટનર છે. અમે આભારી છીએ અમારા સ્પોન્સર્સના આ કોન્ક્લેવને બેકઅપ કરવા માટે. વી આર હોપફુલ સર વિથ ધ રિસ્પોન્સ કે ધ સેક્રેટરીએટ RE કોન્ક્લેવનું આ પહેલું એડિશન બનશે અને આપણે દર વર્ષે એકવાર આ રીતે મળીશું. સર, આપની હાજરી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી માટે એક પ્રેરણા છે. અમે ઋણી રહીશું. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ સર ફોર યોર વેલ્યુએબલ ટાઈમ and guidance.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcoming words. And at the time when Gujarat continues to lead India's transition towards clean energy, we are privileged to be guided by a visionary leadership જેમનું દ્રષ્ટિવંત નેતૃત્વ ગુજરાતને ગતિ, પ્રગતિ, ઉન્નતિ તરફ આગળ વધારી રહ્યું છે તેવા માનનીય નાયબ મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી હર્ષભાઈ સંઘવીને આવો આપણે ખૂબ તાળીઓથી આવકારીએ, આમંત્રિત કરીએ આપના માર્ગદર્શન માટે.
ધ સેક્રેટરીએટ દ્વારા આયોજિત રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી કોન્ક્લેવ ગુજરાતમાં આપની સૌની વચ્ચે ઉપસ્થિત રાજ્યના સિનિયર કેબિનેટ મંત્રી આદરણીય શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલ, શ્રી અશ્વિની કુમારજી, કિરણભાઈ અને એમની આખી ટીમ, આજે ખૂબ આનંદ થયો કે અવ્યવસ્થા એ માત્ર સરકારમાં જ નાની મોટી કોઈક વાર આવે એવું નથી હોતું. એટલે ક્યારેક ક્યારેક સહજતાથી બધાએ સ્વીકારવું જોઈએ કે નાની મોટી અવ્યવસ્થા ક્યારેક ક્યારેક આવતી જાય ને જતી જાય એમ. એટલે મારા માટે તો આજે ખુશીનો દિવસ છે. આને ખૂબ લાઇટલી લેવું જોઈએ અને ખૂબ આનંદથી આપણે આનો આનંદ લેવો જોઈએ. અને મને આનંદ એ થયો કે કોઈ બી વિષય એવું છે કે સામાન્ય રીતે અમે ઘણીવાર ઘણી મિટિંગ્સમાં જતા હોઈએ, કોઈ પ્રોગ્રામમાં જતા હોઈએ, કોઈક બી વસ્તુ ઉપર નીચે થઈ જાય એટલે ઘણા લોકો એકદમ અકલાઈ જાય, એને પોતાની ઇમેજ જોડે જોડી લે. પરંતુ ઘણીવાર એવું થાય છે કે હ્યુમન એરર નાનો મોટો વિષયોની અંદર આવતો જતો હોય ને જતો જ હોય. એને એટલું બધું ગંભીરતાથી ક્યારેય ના લેવું જોઈએ કે આનાથી કંઈ બગડી ગયું, આનાથી કંઈ અટકી ગયું. હું તો સરકારના માટેથી આ વિષય કહું છું, એટલે તમે એને એમને હું કિરણભાઈ તમારી આખી ટીમને અભિનંદન આપું છું કે ખૂબ સારો પ્રયાસ આપે કર્યો છે. અને રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી એ ગુજરાતનું કોર છે અને દેશને દિશા આપનાર માટે ગુજરાતે આના ઉપર ખૂબ કામગીરી કરી છે અને આમાં અહીંયા બેઠેલા સૌ લોકોનો ખૂબ મોટો ફાળો છે. ખાસ કરીને હું આજે એક વિઝનરી લીડર કે જેમના વિઝનથી આજે આપણે ક્યાં છીએ ને ક્યાંથી ક્યાં પહોંચવું છે એ બહુ મોટો ટાસ્ક નથી હવે. પણ હું જ્યારે વાંચી રહ્યો હતો કે ગુજરાત 2003માં રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં કયા લેવલ પર હતા આપણે, તો આમાં ઘણા બધા લોકો અહીંયા બેઠેલા હશે. અશ્વિની કુમારને તો ખ્યાલ હશે કારણ કે એમને ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટનો આંકડો, ઋષિકેશભાઈને બી ખ્યાલ હશે કદાચ. 90 મેગાવોટથી આપણે 2002ની અંદર આપણે ગુજરાત 90 મેગાવોટ આપણે પ્રોડ્યુસ કરતા હતા. બરાબર છે ને? નહીં તમે બોલજો પાછું, નહીં તો આ લોકો બધા પ્રશ્નો ઊભો કરશે કે આંકડામાં કંઈક ભૂલ છે. 90 મેગાવોટથી 2026માં 42,500થી વધારે મેગાવોટ આજે આપણે લોકો પ્રોડ્યુસ કરીએ છીએ. 2002માં જ્યારે આપણા વિઝનરી લીડરે, તત્કાલીન મુખ્યમંત્રી, દેશના લોકપ્રિય પ્રધાનમંત્રી આદરણીય શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ 2002ના હું ઓનલાઈન અમુક લિંક્સ નીકાળતો હતો તો સો કોલ્ડ ઇન્ટેલિજન્ટ લીડર્સના ત્યારના હું સ્ટેટમેન્ટ વાંચી રહ્યો હતો. જે લોકોએ 2002માં આ વિઝન ઉપર મજાક ઉડાવી હતી ને, એવા સૌ લોકોને આજે દુનિયા મજાક ઉડાવી રહી છે. 2002માં રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીનું એક વિઝન દેખવામાં આવે છે અને એ જ વિઝનને આપણા લીડર દ્વારા પોતે સંઘર્ષ કરીને, તપ કરીને આની પાછળ મહેનત કરવામાં આવે છે. મહેનત એવું નથી કે વિઝન જોયું, આજે કહી લીધું ને કાલે બધી વસ્તુઓ ઊભી થઈ જતી હોય. અહીંયા બેઠેલા બધા જ લોકો પોલિસીઝ જોડે જોડાયેલા છે. ઘણા લોકો પોતે ઇન્સ્ટોલેશન્સ જોડે જોડાયેલા છે. ઘણા લોકો અહીંયા એવા બેઠા છે કે જે મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ સેક્ટરની અંદર જોડાયેલા છે. એ બધા જ લોકો આ યાત્રાના સાક્ષી છે. 2002માં વિઝન દેખાય છે, પોલિસીઝ બને છે, પોલિસી જોડે જોડે ગુજરાતે એક એવી ઇમેજ ઊભી કરી અને પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટ તરીકે દેશભરમાં આપણે સંપૂર્ણ રીતે મજબૂતાઈથી પ્રસ્થાપિત થઈ શક્યા. તેના કારણે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં આજે ગુજરાત દેશભરમાં નંબર 1 છે. અને નંબર 1 બનતા બનતા આપણે લોકોએ અનેક સંઘર્ષ કરવો પડ્યો, સંઘર્ષોના સામના કરવા પડ્યા, પણ ક્યારેય લોકોને આપેલી પ્રોમિસમાંથી ગુજરાત સરકારે પીછેહટ નથી કરી. આજે ઘણી બધી જગ્યાઓ, ઘણા બધા સ્ટેટ આપણે પોતાને ગર્વ થવું જોઈએ. ગુજરાતી તરીકે મને એટલે ગર્વ થાય છે કે હવે હું જે રાજ્યની અંદર હમણાં હું ઉપમુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકે કામ કરી રહ્યો છું, એ રાજ્યની લેગેસી શું છે? એ રાજ્યની લેગેસી એ છે કે આ મજબૂત લેગેસી પર મારા જેવા, ઋષિકેશભાઈ જેવા બધા જ લોકો આજે અમને કામ કરવાનો અવસર મળ્યો છે. અમને લોકોને આખો એક રોડમેપ મળ્યો છે. એ રોડમેપ પર અમારે ખાલી ટોપિંગ્સ જ એડ કરવાના છે. એટલે આજે તમે 40 થી 100નું કહ્યું ને, ત્યાં પહોંચતા બહુ વાર નહીં લાગશે, કારણ કે રોડમેપ તૈયાર છે, પોલિસીસ તૈયાર છે, એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશન સિસ્ટમ આખી તૈયાર છે, અને સામને બેઠેલા સૌ લોકોને આ રાજ્ય સિવાય ક્યાંય વિશ્વાસ નથી. ઘણી બધી જગ્યા પર એવું કહેવામાં આવે કે ના ના ના, ગુજરાત કરતાં તો અહીંયા ઇન્સેન્ટિવ વધારે સારા છે. એટલે હું એને એક વેપારીનો દીકરો છું, એટલે હું ઘણીવાર મારા મનની અંદર એક પ્રશ્ન આવે, અને હું બી વેપાર ચલાવતો હતો, એટલે મને અંદાજો છે કે વેપારી સૌથી પહેલા શું વિચારે. તો એના બે બહુ સિમ્પલ નિયમ છે કે સૌથી પહેલા 5-10% ઇન્સેન્ટિવ વધારે મેળવવાના ચક્કરમાં આખી મૂડી તો નહીં જતી રહે ને. વેપારીના બે ખૂબ સિમ્પલ નિયમ મને સમજમાં આવ્યા છે, અને મારું એવું માનવું છે કે બે નિયમથી જે વેપારી ચાલે એને કોઈ દિવસ બીજો વાંધો નથી આવતો. પહેલો નિયમ એ હોય છે કે તમે જે ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કરો છો એ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ તમારા માટે નહીં, તમારી આવનારી પેઢી માટે કઈ રીતે સુરક્ષિત છે. આજે હું જે કરીશ એનો ફલ મને નથી જ મળવાનો, એનો ફલ મારા પછી જે આવશે એને જ મળવાનો છે, કે આ પછી એની બી પછીની પેઢીને મળશે. તો પહેલો નિયમ આ થઈ જાય. અને બીજો નિયમ કે તમે જે ઇન્વેસ્ટ કરો છો એ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટનું રિટર્ન સારું મળે. હવે પહેલા નિયમમાં હું તમને એટલું કહી શકું કે ગુજરાત એ ધરતી છે કે જ્યાં તમારા રોકાયેલા એક રૂપિયા, સિંગલ પેની, એ તમારી આવનારી પેઢી પૂરતી જ નહીં, 10 પેઢી સુધી ગુજરાતની ધરતી પર તમારું કરેલું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ સુરક્ષિત હતું, છે અને રહેશે. બીજા નિયમમાં અહીંયા બેઠેલા સૌ લોકો ખૂબ સારી રીતે જાણે છે કે કચ્છમાં ભૂકંપ પછી જ્યારે મોદી સાહેબે કચ્છની અંદર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ લઈ જવાનો પ્રયાસ ચાલુ કર્યો, ત્યારે જે લોકોને સમજ પડી એ લોકોનો ન્યાલ થઈ ગયા છે. જેટલી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ ત્યાં છે એનો ગ્રોથ જુઓ તમે, એક નહીં 1000 ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝનો તમે ડેટા નીકાળી શકો છો. કચ્છની ધરતીનો એ પ્રતાપ છે કે ત્યાં ચાલુ કરાયેલા વેપારનો તમે ગ્રોથ જોઈ લો. આખા ઇન્ડિયાના કોઈ બી સેક્ટરની અંદર તમને આ ગ્રોથ નહીં મળે જેટલો ગ્રોથ કચ્છની અંદર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝને મળ્યો છે. રિટર્ન ગુજરાતની અંદર દેશભરના કોઈ બી રાજ્યમાં જતા રહો, ગુજરાતની અંદર સૌથી સારું રિટર્ન તમને મળશે. બે રીતે મળશે. એક તો તમારી વેલ્યુએશન હંમેશા વધતી જશે, અને બીજું તમે બ્રાન્ડેડ સ્ટેટમાં છો તો લોકોને બી તમારા પર વિશ્વાસ આવશે. એટલે હું ગુજરાતના ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ મિનિસ્ટર તરીકે હું એટલું પાક્કું કહી શકું છું કે આ બે ગેરંટીથી જે બી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ આવશે એ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝને ભવિષ્યમાં બી કોઈ દિવસ કોઈ બીજો વાંધો નથી આવવાનો. આપણે સૌને ગર્વ થવું જોઈએ કે 27.2% એટલે દેશભરમાં જો 100 યુનિટ વિન્ડથી જો એનર્જી પ્રોડ્યુસ થતું હોય તો એમાંથી 27.2% હિસ્સો આપણા લોકોનો છે, ગુજરાતનો. એટલે ગુજરાત આજે એમાંય ટોપ કરે છે. હું વાંચી રહ્યો હતો કે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી ટોટલ પ્રોડક્શન જે છે એમાં આપણું પ્રોડક્શન ટોટલ 64% અબવ 64% છે. જે આપણે 100 યુનિટ અગર વાપરતા હોઈએ તો ગુજરાતની અંદર 64%થી વધારે યુનિટ આપણે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી વાપરીએ છીએ, જે દુનિયાની અંદર બહુ ઓછા દેશની અંદર આ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થા હશે. દેશમાં તો કોઈ રાજ્ય કોમ્પિટિશનમાં ઊભું રહી શકે એમ જ નથી. એટલે એમાંય અહીંયા બેઠેલા સૌ લોકોના ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક પ્રયાસથી, મહેનતથી આજે આપણે નંબર 1 છે. આખા દેશની અંદર આપણે મોદી સાહેબને ખરેખર એમાં તો માનવા પડે. આખા દેશની અંદર અલગ અલગ વ્યવસ્થાઓ થકી કોઈક યુનિટ ફ્રી આપે, કોઈક બીજું કરે, પણ આ મોદી સાહેબ બી કંઈક ને કંઈક એવું વિચારે ને કે માણસને ક્યારેય એવું ના લાગે કે હું મફત લઉં છું અને તોય એ પોતે એને સંપૂર્ણ મફતમાં વીજળી કઈ રીતે મળી શકે, આત્મસન્માન એનું ના તૂટે, એ પ્રકારની વ્યવસ્થાઓ સાહેબ કોઈ કરી શકે ને તો એ જ કરી શકે, બાકી કોઈ આજ તક કરી જ નહીં શક્યું. તમે વિચારો કે ગુજરાતની અંદર રૂફટોપ સોલારની અંદર આખા દેશની અંદર જે આંકડો છે એમાં 30%થી વધારે શેર આપણો છે. 7.5 લાખ ઘરોમાં રૂફટોપ સોલાર લાગી ગયા છે ગુજરાતમાં. આ છે આપણી ગુજરાતની સિસ્ટમ. હવે એ 7.5 લાખ ઘરોની અંદર જો તમે ખરેખર જઈને કોઈ સારી રીતે એને ઇવેલ્યુએટ કરશે ને તો તમને અંદાજો આવશે કે વ્યક્તિને પોતાના રૂફટોપ સોલર આપવા, વ્યવસ્થાઓ કરવી, વીજળી બી ફ્રીમાં પહોંચી જાય, એટલે સંપૂર્ણ માણસને ઘરની અંદર જે બચત થાય ને એ બચતથી એક બાળકને એ સારી રીતે ભણાવીને મોટો કરી શકે ને એટલી બચત કરતા એમને કરી નાખ્યા. અને યોજના થકી આપણી રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીનો બી ઉપયોગ વધુમાં વધુ થયો. આ આપણો એટલો જ વિષય નથી. ગુજરાત એના સિવાય બી એક વિષયની અંદર ટોપ કરી રહ્યું છે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં. એ શું હોઈ શકે? હા, મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ. તમે આખી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ આપણા ત્યાં કઈ રીતે ઊભી થઈ એનું કોઈ સેક્રેટરીએટમાં સૌથી પહેલાં એક ટીમે એને ઇવેલ્યુએટ કરવું જોઈએ, એનું રિસર્ચ કરવું જોઈએ કે 2002થી આ યાત્રા ચાલુ થઈને 2026માં આપણે અહીંયા સુધી કઈ રીતે પહોંચી શક્યા. તો એક માત્ર ને માત્ર એ કારણ નથી કે ખાલી પોલિસી આવી. પોલિસી જોડે જોડે આપણે પ્રોડક્શન બી અહીંયા લાવ્યા. પ્રોડક્શન અહીંયા લાવ્યા તો ગુજરાતની અંદર આજે તમે બીજા સ્ટેટની અંદર 4 સ્ટેટ દૂર જે પેનલ મોંઘી પડે એના કરતાં આપણે લોકોને કોસ્ટિંગની અંદર ફરક પડ્યો, કારણ કે ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટેશન કોસ્ટની અંદર ફરક પડવાનો. તો આ બધા જ વિષયોને આપણે એક ઇકોસિસ્ટમની અંદર કઈ રીતે લાવી શક્યા તે બી બહુ મહત્ત્વનું છે. એટલે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં સ્ટેટ ગવર્મેન્ટ ભૂતકાળમાં એટલે 2002થી ચાલુ થયેલી આ યાત્રામાં આજે બી આપણે નંબર 1 છે એટલે આપણે આરામ કરવાવાળા લોકો નથી. આપણે ઓછું ના ખપે ભાઈ. 65% કેમ? આપણે જે એનર્જી પ્રોડ્યુસ કરીએ છીએ એના કરતાં 50% વધારે કઈ રીતે જઈ શકીએ ને એ વિચારવાવાળા લોકો આપણે લોકો છે. એટલે આપણે ક્યારેય એવું નહીં માનવું જોઈએ કે વિન્ડ એનર્જીની અંદર અમે ટોપ છે, રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીની અંદર અમે ટોપ છે, રૂફટોપ સોલરની અંદર અમે ટોપ છે, મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગની અંદર અમે નંબર 1 છે. એ આંકડો કે એ નંબર્સ પ્રાપ્ત કરીને આપણા મનને સંતોષ ના થાય. આપણે અવિરતપણે હજી આગળ વધતું જવાનું છે. આપણે આપણા રાજ્યનું ભલું કર્યું, હવે ભવિષ્યની અંદર દેશની અંદર વધુમાં વધુ આપણે ભલું કઈ રીતે કરી શકીએ, બીજી જગ્યાઓ પર મદદ કઈ રીતે કરી શકીએ એ દિશામાં આપણે આગળ વધવા માટે ખાસ કરીને સંકલ્પબદ્ધ છે. અને મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલના માર્ગદર્શનમાં અનેક નવી પોલિસીઝ ઋષિકેશભાઈ છેલ્લા અનેક દિવસોથી હું જોતો હતો કે એમના એનર્જીની ટીમ જોડે મળીને નવી પોલિસીઝ આપ સૌ લોકોને સહયોગમાં કઈ રીતે બનાવી શકાય અને ખૂબ સારી પોલિસીઝ લાવ્યા છે. અને ભવિષ્યની અંદર બી મને 100% વિશ્વાસ છે કે એનર્જી વિભાગ દ્વારા આપ સૌ કોઈ બી નવા વિચારો જોડે આવશો તો એ ટીમ મજબૂત ટીમ છે અને હંમેશા લોકોને મદદ કરવાવાળી ટીમ છે. તો તમને લોકોને સહયોગ બી એની અંદર જરૂરથી મળશે. આવા કોન્ફરન્સીસના માધ્યમથી જરૂરથી સરકાર અને ખાસ કરીને ઇન્વેસ્ટર્સ હોય કે પછી રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં રિસર્ચ કરતી ટીમ હોય, આ બધા જ લોકોની વચ્ચે એક બ્રિજનું કામ આ પ્રકારની કોન્ફરન્સ કરતી હોય. પણ મારી એક વિનંતી છે કે આપણે આજે કોન્ફરન્સ ચાલુ થયું, સાંજે પૂરું થઈ જાય એટલું પૂરતું નહીં. કિરણભાઈને વિનંતી છે કે એમની ટીમને લગાડીને આખા દિવસની અંદર જે કોઈ ઇસ્યુ આવે ને એ ઇસ્યુમાં સરકાર શું કરી શકે છે, શોર્ટ ટર્મ ગોલ શું હોઈ શકે, લોંગ ટર્મ ગોલ શું હોઈ શકે, એની એક નોટ બી જરૂરથી સરકારને આપવી જોઈએ, જેથી આપણે ભવિષ્યની અંદર આ પ્રકારની જ્યારે ચર્ચાઓમાં બેઠા હોઈએ તો એ નોટના માધ્યમથી આપણે લોકો કંઈક વધારાનું કરી શકીએ. તો રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં આપણે ટોપ થઈને બેસી નથી ગયા એ કહેવા આવ્યો છું હું તમને. હમણાં જ વર્લ્ડ ઇકોનોમિક ફોરમમાં મેં જોયું છે કે ઇન્ડિયાની ડિમાન્ડ એ વર્લ્ડ માર્કેટમાં ખૂબ અદ્ભુત છે અને જે ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ આપણા સૌ માટે આવી રહી છે ને એ તમે કલ્પના ના કરી શકો એ પ્રકારની ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ ભારતમાં આવી રહી છે. અને મારા જેવા યુવાનને આ વર્લ્ડ ઇકોનોમિક ફોરમની અંદર ભારતનો દબદબો જે જોઈને આનંદ થયો છે એ આનંદ એ અદ્ભુત હતો. તમે કલ્પના કરો કે આજુબાજુમાં અનેક દેશોના પેવિલિયન હોય અને ભારતનું પેવિલિયન, હું માત્ર ગુજરાતી તરીકે ત્યાં નહીં ગયેલો હતો, હું ભારતીય તરીકે ત્યાં ગયેલો હતો, એટલે હું સૌથી પહેલાં ઇન્ડિયાની વાત કરવા માગું છું, ભારતની વાત કરવા માગું છું. ભારતના પેવિલિયનમાં દરેક રાજ્યની અંદર સવારે 7, 7:30 વાગ્યાથી મિટિંગો ચાલુ થાય અને 10 વાગ્યા સુધી કોઈની દુકાન ખાલી ના થાય ને એ પ્રકારની પરિસ્થિતિ મેં પોતે જોઈ છે અને એ જોઈને મને ખૂબ આનંદ થયો. અહીંયા બેઠેલા જેટલા બી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલિસ્ટ હશે, જેને અનુભવ હશે આ દેશના અલગ અલગ રાજ્યનો, સાહેબ મોદી સાહેબ શું કરી શકે ને એનો સૌથી મોટું ઉદાહરણ તમે જો, આસામ, ઝારખંડ એ વર્લ્ડ લેવલ પર પોતાના સ્ટેટ માટે ત્યાં પીચ કરી રહ્યા હોય, ત્યાંના યુવાનો માટે રોજગારી લઈ જવા માટે, અને આખું ભારત ડેલિગેશન જે પ્રકારે ત્યાં પરફોર્મ કરી રહ્યું હતું એ અદ્ભુત હતું. અને સાથે સાથે ઇન્ડિયાની વાત થતી હોય તો ગુજરાત ક્યારેય પાછળ હોય જ નહીં સાહેબ. અને મોટામાં મોટી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ ભવિષ્યની અંદર નવા સેક્ટર્સની અંદર ગુજરાતમાં ખૂબ સારી રીતે ખુલવા જઈ રહી છે. તો આ એક અદ્ભુત પ્રયાસ હતો, એક અદ્ભુત અનુભવ હતો. અને એ અનુભવના આધારે હું એટલું કહી શકું છું કે તમારામાં જો મહેનત કરવાની કેપેસિટી હશે ને તો ગુજરાત અને ભારતમાં ક્યારેય તમે કામ વગરના નહીં બેઠા હશો. તમારામાં જેટલી કેપેસિટી હશે એનાથી વધારે કામની શક્યતાઓ તમારી સામે આવવાની છે. અને એ જ રીતે કાલે જે મધર ઓફ ડીલ જે આપણે કહીએ છીએ, મધર ઓફ ઓલ ડીલ્સ, હું કાલે રાત્રે જ્યારે સ્ટડી કરી રહ્યો હતો, એ આમ તમે આંકડાઓ જોશો ને તો એના ગુજરાત, ચાહે કેમિકલ સેક્ટરની વાત હોય, ફાર્મા સેક્ટરની વાત હોય, રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી માટે જે નવી કમિટીઓ બની છે એની વાત હોય, જેમ્સ એન્ડ જ્વેલરીની વાત હોય, એગ્રીકલ્ચરની વાત હોય, અનેક સેક્ટરની અંદર જે આપણે ટેરિફ 0% ત્યાં થયા છે યુરોપિયન યુનિયનની અંદર, આપણે લોકો માટે ખૂબ મોટા સ્કોપ ખુલવાના છે. અમે સરકાર તરીકે તમે સૌ લોકો યુરોપિયન યુનિયનની અંદર જો કામ કરવાનું હશે તો તમારે ગ્રીન એનર્જી તરફ, રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી તરફ વળવું જ પડશે. એટલે અમે સરકાર તરીકે તમને કઈ રીતે સહયોગી થઈ શકીએ, અને ભારત જ્યારે યુરોપિયન યુનિયનની આ ડીલનો લાભ જ્યારે આખું ભારત લેવાનું હોય, એમાં સૌથી વધારે આપણે ગુજરાતમાંથી, ગુજરાતની ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ કઈ રીતે લઈ શકે તે માટે અમે હમણાંથી જ એનું વિઝન, એનું પ્લાનિંગ અને આખો રોડમેપ બનાવવા તરફ આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે. આ બધા જ ની અંદર ગુજરાતનો ખૂબ મોટો શેર છે, કારણ કે ભારતની અંદર જો મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ જેટલું થાય છે એમાંથી 18.5% શેર એ આપણો ગુજરાતનો છે. તો 18.5% તો નફો પાક્કો છે, પણ આપણે એ શેરને 25% તક કઈ રીતે પહોંચાડવું. અને કાલે ઇન્ડિયા યુનું જે આપણું જે નવી ડીલ થઈ છે એ ડીલની અંદર આપણે રાત દિવસ મહેનત કરીને વધુમાં વધુ લાભ આપણે ગુજરાતની અંદર કઈ રીતે લઈ શકીએ તે દિશામાં બી આપણે વિચારવાનું છે અને સાથે મળીને એની કામગીરી આગળ વધારવાની છે. આ બધા જ વિષયોની અંદર જે કુલ મલાઈને અમારું વિઝન અને મિશન એક જ છે કે ગુજરાતની અંદર એગ્રેસિવલી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ અમે લાવીએ, હજી બી વધારે. આપણે નંબર 1 છે, પણ હતા છીએ, પણ રહેવાનું બી છે. અને રહેવા માટે જે ટાર્ગેટ છે, જે મહેનત કરવી પડશે, મહેનત કરવા માટે એઝ એન સ્ટેટ ગવર્મેન્ટ ટીમ ગુજરાત તરીકે તમારી જોડે છે. સાથે સાથે અહીંયા બેઠેલા અનેક લોકો એવા હોય કે જે લોકો ભવિષ્યની અંદર પોતપોતાની ફિલ્ડની અંદર ઇન્ડિયાના ચેમ્પિયન કઈ રીતે બને. ચાહે તમે મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ સેક્ટરમાં હો, ચાહે તમે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી સેક્ટરમાં હો, ચાહે તમે ટ્રેડર હો કે તમે પછી રિસર્ચ કરતા હો, તમે જે બી ફિલ્ડમાં હો એ બધી જ ફિલ્ડની અંદર અમારો એક જ સંકલ્પ છે કે તમે દેશના નંબર 1 કઈ રીતે બનો, ફર્સ્ટ ફેઝ, અને સેકન્ડ ફેઝની અંદર તમે તમારી પોતાની ફિલ્ડની અંદર ગ્લોબલ લીડર કઈ રીતે બનો. આ બધું જ ત્યારે જ પોસિબલ છે જ્યારે તમે જે ફિલ્ડમાં હશો ત્યારે સૌથી પહેલું ક્વોલિટી ઓફ પ્રોડક્શન, તમારી પ્રોડક્ટની જે ક્વોલિટી છે એ સૌથી પહેલાં આવવી જોઈએ. અને સેકન્ડ, સ્કેલ જે છે આપણો એ મોટો હોવો જોઈએ, જેથી આપણે દુનિયાની સામે પહોંચી વળીએ અને વધુમાં વધુ આપણું માર્કેટ શેર બનાવી શકીએ. રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીના આ કોન્ફરન્સમાં કુલ મલાઈને તમારી જે કંઈ ચર્ચા થશે એ ચર્ચા પર અમે જરૂરથી આવનારા દિવસોની અંદર પ્રયાસ કરશો કે તમને લોકોને વધુ ઉપયોગી કઈ રીતે થઈ શકીએ. રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીની અંદર સ્ટાર્ટઅપ માટે ખાસ કરીને હું એવું માનું છું, આજે એક નોટ વાંચી રહ્યો હતો, એના જે સજેશન્સ જે આવેલા છે, જે સજેશન અહીંયાથી બધા જ લોકોના જે આવ્યા છે, એમાં ખાસ કરીને રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં હજી સુધી આપણે ગુજરાત સ્ટાર્ટઅપમાં બી નંબર 1 છે. 6 વર્ષ આપણે કન્ટિન્યુઅસ સ્ટાર્ટઅપની અંદર દેશભરમાં નંબર 1 પર રહ્યા છે. પણ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીની અંદર સ્ટાર્ટઅપની અંદર કોઈ રિસર્ચ કરવા માંગતું હોય, કોઈ સ્પેશિયલ પ્રોજેક્ટ્સ હોય, તો એની અંદર બી સરકાર તમને કઈ રીતે ફાઇનાન્શિયલી મદદ કરી શકે તે દિશામાં બી અમે લોકો જરૂરથી ગંભીરતાપૂર્વક તમારા સહયોગી રહી શકીએ છીએ. આ દિશામાં જે રિસર્ચર્સ હોય, જે તમારા લોકોના સંપર્કમાં હોય, એ પોતપોતાની આઈડિયાઝ જોડે એનર્જી ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટની અંદર કે સરકારના સ્ટાર્ટઅપમાં આવીને મળી શકે છે. અને ક્યાંક કંઈક પોલિસીની અંદર જો કોઈ તકલીફ પડતી હશે સ્પેશિયલ કેસીસની અંદર, તો એમાં બી અમે તમને મદદ કરવા માટે સંપૂર્ણ તૈયાર છે. થેન્ક્સ અ લોટ. આપ સૌ લોકોનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર.
ગુજરાતને રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી ક્ષેત્રે અગ્રેસર કરવા માટેની આપની કટિબદ્ધતા માટે, આપની પ્રેરણા અને માર્ગદર્શન માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય ઉપમુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી આપનો. અને આપની વિશેષ પ્રેરણા એણે આપણો ઉમળકો, આપણો આવકાર ભાવ અને આપણો આભાર ભાવ બમણો કર્યો છે. અને આ જ આભાર ભાવને આપણે ફૂલ અને શોલ ભેટ કરીને અભિવ્યક્ત કરીશું. તો હું વિનંતી કરું છું પ્રશાંત ગઢવી, એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ ડિરેક્ટર ધ સેક્રેટરીએટને, કે માનનીય હર્ષભાઈ સંઘવીનું આ પ્રસંગે અભિવાદન કરશો. આભાર. વિનંતી કરીશું મહુવા વેંકટેશ, એડિટર ધી સેક્રેટરીએટને, કે માનનીય મંત્રી શ્રી ઋષિકેશભાઈ પટેલને શોલ અને બુકે અર્પણ કરશો. આવો ખૂબ ખૂબ તાળીઓથી મંત્રીશ્રીને આપણે વધાવી લઈએ. ઉર્જા વિકાસના ક્ષેત્રે સતત જેઓ પ્રયાસરત છે અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની સાથે રહીને સૌના પ્રશ્નો માટે અને ગુજરાતને અગ્રીમ હરોળમાં મૂકવા માટે, ઉર્જા ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસ માટે તત્પર. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. વિનંતી કરીશું નીરજ અત્રી, CEO ધ સેક્રેટરીએટને, કે માનનીય પ્રિન્સિપલ સેક્રેટરી શ્રી અશ્વિની કુમાર શ્રીનું આપ અભિવાદન કરશો. ધન્યવાદ. અને આ પ્રસંગે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીના કેટલાક મહાનુભાવો પણ માનનીય મંચસ્થ મહાનુભાવનું અભિવાદન કરશે. તો આઈ રિક્વેસ્ટ શ્રી કિશોર ઝાલા, પ્રેસિડેન્ટ GFSI, and શ્રી કુંજ શાહ, chairman of Energy Committee of GCCI, to please come forward and present a memento to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sir, Shri Harshbhai Sanghvi. આવો આપણે બધા ખૂબ ખૂબ તાળીઓથી વધાવી લઈએ. આજે એમની વિશેષ ઉપસ્થિતિ આપણને સૌને એક ઉર્જા અને પ્રેરણા આપી રહી છે. ધન્યવાદ. આઈ રિક્વેસ્ટ શ્રી નિમિષ ફડકે, મેનેજિંગ ડાયરેક્ટર ઓફ ફેડરેશન ઓફ કચ્છ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ એસોસિએશન, and Paresh Bhatt, CEO of the Global Connect of SGCCI, to come forward and present a memento to Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri Rishikesh Bhai Patel. And I would request now Shri S.B. Dangayaj, founder, trustee of Innovative Thought Forum, and Shri Sachin Shah, co-chair of Energy Committee of GCCI, to come forward and present a memento to Shri Ashwini Kumar, Principal Secretary, Energy and Petrochemicals. ધન્યવાદ. અને આ પ્રસંગે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ્સને હું મંચ પર પધારવા વિનંતી કરીશ એક ગ્રુપ ફોટો માટે. મહાનુભાવો સાથે ગ્રુપ ફોટો માટે. રિપ્રેઝેન્ટેટિવ્સ ફ્રોમ GCCI, GFSI, FOCIA, SGCCI, ICC, our sponsors SR, Advait and CHEM. પહેલા ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝના મિત્રોને વિનંતી કે મંચ પર પધારશો અને ત્યારબાદ આપણે માનનીય સ્પીકર્સ જે આપણા સેશન્સના છે એમને વિનંતી કરીશું. સ્પીકર્સ સેકન્ડ ફોટો માટે આપ તૈયાર રહેશો સૌ. And now I would invite our speakers. ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય નાયબ મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રી અને માન્ય મંત્રીશ્રી આપનો આજની આપની આ વિશેષ ઉપસ્થિતિ માટે. અને આપણા સેશન ચાલુ જ રહેશે એટલે આપ સૌને અનુરોધ છે આપની જગ્યા આપ જાળવી રાખશો. I request all of you to please remain seated and we'll continue with our next session. Thank you one and all and best wishes for a very successful conclave. Thank you.
Those were wonderful address from the dignitaries, very inspiring. And now the session which we all have been waiting for, policy presentations from the department stalwarts. So while we set up the fourth session, I think majority officers have as per protocol gone probably with the ministers. We can have the Mr. Gulab Singh Guirassy.
Well, while we get ready for our next session, may I call upon Mr. Gulab Singh Guirassy to come and make his presentation. In the morning, we ran short of time. If you could please come up, sir, and make your presentation. And by the time we can set it up for the next session.
Hello, good afternoon. Can we request him to upload the presentation? I have given the presentation. If so, I'll start in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did they? Okay. So we are of course short of time, so I'll just try to rush you through this small presentation. Few slides, but most of them are pictures. And okay, take it. Thank you. See, Dr. Singh Saab must have already given you some overview of what Agri-PV is. My background is, I worked for Agriculture University for 5 years. I worked for MSEB, that is Generating Company of Maharashtra, as director for 5 years. Born in a farmer's family, had good land holding. And then I have done some very large projects in solar also. And realizing that big solar projects may be good for few things, but if we are to do good to the society, good to the environment, possibly then we must go for this Agri-PV. Just few things I would like. So this is what we all think. We always try to dream something and we do it today. Secondly, we always plan for tomorrow what we would need tomorrow. So these are few pictures. They will make sense very soon. Since most of the speakers have been speaking of these numbers, why Agri-PV? I'm just trying to answer that simple, short question. Suppose we are to project ourselves for 2030, 2047, 2070, net zero and all that. The land requirements are going to be massive, massive. So instead of doing that, what I am trying to do, suppose India is to do 500 gigawatt of solar. Of course, Gujarat will be doing 100 gigawatts of solar, going by the present percentage of Gujarat's RE or solar share. Then the land required would be, to put it in very simple words, we would require the land equivalent of Cyprus if we are to do solar without Agri-PV. And if we are to do solar for 100 gigawatt clear, then we would require area more than that of NCR Delhi. So that is going to be the land requirement if we are to do only plain vanilla solar. So, and then most of you, since industry people are here, they must have encountered what the trouble is to acquire farmer's land and to deprive him of the farming. So Agri-PV solves a lot of problems. I'll just focus on this case study. See, solar was misunderstood for some time when it was in the offing. Similarly, Agri-PV is also misunderstood to a very large extent. First thing they say, and as was rightly questioned by our consultant friend, what are the challenges? The first challenge is it's very cost prohibitive. बहुत पैसा लगेगा, बहुत बड़ा structure लगाना पड़ेगा, so on and so forth. Then second is, there is a safety issue. Laborers, machines, all those things. But in our project, which is 5-year-old, and it's at scale, it's on 52 acres, 10 megawatt DC, and without any subsidy, without any feed-in tariff, and without any support whatsoever, we have been sustaining, paying all our dues, and trying to demonstrate this as an Agri-PV project which can stand on its own. And the notion that it is cost prohibitive, we are trying to dispel that as well. So it had been a hard work. It had been rather coincidence that we as a team happen to have all those skill sets and connections, and that's why we could do this project. So these are few things which are nothing but, so this is how we have designed this project. The overall percentage increase because of agri-PV is just about 1.5% than the plain vanilla solar. We have not spent big amounts, 4 meter and all that. Our pictures would now show that the agri-PV is possible even with some simple design. We constructed this project in Corona period, commissioned it in June 21, and the project is still functioning very efficiently. Now, what are these benefits we have tried to give? See, honorable ministers have suggested, rather spoken very freely about social and environmental responsibility along with doing the RE. We have done this. About 10,000 farmers benefited, data empowered to 8 villages, and then the employment generation. Whenever we talk of solar, we say half a man day or half a person employment for 1 megawatt. But here we have demonstrated that per megawatt we could employ 4 people daily. So see, solar is not about displacing the local agricultural community. It's accommodating it. And that's why we are really proud of this project that we could do it. Secondly, we are possibly very few projects which have so far earned about 50,000 carbon credits. And they are registered on UCR. They are to be monetized at the earliest. And then we have tried different crops. And then the energy generation is also happening as it is. So these are the different crops we have tried so far. Had we been doing only agriculture, we would have required the same 52 acres. 10 megawatt DC is just a side product, byproduct. And so sometimes we jokingly say that energy is our byproduct, main is our agriculture. Now, I'm just trying to run you through some pictures which are on ground. I have not done any Photoshop. Whatever has happened on ground, we are just trying to bring some pictures. So we started with sheep grazing, and we still continue sheep grazing in a controlled manner, a mutual needs basis, as we have written. Then this is the first major crop we tried, geranium, that is the aromatic crop. But I must be very free to admit that we failed miserably, incurred the loss of about 15 lakhs because somehow this crop did not do well, and then the market prices of the geranium oil also crashed. That is Mr. Chetan Singh Solanki, who is Energy Swaraj guy, a lot of things to his credit. Then these are the things we keep doing, and this is a very successful crop. We do moringa. Pods, we even produce the export quality pods, moringa, sahajan, and we make best use of the shade. Since we dry the moringa leaves in the shade, it protects the aroma and color and texture. We are doing it big time there. We market it. We also have developed the value addition. We do distill the lemongrass oil. That is our second crop. This is how the crop looks like, mostly in interspaces. This is one of our favorite crops, very hardy, sturdy. This is Bengal karonda, which you get to eat in the pan cherries. Then these are the perennials, lemon trees. No one would believe that the solar project would accommodate lemon trees. See, the misunderstanding about lemon tree is it should be allowed to grow as much as it wants, but that is not the case. The best results of the lemon tree is if it is controlled at 8-10 feet, developed into good canopy so that the air and sunlight passes through, and we have good yield. Then since the project is in the 5th year, the flowering fruiting has already started. Then we have this mixed crop we try to utilize the contour. We have not done any cutting filling for this project. Our land is not very fertile, it's slightly rocky, hilly, but we designed the whole project along the contour, and since most of the slopes were south facing, we tried to plant the trees so that there is no shadow effect. We did very careful shadow analysis. So all these other crops also, 2 minutes? Yes, almost done. So onions, horse gram, and then we have, as they have cherry picking, we have watermelon picking. We do invite a lot of people. They come literally in cars. We allow them to pick whatever they like. We also undertook the seed production program, okra, then tuar vagera. And then basil, which is again a very staple crop. We keep taking it. We have floriculture, roses and marigold and all other things. The most shade-loving crop is coriander. We take on a very large scale. And then the students love our project. We do get lots of agricultural students, engineering students, and most of them now themselves consider as agri-PV students. And then these are the people who come and see. Dr. Saab has also visited our place, though it was night time. And then we do agriculture as if there is no solar, because we have designed it so safely that we keep doing. Then with GIZ and some other good agencies, we also organize the farmers training workshop, and that is also a good experience for us. And this is what Honorable Minister was talking about. What are you leaving for your generation and generation to next? Why we had to do agri-PV? Because I was a senior. I did 3 very large solar projects, and I myself had seen the land which was fertile, which was giving crops, and that was all covered with blue and black panels. And then I decided that no, I am not going to let that happen to my own land. And with lot of efforts, we could design this agri-PV project. This is in the 5th year, financially stable, without any abnormal incremental cost. This project is surviving. And then that is for the generation next to next. That's my grandson with me. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. And as we have promised you earlier also, we'll be doing a white paper and policy recommendations that will come from today and submitted to the ministry. Now we have one of the most important sessions of the day. We have the senior team from the senior energy team who will be making the presentation on the new policies, which will be subsequently be discussed as a panel discussion and will also be thrown open to the House for question and answer. So may I start with requesting Mr. Ajay Prakash, Managing Director, JEDA, to kindly come on the stage. Mr. Jani from GUANL to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Somesh Bandopadhyay from GACCL to kindly come on the stage, and Mr. Upendra Pandey from JETCO to please come and join us on the stage. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These are the people who are going to make and run the policies of renewable energy, connecting all of us. And may I request Shri Ajay Prakash to first start with the policy presentation on green hydrogen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope other people come back because we all want to give a presentation to a full house, but it seems some people have not come back. Anyway, As everybody knows, on Good Governance Day last Christmas, Energy and Petrochemicals Department came out with 3 policies. This is one of them. And we had been working on this policy for a long time. And since the release of this policy till today, I have personally showed this presentation on various platforms. So I believe at least half of you may have already seen it. Those of you who have not, for them this presentation is there. And before I come to this, just this morning I was in a different seminar in GRIT, which is Gujarat's equivalent of Niti Aayog. We were talking about net zero and emissions and all these things. So I think it is relevant before I go into the presentation. You know, as everybody knows all the stats, Gujarat's GDP is nearly 9% of India's GDP, and its emissions are also proportionate, nearly 10%. So the challenge in front of Gujarat today is, like the national goal, we also want to be a developed state by 2047. Now we want to be a developed state, which means we want to increase our GDP. We want to be a $3.5 trillion economy by then, which means we are going to use more and more energy, which means the emissions are going to increase, but emissions should not increase. That is the challenge. Development has to be there without emissions. So the answer is obviously we have to develop a whole range of renewable energy matrix, and green hydrogen is an important part of that. Just some time back, one of the ministers was telling Gujarat has to go from around 40 gigawatts to 100 gigawatts. This is not an easy task, but obviously it can be done, and it requires an integrated approach. That is why. So I commend the Secretariat for inviting us here, because we want to make sure that whatever policies we are releasing, it is for investors, it is for a wide audience. So it's not just for policymakers. So I'll just get on with the presentation now. So this was just a background. And one more reason, you know, as I said, we had been working on this policy for almost 2 years, a green hydrogen policy. And normally Gujarat is always the first state to come out with any policy, whether it is the wind energy policy of '93 or solar energy policy of 2009 or hybrid solar wind hybrid policy a few years back. And there are a whole lot of other policies. Gujarat was always number 1 or number 2 at least. But this policy, it came out pretty late. Almost 7 or 8 states have already come out with the policy. So even though we were a little bit late, this gave us a big advantage in that we could take the best parts of their policy, because once you come out with a policy, then there are lots of feedback from industry and stakeholders. So we were able to get the best inputs based on their policies, based on Government of India's papers, and that is why I can say that at present, if you compare it to any of the other states' policies, Gujarat's green hydrogen policy is definitely the best. So, and the need to come out with a policy in Gujarat was felt even more, because in Gujarat, everybody knows Gujarat is number 1 in manufacturing, number 1 in, when it comes to refinery and fertilizers, it's also the largest in the country. So both these sectors use a lot of hydrogen. Now the color of hydrogen obviously is grey in that, but color does not mean anything. It is simply that it is not clean hydrogen. It comes from fossil fuels. So a lot of grey hydrogen is already being used in the state. So the challenge in front of us, or what we want to achieve, is convert that grey to green. We want to go from fossil fuels to clean energy. That is why it is even more important that this policy should have come out, because when a policy comes out, there is a stability of investors get a sense of government's commitment to the sector, because even otherwise there have been lots of pilots which have been already started in Gujarat. Lots of green hydrogen plants have actually come up without even the policy being there. So policy aids that process. That is why a policy is important, because it signals the industry that the government is committed to this sector. So with these words, I'd like to just get on with the presentation. This is just the index, what all I'm going to speak. This is what I was just talking about, that at present Gujarat's grey hydrogen consumption is nearly it's written 1.6, but it is nearly 1.8 MMTPA now. And most of it you can see is fertilizer is more than half, it uses more than half, and nearly a quarter is used by the refinery sector. So this is where we want to make a difference. And obviously there are some new use cases, which is, it is used in cement, it is used in steel, it is used in glass, it is used in chemicals, it is used in many other sectors which are all coming up. So this demand is estimated to increase to around 2.2. It is written 2, but nearly it is going to be 2.2 in 5 years' time. And that is why, you know, there is an offtake already available, because if producers produce green hydrogen, this can be used here itself, you can see that it is 30% of national demand. So out of India's total demand, 30% is available in this state. So that is what we are targeting. So by 2030, it will be more than 2 MMTPA and still be around 30-35% of India's demand. And if we convert to green hydrogen, obviously there will be lots of reduction in the natural gas that we import. Our import bills will be reduced and obviously the emissions will be reduced. That is our primary concern. So this slide is about why we want to go to green hydrogen and where it is going to be used. What are the key sectors? These are, for those who don't know what types, how many types of hydrogen are there. The grey hydrogen, which is predominantly being used in the industry at present, the source is natural gas, basically it is fossil fuel, and it's a process called steel methane reforming through which grey hydrogen is used, and you can see it has a high carbon footprint. Then there is something called blue hydrogen. It is simply grey hydrogen which is captured, that becomes blue hydrogen. And then what we are focusing on is the green hydrogen. It comes, the process is electrolysis, where you oxidize water molecules and then oxygen comes out, hydrogen ions are then fused with electrons and then pure hydrogen is produced. So electrolysis is the main process. There are various processes like there is a membrane, there is a liquid alkaline electrolyzer. So these are types. There's another one which we have mentioned is biomass. Biomass can also be used to make green hydrogen. There is a gasification process, there is a pyrolysis process through which green hydrogen is produced, but it is not commercially, nobody is using it as much. All the pilots that are set up have been on electrolysis, and we are also focusing more on electrolysis only. There's also something called pink hydrogen. Pink hydrogen is simply, instead of RE, if you used nuclear energy, it becomes pink hydrogen. And obviously the grey one is high carbon footprint and the green and pink one are low carbon footprints. These are the usages. The usages that I mentioned, industry. Apart from that, there is blending. It can be used in blending, it can be used in aviation fuel, it can be used in shipping, it can be used for power generation also. The various uses are there. This is just a limited slide that we have presented. Now this is just a definition. I'm sure everybody is aware. In simple words, in the first sentence, if I have to condense it, if you use RE to produce hydrogen, it becomes green hydrogen. That is all we are saying in these 3 lines. And second line, what we are saying is that as per Government of India's definition, if in production of 1 kilogram of green hydrogen, no more than 2 kgs of CO2 is produced, then it is considered green. Actually, 0 should be produced, but even if up to 2 kgs are produced, it is still considered green hydrogen. Same goes for conversion of biomass. And this is just a summary of what I've just said, that we use RE, we use electrolysis process, and then it is stored, it is transported, and then it is used in various industrial applications. And organic matter is the source in biomass based. Now, this is the part of the policy. Our vision is basically to aid India's sustainable growth. That is what we have written, that energy security is also required because we don't want to be too much dependent on fuel imports that we are doing at present. Mission, what is the mission? Mission is, India's mission is to produce 5 MMTPA. Our mission is to produce 3 MMTPA. So we want to produce 60% of India's target. So it's a very ambitious target, and it is in line with the Panchamrit commitment given by Honorable Prime Minister in Glasgow's COP. And what are the goals? Obviously, Panchamrit commitment has to be met. India's nationally determined contributions and SDGs, there are SDG 7, which is about clean energy, SDG 13 is about climate. So all these goals will be met. It will also aid in Gujarat's decarbonization journey, because we want to decarbonize, we want to achieve net zero even much before India. Our country wants to do it by 2070, we want to do it by 2047. That's a stated ambition. And obviously these objectives are where the statistics come. Our aim is to produce 30 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity, and that translates into, for this much electrolyzer capacity, if you multiply by, let's say, 2.5 or somewhere around that, you will be needing 75 gigawatts of renewable energy for that. And if we do that, then obviously this will require lots of investment, which will be to the tune of 5 lakh crores. It could be more, it could be less. And 6 lakhs jobs is what we think this sector will generate. Obviously these are not direct jobs. Direct jobs will be lesser, but direct plus indirect would be somewhere in the range of 6 lakhs. And as I said earlier, lots of natural gas import that will be reduced. So we estimated it will be around 2 MMTPA. And finally, lots of emissions will be reduced. And this is the strategy that we'll be using. So like starting from there, entire value chain has to be strengthened, which includes upstream. Upstream means production of green hydrogen, midstream means logistics, storage, downstream means finally reaching to the end consumer. Then the second part is facilitate development through of green hydrogen and its derivatives. Derivatives means something like ammonia or and through land allocation and subsidies. Subsidies are what we are talking about. Land allocation is already being done in many cases. Enable exports of GHN derivatives by positioning Gujarat as a hub. So we also want to develop Gujarat as a green hydrogen hub, which I'll be talking about later. And obviously government cannot do everything alone. We need public-private partnership. The private sector has to pitch in. In fact, private sector is the one who is leading it. Government can only create an environment for this sector to take off. Then research and development, obviously one of the ministers was also saying that we need to do more and more R&D, support startups. And then obviously skill development is required. Any new RE comes, you need to enhance and build the capacity of people. And here, this is the definition of developer. Who can be a green hydrogen developer? You can see it's a very flexible definition. Anyone can be a green hydrogen developer. Even an individual can be a green hydrogen developer. Now, what are the projects that are eligible? The projects are which are new. After the policy has been released, only projects which have been set up after that will be considered. And the renewable energy sources must be registered, whether in Gujarat or elsewhere, it doesn't matter. It could be inside Gujarat, but it could be part of domestic tariff area or special economic zone or EOUs. So definitions are all very broad. And this is what we are trying to, this is the main slide. We have already allotted 2.62 lakh hectares land in Kutch and Banaskantha area for large players, bigger players. And this process is also ongoing. We are continuing to allot more and more land to them. But this policy primarily targets the smaller players. You can say MSMEs or players who are not very big, who do not have the resource or wherewithal to set up GH projects all by themselves. So although we have allotted land, our focus is mainly on projects which have electrolyzer capacity between 1 and 10 megawatts. Not less than 1 because it is not really not practical, and not more than 10. So if you set up a plant with an electrolyzer capacity which is more than 10, you will not be eligible for benefits under this policy. That is what we are trying to do, because we are trying to create a whole ecosystem, because the bigger players can themselves take care of the of the resources, but it is the medium and smaller players who government wants to help, and that is why we are limited it to 10 megawatts. So before that, let's read this. Electricity duty is exempted on all RE projects in Gujarat at present. It will be also applicable to green hydrogen. Cross subsidy surcharge, additional surcharge is not applicable for captive projects in Gujarat. It will be applicable to GH projects also. And we are talking also about desalination plants. Actually, they should come with the hub, but we are trying to incentivize green hydrogen hubs in the state. And one of the important points in that is to set up desalination plants. Because how will you produce green hydrogen? You need three things. You need land, first of all. That has already been taken care of. Then secondly, you need renewable energy, RE supply. So RE supply, we have not focused much here because it is anyway very cheap in Gujarat. Now, water is a problem in Gujarat because you will need lots of pure quality water to for use in electrolyzers. So if you set up desalination plants, we'll give you 20% subsidy on that. I'll come to this later on when I talk more about hubs. And there are lots of incentives available under the industrial policy of Gujarat. So if the benefits are not same or similar, you can avail benefits there as well as here in both the policies. For example, we are not incentivizing manufacturing here because manufacturing is a domain of industrial policy. So you can avail benefits from there as far as manufacturing is concerned, and for rest of the things you can avail benefits here. And this is what is the main subsidy that we are giving, that if you set up an electrolyzer, we'll give you 20% subsidy up to that. Obviously, everything is capped. The details are in the policy. And something which is not in the policy of other states, desalination plant is also not covered in the policy of any other state, as far as I know. And when you produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, oxygen is a byproduct. Nobody is subsidizing oxygen in any other states. But if you set up a bottling plant, oxygen bottling plant, we'll give you 20% subsidy on that as well. Another thing which no other state is doing, that if you set up the plant with link it to battery energy storage, then we'll give you 20% subsidy on that also. So it is 20% for battery, 20% for oxygen bottling plant, 20% for electrolyzer. All of them are separate. You can avail all three benefits. And obviously transmission wheeling charges for 5 years will be completely reimbursed. Not completely, sorry, half will be reimbursed. And we have kept something similar for biomass based projects also. And land registration, stamp duty, they will also be reimbursed by us. So this is what we are focusing on. So this will help the medium level players. Then obviously we want to create some demand. As I said, the demand is already there, but to create additional demand, in fact, we are trying to nudge the industry, going towards this. So we want that if you set up a refueling station for green hydrogen, you will be giving you 30% capex subsidy. At present in India, there is only one fueling station as far as I know, it's in Ladakh. But it has started. In future, it can be there because this policy is for 10 years. Normally, government policies are for 5 years. Every other state's policy is expiring in 2030. Our policy is there till 2035. So it's a longer period. So there is a policy stability for 10 years. That's also one point which other states don't cover. Then next 2 points are, we are talking about if you have buses or heavy off-road vehicles, on-road off-road heavy duty vehicles or buses, then we'll be giving you 30% subsidy. At present, we are limited it to government institutions, government departments like say corporations, urban development department, transport department. But if the demand is more, then we'll be opening it up. Then obviously, there's one important point that we have added here for MSMEs to use green hydrogen. Why would anybody green hydrogen? Because grey hydrogen comes at around say 200 or less than 200 rupees, and green hydrogen would cost probably around 350 to 400 rupees. So there's a gap of 100 to 150 rupees. These figures keep on changing depending on the market situation, but at least there is a gap of 150 to 200 rupees at any rate. So with all our incentives, every subsidy, probably the gap will reduce to around probably less than 100 rupees. To reduce it even further, we'll give MSMEs rupees 50 per kilo subsidy, more over and above all the other subsidies, so that the difference between grey and green hydrogen, the cost reduces substantially, so that people are incentivized to go from grey to green. So I believe with all the inputs, all the interventions, the gap between grey and green hydrogen will not be more than 75 rupees if we go by our policy. And obviously we are also giving money for blending, rupees 50 per kg. At present, there is already some blending going on, up to 8 to 9% blending is already going on. There is a plant of NTPC in Kawas in South Gujarat. In their own PNG pipeline, they are blending around 8 to 9%. This Adani, they are blending around 2 to 3%. So this is already going on. So this is also what we are subsidizing, because in future city gas networks are going to have this thing. Then this is something we are very interested in doing, green hydrogen hubs. We want to create hubs because green hydrogen cannot exist in isolation. You cannot have one project somewhere and the other, because if you have it together, then it makes more financial economic sense. So developers who come forward to set up hubs in Gujarat, we will give them 20% subsidy or 35 crores. And by hub, we mean that there should be at least 10 units, at least one of them should be producer, at least 2 should be consumer. And this is over and above the desalination plant for which we will be giving subsidy. So we want the hubs to be in some areas where there is actually an offtake of green hydrogen. So we expect it to be in South Gujarat probably and in Kutch maybe. Then obviously we also want to set up R&D, because any new technology, it is not set in stone, it keeps on evolving. So we have set aside provision for this, and either we'll do it ourselves or we'll give it to some organization that can do this R&D better. Similarly, we have also kept rupees 50 crores for startups. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister was saying that startups should also be involved in RE. There are lots of startups in RE, but there are not many in green hydrogen. So this will be useful for them. We are going to set up some fund for startups also. So this was the main incentives or subsidies which we are trying to promote. All these are non-financial in nature. In this, we will be coordinating, we will be facilitating. So for land and water, obviously, the primary requirement is land. So GIDC can allot land. GIDC already allots land, but we will ask them to prioritize it. Green hydrogen will get priority in all land allotments by GIDC. They will also get priority in availability of water from GWSSB. So that is what we are going to facilitate. Similarly, regarding transmission, Pandey Saab is here, so probably he can talk about it more, but we will also coordinate with him to make sure that there is some kind of a green corridor, and so that this transmission is taken care of. So I'm not going much into that because since he's here. Now, green hydrogen hubs I talked about. So wherever the hubs will come, there are lots of other things that have to be taken care of. So we will be facilitating that. I'm not going too much into detail because there are lots of presentations after me. Storage transport, this is very important because storage is an issue with green hydrogen. In gaseous form, it is very difficult to transfer it anywhere because you have to pressurize it up to 500 bars, and it's in trailers, it's very difficult. So liquid transport of green hydrogen is possible. It is being done by converting it to ammonia. So that's what is happening, and that's the way forward. So we will be supporting that, and ports will also be developed which can bunker green hydrogen, which can transport green hydrogen, where facilities for transportation are there. So primarily we'll be dealing with GMB, Gujarat Maritime Board, so that this is done. Then, yeah, so storage, transport and port is done. And yeah, as I earlier said that you can avail benefits for electrolyzer manufacturing in Gujarat's industrial policy, and manufacturing hubs will be there that GIDC will do. We will coordinate and will facilitate. And centers of excellence, as I mentioned, 50 crores are set aside, that is going to be set up. And skill development center, as I said, 50 crores are set aside for that. So whatever I said earlier is just detailing here, and capacity building will be there. And this is the architecture of how decisions will be taken. The Apex committee will be headed by Honorable Chief Minister himself. They will decide the policy level incentives. For example, if you are the industry, you have feedback, your feedback will come to us, and if the feedback is found worthy, it will be taken to the Apex committee, where, so there will be a constant feedback, so that because any policy keeps on evolving. For example, an RE policy has recently been amended, for which somebody is going to talk about. So our policy is also not a set in stone policy, it can change based on your feedback. So that Apex committee will decide the policy level issues. The other committee, which is headed by the Honorable Minister Energy, they will take care of which projects to approve, and nothing will be arbitrary, everything will be done by tender. I missed one point there, that all the projects, if there are multiple claimants for subsidies, we will float a bid, and whoever bids lowest obviously will get it. And for government entities, Government of India's PSUs, the Government of Gujarat's PSUs, they will be allotted by Apex committee. So there will be no bids for government entities. And obviously nodal agencies, GPCL, we are going to frame, we are in the process of framing guidelines, SOPs, we are in the process of framing a single window system, so that you don't have to go from pillar to post, everything will be done at one place. We are soon starting from 1st April itself, registration of green hydrogen projects. And our portal is, we are going to set up a portal, online portal, so that it's completely, there is no paper here, it's completely online. And by the time it gets set up, we'll all start the offline registration also. So we are, as an nodal agency, we are supposed to take care of all the issues that come back from the industry. And this is the summary of what is the impact of on the state. As I said, we plan to have a 3 million metric tons per annum of production of green hydrogen, and for that 30 gigawatt of electrolyzers capacity will have to be set up, which translates to 75 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. So much investment is going to come, so many jobs are going to come, so much reduction of emissions, and natural gas import is going to be there. So thank you.
May I request Jani Saab from GUVNL to present the new renewable energy, the highlights.
Good evening. So state has already unveiled the policy on 24th December. Much has already been told. Targets are already fixed. Thank you. So based on stakeholder consultations and inputs from all others, integrated renewable energy policy 23 was upgraded. Of course, few more things were required, so same were incorporated in this integrated RE policy. So already target is set 100 gigawatt by 2030. Of course, other milestones are also set. That is 150 gigawatt by 2035 and 300 gigawatt by 2047. Thank you. So our vision is to achieve energy independence through affordable and reliable renewable energy. So basically we are shifting our energy requirement on renewables slowly. Of course we have crossed 25, roughly 24%. Now we are aiming 50% by 2030 in terms of energy. Installed capacity is already 65%. In terms of installation it is 65%. So this policy is valid till 31st December 2030 and benefits will be available to the projects commissioned under this policy up to 25 years. Then of course eligibility is same as 23 policy, no change, and it is single policy covering almost all renewable energy resources. Wind, solar, hybrid plus storage is introduced for stabilization and other purpose, and of course other resources like geothermal and others are also incorporated. So major thing, I will cover only major things in this because looking to the paucity of time. So transfer of all projects which are commissioned under all policies are allowed now in this policy. Second thing, continuation of this policy 23. The project registered under 23 will be allowed to commission under this policy. So there will be no change in that. All projects are covered, that is ground mounted floating solars. Again, food security is major important concern for us. So agrivoltaic is also incorporated. We are focusing on hybrids because again land and connectivity are major challenges all of us are facing, so hybridization will be one of the solution. Then type A means already commissioned project having solar or wind can be added other component, and B, that is greenfield hybrid projects. Then of course this is the one of the major thing which is covered under this policy which was not there in earlier policies, battery energy storage. Basically now we are crossing 25% in terms of energy, and of course intermittent natures of this renewable energy is creating issues and it will create issues. So energy storage solutions will be one of the solution. It is not the solution, but it is one of the solution. So of course up till now it was not there, so now we are introduced energy storage. Then again one major point which was again come out from this stakeholder consultation was time limit extension for project commissioning, captive third party projects. So earlier it was on megawatt basis, now it is on voltage class, and again we are proposing 6 months extension in terms of project commissioning as well as after commissioning of evacuation infrastructure 6 months additional, of course based on GRC decided rates. Then again wind repowering, it is aligned with national repowering policy. Repowering allowed without dismantling of wind projects, which is again, one of the view received from that consultation, that why you are dismantling entire site, you allow them to install new projects and then remove that old projects. So that is introduced. Then earlier it was 4 months, now it is 24 months for repowering. And of course, wind turbines completing 25 years must register under this. Now we are not going to allow, because they are installed on very rich wind sites, because old projects are on that side. So then extension of PPA is allowed, that for repowering up maximum 2 years, that is project duration. Then waiver of transmission charges. For that, if you are having 100 megawatt capacity project and if you are doing it in part, so you will be using 50 megawatt and 50 megawatt will be under repowering. So that 50 megawatt charges will be waived. Then priority in connectivity. Again, after repowering, you will get boost in your megawatt capacity. So you will need same megawatt extension over there only. You cannot ask for a connectivity at other place. So same is also, you will get priority in that. And of course, micro siting flexibility is also introduced, because there are 5D, 7D limitations, but it is proposed to relax that for particularly repowering purpose. Then again, no capacity restriction is there in terms of installation of renewable energy compared to your demand. Then energy banking, again same. Electricity duty, it will be governed through Act only. Then carbon credits, again you can avail that carbon credits. Then Akshay Urja Setu, again a game changer introduced last year. It has introduced almost highest level of transparency in connectivity. So again, it is a major change. And again, JATCO is disclosing that connectivity over there, portal as well as Akshay Urja portal. Then again, these new energy resources are introduced in this policy. Of course, SOPs will be introduced after this. Ocean energy, then geothermal, concentrated solar, thermal again. We are having photovoltaic, but we don't have CSPs. So we hope something will happen in that area. Then other technologies are also agrivoltaic. I think last presentation was regarding that. So we are promoting that. Again, food security will come in picture in next few years if we go like this in solar. So that is also covered. Small wind turbines, of course, up till now net metering it is solar only. Now in this policy it is introduced wind with small capacities. So again, we have installed solar in 2009-10 I think first, so that has completed, or I think 15 years. So end of life will come. So again, this policy is focusing on that circular economy and disposal and other matters. Then for private sector, they can, of course, park development was limited to government agencies only. Now again, up to 50 megawatt it is introduced for private developers. Then they can install weather stations, and of course therefore that procedures will be defined by JEDA. And prototype wind turbine, again for prototype wind connectivity was again major challenge, so it is addressed in this policy. And after installation, of course after 2 years, if it is registered under ALMM, then you can transfer that ownership also. Then consumer, that I have already covered, that small scale wind turbine up to 50 kilowatt can be installed. Then distributed RE, DREBP, we have already crossed 1000 megawatt PPAs in DREBP. Then surplus injection compensation is still we are holding that old policy of paying SIC rate for residential consumers only, for others it is removed. Non-obligated entities, again earlier it was not allowed to use for their renewable energy attributes. Now they can utilize it, or otherwise if they want to give it to DISCOM, they will get some benefits under that. Then for wind, wheeling agreements can be extended as per policy, and skilling and other major new changes are introduced in this policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we have the last presentation on the pump storage policy, which will be done by Mr. Somesh Bandyopadhyay, and post that we get into the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
It's quickly started. So, a very good afternoon to all, particularly Sri Kiran Bhai and his team, Mr. Prashant, and all the dignitaries present here, the industry leaders, the stakeholders, media. It's my proud privilege to be invited here and to express some of the views on this pump storage policy. And before that, I would like to have just to give some motivation how we can achieve what is going on in this field across the globe, across India, before exactly landing on these policy frameworks, which will be very, very in nutshell, because already it is in the public domain, but the few highlights will be discussed. I will start with the saying that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Electricity is such a commodity which has to be consumed at the time of production. That means it cannot be stored. So then why the storage system is coming up? Because it is not electricity. We are storing in different form. We are storing the electricity in either in a gravitational energy or the potential energy form, or you are storing it in a chemical energy form in the battery, or you are storing in the hydrogen, or there are plenty of like air, compressed CO2, lot of ways and means and lot of way now is coming up across the globe. Lot of studies are going on, but this pump electric storage is an age-old technology. I think it is in 1881 first the hydroelectricity. It is same as hydro. And here the most important thing, why so much of talk now across the globe that storage is given so much of thrust? Was it not required earlier? Definitely. There were pump storage in India also. We have currently 6,000, roughly running is around 5,000 megawatt. Very, very meager amount. Because there was no requirement. Who requires this? Is it a generation capacity? No, it is not at all a generation capacity. It is required by the system operator, by the grid management control center to mitigate or combat the vagaries of renewable energies. The free renewable energies must be harnessed, but with that there are a lot of difficulties coming up in the electricity grid. And to combat that, all such means are required, and one of them is the pump hydroelectric storage system. Now it is almost like a hydro plant. As you can see, there are, if I go back, here you can see what happens. The turbine is there in the middle of the tunnel, and there is the upper reservoir and then the lower reservoir, or it may be a water stream, a river flowing from up to down. Elevation difference is there. So if the water flows from up to the down, it generates electricity as it moves in the generating mode. Turbine is rotated by them. It's a conventional thing, age old, century old technology, and it is widely used. So where from the energy is coming? It is coming from the glaciers, from the water, the rains, the river is getting the water. But if we want the reverse of it, if the upstream water is not there, then you will not be able to generate. But if you use that reservoir or the area as a pond, we can, at the time of when the water is not there, we can collect the downstream reservoir water and pump it back to the upstream, and we can, at the time of high peak period of demand, we can generate electricity. So it is called on stream. And you will not believe, in Gujarat we have 2 such projects commissioned long back. Unfortunately, the pump mode of operation was not commissioned, that feature was not enabled, because we do not require that. But inbuilt feature is there in Sardar Sarovar 1200 megawatt power stations. That is a reversible turbine, can be operated as pump storage, as a pump in pump mode, and also the Kadana 240 megawatt. So now those are called on-stream pump storage. Now apart from that, there are 2 different types. One is, these are all upstream closed loop, upstream open loop. And across the world, if you see, almost 200 gigawatt of pump storage is there. Definitely headed by China, more than 60 gigawatt. And 90% are upstream closed loop. Upstream open loop, what is it? The water reservoir may be on the upstream or the downstream, one reservoir only. And the river or the nala or the stream is used as another reservoir. But in upstream closed loop, both the reservoirs are separate. There is no connection between the connection with the river, only for the makeup waters. And here this is the most desired way of doing, and there are plenty of potential across the globe. Wherever there is a height difference, territorial difference, geographical difference, even in Gujarat we have plenty. All over the world, if you Google it, you will find more than 8 lakhs of pump storage project sites are feasible. Gujarat, we have done some study with Vizag and Australian National University. We found around 59 viable sites. So we have worked on them also, did some pre-feasibility, and then did some feasibility studies. Also we are going on now doing the detailed project report preparations for around 15, 16 sites. So, though on-stream feasibility is less across the globe, across India, but upstream closed loop is environmentally very, very clear and no issues with the environmental, getting environmental clearances, and it's self-sufficient, only the makeup loss of water is here. But nevertheless, pump storage is always a load because the cycle efficiency is around 70 to 80%. That means if you consume 100 unit for pumping, you can deliver 70 unit as generator. So net you are a consumer, you are not a generator, mind that. Because Tehri Hydro, they claim their generation capacity is 2400 megawatt. Now they have 1000 megawatt pump storage. Their capacity is 1400 only. That is, you know which one is the highest hydro plant in India in one location? It is Koyna Hydro in Maharashtra on the river Koyna, 1960 megawatt. And world, I think everybody knows, Three Gorges Dam, 22,500 megawatt. And China has 4 such more than 10 gigawatt, 10,000 megawatt plants. India has only 1960, 1.9 gigawatt. That is a different thing, but we have a very, attractive potential for pump hydro. Gujarat itself has almost 30,000 megawatt plus, 30 gigawatt. And if you multiply by minimum 6 to 8 hours capacity, so you have 13 to 8, 240 gigawatt hour of energy storage capability. And the question is why it is so demanding and so much of push from across the globe, from our central government to state government, everywhere. That is to, this energy will be used to flatten the load curve, or whenever there is high excess energy generation because of RE, which is very cheaper, that energy will be used to pump in, and at the time of high demand, that energy will be used, losing 30% of the energy. So if you see RE integration, 2.4 or 2.1 rupees of solar power is not the actual cost. All these pump storage costs must be added to the RE because of this, intermittent and uncertain powers. Pardon? Time, okay. That has caused the pump storage to combat that vagaries, and so a lot of importance to develop pump storage. Lot of advantages, but other than battery storage, only disadvantage is having a gestation period, high gestation period of 5 years, 6 years, and battery is 2 years or 18 months. That is the only advantage for battery storage. Otherwise, all are advantageous for pump storage. It has a life maybe of 100 years. And most importantly, the last one is the grid management and the inertial support. It's a very good for the electrical grid, who can, if grid authorities are here, I think JETCO is also there. They will appreciate the importance of pump storage rather than battery storage or any other static storage devices. India only 6,000, but more than 1,400 is non-operational. Pump storage under construction is around 12,000. Now coming to, because of paucity of time, I am jumping into the pump storage policy. Objectives, I think I will skip this because all these things are there in the public domain. What has been decided, that there will be two nodal agencies in Gujarat. Number one will be GUVNL and Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, and GPCL, the second nodal agency. GUVNL will be acting as a nodal agency for all the category 1 and 2 pump storage projects, which will be the output of those capacity will be used for the state of Gujarat, the discoms of Gujarat. And the GPCL will be handling as a nodal agency for category 3 and 4. I will come to the categories just in the subsequent slides. They will be handling those category 3 and 4, which are mainly for the energy output of those projects can be sold to outside Gujarat also, to open market, to power exchange, or even to Gujarat state discoms also. Now, category 4 categories has been pump storage allocations. That 4 categories has been devised. It is almost in line with the Government of India's guideline. The number 1 category will be those sites which government will allocate to the government agencies, whether it is a PSU of state government, PSU of central government, or a JV of state and central PSUs. And second category will be certain projects, those will be bidded out, of course with detailed project report. The site will be identified by Government of Gujarat with detailed project report. It will be bidded through competitive bidding will be done, and it will, the highest or lowest will be the winner of the bid will be allocated those sites. I think you will appreciate, without DPR, hydro projects are very difficult to bid. So DPR is a required thing, and that's why Government of Gujarat is preparing almost 16-17 DPRs, which will take around 1.5 to 2 years time to finalize the DPR. So, and then it will be bidded. And those category 1 and 2, all the energy output or the capacity output will be utilized by state government, state discoms. Now coming to category 3 and 4. 3 is almost same as the category 2, but that maybe the capacity can be utilized to any outside state also. Category 4 is a self-identified sites or projects. If any developer comes out with DPR and their site feasibility and DPR reports, then that site may be handed over or allocated to the bidder. If the developer is multiple at the same time, multiple bidders are for a single site, their government can go for competitive bidding for amongst those developer. So detailed procedure for all these modalities will be prepared, is already under preparation, that is called implementation guidelines by the respective nodal agencies. Sorry, and it will come up very soon. There are 3 committees have been already been proposed, and it is there in the policy. It is the Apex committee, which will be chaired by Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, and the constitution is like this. Then the state level executive committee, it will be headed by Honorable Energy Minister, and then this district level implementation committee. This will be very useful for the developer, It will be headed by district collector, and this committee will help in getting all the clearances, land related clearances, water related clearances. Of course, they will help the EC clearance from the Forest and Environment Department, and they will monitor the progress also. So this is a very useful team thing. I think it will be for the developer. Now the incentives to the PSP developers. Electricity duty. आज का डेट में it is, I think it is free. I mean, input energy is free. There is no duty on the input energy, but it will depend on as per the Electricity Duty Act as amended from time to time. And for the government land, Revenue Department will come up with a policy very soon, and that will be in line, hopefully in line with the RE policy. And the last one is these two are applicable for all categories of developers, but the last one is the water charges. There will be no water charges for on-stream projects, but on-stream projects will be very less, almost nil. Scope is nil, or potential is almost nil in Gujarat. So the water charges for closed loop, upstream closed loop, will be one-time filling charge, and whatever then makeup charges, the evaporation loss or the makeup, yearly makeup, that is there. And for open loop upstream, it will be free, no water charges. Of course, our ambition is very high, 75 gigawatt hour by 2035, in line with our 75 years of statehood of Gujarat. But I think it is not impossible. 75 gigawatt hour means almost 8,000, 9,000 megawatt. I think there are ample time, 9 years time is left out. We must develop within that 9,000 megawatt of 9,000 megawatt of pump storage in Gujarat. I think main highlights are this. If you have any questions, I am here for the next session also. Thank you very much.
May I now invite Mr. Nimish Vora, PwC, to take over the panel discussion, moderated, get the other members on dais, and let's have a very proper discussion on this. So, may we invite Kunj Bhai to join the panel discussion, Kishore Singh, Mr. Nimish Bhai from Fokia, and there was a change in SGCCI. Mr. Amit Khandelwal from SGCCI to please join.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nimish Vora. I am from PricewaterhouseCoopers, director with their advisory practice, focusing into energy sector for about almost 18 years. This session coincidentally is scheduled at the end, and all of us can see how big is the panel here and how much is the energy left at other side of the dais. So very difficult spot to be in. I think I feel there are two spots to be very difficult. One is before the lunch and before the closing ceremony. So I think we are sandwiched in that. Nevertheless, I'll start with something which is very obvious. Like all of us in India, for an entertainment, we see movie, cinema and all. There were old days wherein a particular movie film used to be super hit because of one actor or one performer, and people used to have a fanatic chase for that. And then it started evolving everything, like one performer, there's a music, there is a storyline, there's a production, there is effect, there is technology. So I would take a bold step in comparing such movie production with what Gujarat has for the renewable energy sector. That there was a time when there was one hero, solar, and used to do great stuff, bringing state in the front of it. Until last month, we were like second in the country, but now overall capacity, it is the number one. Wind has always been ahead. Manufacturing always been ahead, as Honorable Minister mentioned. But as a sound businessman like Gujarati, one would not risk all the future bets in one basket. And that's where the portfolio approach which has worked. And now the state is actually coming up with integrated RE policy. They are not talking one hero here, but they are talking about industry. They are also not talking about only generation, but also talking about the storage. And not only talking about the storage, but also usage of the renewable, which is even hydrogen, as a non-electronic storage of energy. So this is very interesting shift, and it makes sense like any prudent businessman who is there in the room. So what I would say is this shift is moving from a capacity to a system, moving from a pilot to a scale-up program, and moving from a policy thinking to real execution. So this is the kind of shift what we are witnessing. And we have very interesting panel composition here. It's a huge panel, and I also have a very difficult task here because I know we are far behind the time, and there are so many eminent speakers. So our panel composition have towards my left all senior people who are real brain behind the policies. So all senior managing directors of government utilities and organizations, they are there. We also have a backbone of energy transmission, sir, sitting next to me, and rightly so in the middle, because he is the one who connects generation to the use. And then we have eminent industry representatives who are the ones who implement or who consume the energy. So very interesting composition of this. So this panel would be structured very simply, 2 rounds of questions. First round is about why. Why and what was the intent? What is the big picture this policy wanted to address or solve? And second is about how. How would it happen? What all are the challenges? What all are the risks on the way? How do we address? So very candid conversation. And this is where I'll direct the question one by one, and I would request each of peer panelists to just give a pointed reply, limiting to 2 minutes, because we have really interesting set of things to discuss. And then at the end, we'll have something little more surprising and interesting for you as well. So I'll start with why. I'll start with Ajay sir, who has been behind green hydrogen policy, and he has been part of all the discussions behind the door when the policies were making. In fact, Gujarat has this very interesting trio of policy came together, having all the integrated renewable energy storage and hydrogen. Sir, I would ask you this question, that what is that one thing which you feel is a synergy across these 3 together, which the industries in Gujarat must leverage in next 12 to 18 months, which otherwise would not be there in independent one by one kind of a policy. Your thoughts, sir?
Before I answer this question, if you look at the map of Gujarat, where is the renewable energy produced and where are the industries who consume them? There is a clear mismatch. All the RE is produced because I am dealing with that. So it's in the coastal belt of Saurashtra and Kutch. And all the energy is being consumed from the Ahmedabad to Surat belt. So if I am an investor, if I'm you, I would want it to be co-located. I would prefer something like, which is called captive hybridization. Let me explain. We are talking about these three policies. Obviously, pump storage policy is location specific. You know, it is only in a certain belt, which is the hilly belt of eastern and southeastern Gujarat. But we are talking about RE hubs, RE parks. We are talking about green hydrogen hubs. Why can't we have it together? Why can't there be a green hydrogen plus RE park hub closely located to where pump storage is there? Because I think this energy will help in the sense you will get a firm 24/7 guaranteed power which is free from grid issues. In the sense, what I'm trying to say is, if I'm an investor, I would want to have a captive power which has RE, which has green hydrogen. Why? Because the strength of one policy balances the weakness of the other policy. Because RE is very cheap, RE is open access, but the problem is it is intermittent, right? But that intermittency can be solved by pump storage, because you can store that power and you can use it when it is needed the most. The excess RE, which is generated during off-peak hours, that can be used as an input for green hydrogen. So the same RE which is excess can be used for green hydrogen. The same RE that is intermittent, the intermittency can be solved by sourcing it from pump hydrogen. So I have not said this at any public platform. It is just my view that if we combine all three in terms of locating it at the same place, and if it is captive, obviously pump storage cannot be captive at least now, but at least RE and green hydrogen, then it, as a developer, it makes more sense for me to have them close to where my industry is, so that the entire issue of evacuating and transmission is just out of the picture. That's my view.
Thank you very much, sir. A very interesting point. All of us have heard RE as a must-run category of projects, right? This is the first time we are actually also hearing that RE feels that I should be must-consumed kind of a category, that whether the demand consumes me or a storage consumes me or hydrogen consumes me. Otherwise, it is curtailed. Now coming to this point, even green hydrogen policy envisages around 75 gigawatt of new capacity to come up over next 10 years. And just to bring you to the scale, today, one of the advanced economy, Australia, has a total grid capacity of 75 gigawatt. So what are we trying is, next 10 years, we want to create an Australia within Gujarat. Now, if such a capacity addition is set to come up, we cannot afford to have curtailments. Now, we have seen few days in this year, in India, we had solar generation curtailed to the extent of 40% of generation. Now, this is paradox. We want to add more and we are not able to take it more. So that has to be addressed, and that's where the system level planning is needed. Now, with this, I'll move my question to our representative from GUNL, Mr. Jani, to answer this aspect, that now integrated RE policy talks about systematic design. It has moved beyond just solar to now they are talking about battery storage, they are talking about RE hybrid, they are talking about repowering wind, even rooftop wind, even recycling and a lot of other things. Now, how do you see this ecosystem is evolving, and what all are specific 2-3 areas where in next 12 to 18 months we'll see the difference? Jani sir, to you.
Thank you. Again, intermittency will prevail. So, and at the same time, land requirement and connectivity requirement. Three things are properly addressed. RE integration will be, of course, managed. First part, intermittency, battery energy storage, I think that will pick up. Of course, regulatory framework is there, and we have already, at a GUNL, we have tied up 2,800 megawatt of 4 hours battery energy storage. Same will come in the near future, I think in less than 2 years. So same way, again, industries will also pick up because rates are going down. So battery energy storage will pick up in next 2 years. Second thing, hybridization. That is, transmission connectivity is scarce and land is scarce. So hybridization will again one of the solution that will address both the challenges of land as well as connectivity. So according to me, in next 18 months or 2 years, these two things will pick up. Of course, all other things will pick up. VNM and other things are likely to pick up after suitable regulations by Commission. Otherwise, these also have very huge potential to pick up. But I think it will be just like DREBP, it will pick up in after regulation or any intervention through Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, I must appreciate very candid response, because the policy says so many things, and it really takes the courage to mention that these two things are going to work in next 18 months, and that's really true. And these are the places wherein there is no uncertainty, regulation is in place, everything is in place, it would fly fast. Now comes to the pump storage. Now in pump storage, the recent 2 days before, there was a roadmap published by the ministry for 100 gigawatt scaling up of pump storage in India. The latest figure is installed capacity of pump storage in India is around 7.2 gigawatt. What Gujarat wants or plans is 75 gigawatt. So something like we are planning for 10 times of the baseline today, despite initial estimate of Gujarat having only less than 6-7 gigawatt kind of a potential. So I'll take it to Somin sir from GCL to highlight that what is that unique thing in Gujarat wherein we feel that we'll be able to achieve this, wherein a lot of other states are struggling.
Thank you, Nimesh. 75 gigawatt target, what I have already told, it's not gigawatt hour, mind that. So it will be around 9,000 maximum capacity, 9,000 megawatt of capacity. And we have 32,000 capacity potential, which is techno-commercially viable, but definitely it's a capital intensive project. So a lot of investment is required. So that is one point. But definitely we must expect some good tariff policy for that. At least those nominated sites where it will be through the section 62 or like that. Because it's a requirement to combat RE, which is giving you free power at a very minimum cost. So we must harness those free power, and to combat that, whatever investment is required is to be done. And worldwide it is going on. It is not that Gujarat is having a special target or Gujarat is having special potentials. Many of the places across globe, 8 lakhs, prospective sites are there, which is having very good potential of PSP. Gujarat is also having around 30, 40, 50, 59, 60 prospective sites. So we'll have to harness aggressively, because Gujarat is pioneer in RE integration. We are the highest RE generator in the country. So it is our, we should be the front runner in, and we should be the storage hub of India also. So that target is 9,000 megawatt in 9 years' time. I don't think it's that, it is achievable.
Thank you, sir. And very rightly highlighted, Gujarat is generation house. Gujarat is also consumption house. Per capita consumption of Gujarat is almost twice of that of the rest of the India. So this is like the state which is ahead of Indian average in the direction of China. So here it has to match supply and consumption, and hence the storage is definitely needed. Now with this, I'll move to the people who are at the receiving end of the policies. So I'll move to Kunj Bhai. From GCCI's point of view, from that vantage point, when it comes to ease of doing clean energy in Gujarat, what are the things which you repeatedly hear or maybe as a challenge for next 12 to 18 months? Is it open access charges, it's a banking regulation, or it's a permission, or it's approval timeline? What exactly do you hear most, and what are your takes for this one?
Thanks, Nimish Bhai. Good evening to all. In Gujarat, the policy is impeccable, policy is in place. The Akshay Urja portal is one of the best in country where you can have a transparent process. The current, the worrisome factors for industry is, the first one is grid congestion, because all the financial calculations are done considering the must-run project of RE projects and considering the full generation of the project. But when curtailment happens, the entire equation goes haywire. So the most worrisome most worrisome factor today is grid congestion and curtailment, because the tariffs are reasonable, capital is ready, but still investors are wary of this grid congestion issue, and bankers are also now asking questions about curtailment risk. So this is, I think, from industry point of view, the first most important thing. Second most important factor worrying the industry is, see, till now we have seen the growth in the RE capacity addition from 0 to 440 gigawatt is mainly DISCOM driven, means government PPA driven growth. But the next growth will come from industry in form of C&I and open access of energy. And in that case, industry wants, they are ready to pay a little higher, but they want clear roadmap for 10 to 15 years, because their energy requirement and their energy landscape, they want to map it for 10 to 15 years. But because of policy and regulation, every year the open access charges gets changed. And this is again haunting CFOs to have a clear-cut roadmap in terms of bankability of the project. So I think, in my opinion, these are the two most worrisome factors for industry in RE sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunj bhai. And very real, I would highlight one conversation which we had with Ministry. In 2021, it came out with the goal of around 500 gigawatt by 2030. We are in 26, almost 5 years down the line. We are doing reasonably well in terms of 50% energy composition or capacity composition renewable already. Now, at this stage, when the road is half traveled, who looks for the roadmap? People actually make the roadmap at the start of the journey, not at the mid of the journey. And recently we have actually started working with Ministry in doing the roadmap for 500 gigawatt by 2030. Ministry actually constituted this study. Why? Because they realized that the wagon of capacity addition, which was majorly utility driven, is somehow not flying so well. There are lots of unsigned PPA, PSA arrangements. There are also headwinds when it comes to acceptance and the certainty in the market. The financing cost has increased. So there have been challenges, and even Government of India is also planning to figure out what is the way forward. And this is the time, that is the best part of democracy, that you don't just remain blind to your mission and somehow force system to achieve it. You actually make system conducive enough to actually achieve those goals. So that's the activity which is going on. Next, coming in Gujarat, the major investment, everyone knows, renewable capacities are coming up in Kutch. Okay, major potential when it comes to green hydrogen production and export, Kutch. The place where there is so much of investor interest, so many people chasing the same set of goods, land, capital, labor. There might be some challenges locally. So I'll ask Nimish bhai here from Fokia, that representing Kutch Industries, that what all are the pressures which you are hearing on ground implementation of project on land aggregation or access to water, or maybe transmission availability in Kutch.
Yeah, thank you, Nimish bhai. Good evening to everyone, and a special applause to all of you to be with us till last session of this wonderful seminar. Yes, Kutch is the most happening place at the moment, we can say. Kutch is having 30-40 gigawatt of generation at Khavda, this world's largest renewable energy park, which is coming up. So out of that, 11 gigawatt is already operational. But paradox is that out of 11 gigawatt which is presently being generated, only 5 gigawatt can be transmitted because of the congestion of network. So when we are talking about Kutch, so even Reliance is also coming up with 100 gigawatt of generation. So 100 plus 40, so roughly it will be 140 gigawatt in a span of 7, 8, 10 years. So that will be almost 50% of India's total RE generation. So and together the both the generation producers have been allotted a land of around 8 lakh acres. So you can imagine the entire barren land. So as our Honorable Prime Minister was rightly forecasting a few years back, कि कच्छનું રણ છે એ તોરણ બનશે renewable energy માટે. So which is turning out to be a very true. And the most important, this there are many kind of suggestions, or you can say pain points. Mr. Kun Bhai has rightly pointed out few great congestions and all this for MSMEs, particularly small developers, 20-25 megawatt or 100 megawatt. But when we are talking about 140 gigawatt, so we are continuously deliberating about the power evacuation constraint, because we have a shortage of we are facing ROW issues, we are facing technical challenges, and the barren land. If you just see the run of Kutch, so it is very difficult to work over there because of the severe weather challenges and the kind of remoteness of the place. Even recently few developers like NTPC, and so they had been to us, so they were demanding the connectivity, some basic amenities, and some when such a huge investment is coming over, so they were asking for some kind of transportation for their laborers. And the most difficult task is that the attrition rate is very high over there. So today if you are deploying 10 laborers, so tomorrow morning you will find hardly 2 out of that. So that is the most difficult part. So yes, challenges are there, but since we are working on a very large scale, so hopefully we are continuously we are raising many policy related issues, and we are actually continuously engaged with various authorities, Ministry of Power, Government of Gujarat. And we are hopeful that with a constructive dialogue like this, we will be able to convey our voice, and we will get a better platform, and we will see that we will achieve the target, and Kutch will be in the center of the energy, and we will witness some more manufacturing, energy centric manufacturing units over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. If we talk about India, the biggest challenge renewable sector is facing is actually transmission availability. And overall at the country level, almost 50 gigawatt of projects are standard. That means they are constructed, but then there is no line to evacuate them. Okay, and here in Gujarat, we are definitely not wishing to have it. So I'll move to Upendra sir next, who is real backbone of making this renewable transit from where it is generated to where it can be consumed. He's leading JETCO, and the utility, like I would say, transmission companies are the only element in the value chain who are commercially profitable, and he is running that profitable company in a state wherein utilities are also profitable. So the managerial prowess is undoubted there, and that's where I am requesting to tap from his brain that when he has planned for Kutch and Saurashtra and green hydrogen hubs coming further, what are the plans JETCO is doing so that in next 12 to 18 months there is enough transmission capacity for evacuating renewables which are generated in the state? So if you can share those.
Thank you very much, Buraji. One thing you said very nicely, I've been placed in between, so I can say badly, happily, pleasurely is sandwiched between generators and users. Transmission is very interesting kind of thing. Transmission is required when generation is there for evacuation. Transmission is required when generation is not there. That means for consuming you need to draw the power from other end. So in either case, transmission is required. So in fact, transmission is not invited by choice. It is by compulsion. So probably I've been placed in between out of compulsion. But I enjoy this time, as I said, badly, happily, or whatever it is. I'm here sitting happily. And so the transmission infrastructure is coming up happily in the state. Couple of things have been asked. I'll try to address them quickly, looking into the time also. Need to keep watch also. And then I'll start from the end. He said about curtailment. So that is, curtailment could be for two reasons. One is probably demand is lower than the generation. And since we are in midway, it is ought to happen sometimes. And then there could be reason to which I am supposed to reply is inadequate transmission. Transmission indeed, you said a very alarming figure that huge capacity is stranded. There is a word in English called nimbus. It is a syndrome, not in my backyard syndrome. Everybody wants electricity, but tower is not to be placed on my ground. सबके घर में भगत सिंह पैदा होना है, मेरे घर में नहीं चाहिए. Obviously, I mean it's nothing. It cannot be denied. That is a general syndrome, and transmission is victim of this. It is one of the most critical linear infrastructure. Concentrated projects, though they do have their own challenges also, but they somehow, once you acquire the land, you go on working there, and then somehow, someday it has to come. I do not know when I start at one end of the transmission line, when will I reach to other end? Because of this kind of syndromes. But still, proudly I'll say, we have about 2,500 substations in the state and about 80,000 circuit kilometers spread across the state. And credit goes to wonderful government of Gujarat's infrastructure, political will that has made it possible. Quickly, I'll add to this point what we are doing. In the presentation, two things were addressed there. A transmission infrastructure will be created in advance, not looking at only generation. In earlier time, transmission was created only for the requirement of generation. Now that concept has changed. In fact, we started it in 22 when we made a perspective plan for 22 to 32, 10 years perspective plan. And accordingly, we started working on this. Government of India has always been working on this. When RE concept came into the country, there is a term called GEC1, Green Energy Corridor 1. Without really looking at applications being received for RE generation, we started creating transmission infrastructure in the country. And so, Gujarat state. First green energy corridor that is at the verge of completion, and say a couple of months or 3-4 months, for the purpose of tapping something like 4,000 megawatt. It's almost completed. GC2 is going on. That will help in integrating 5,000 megawatt. And then we are about to start GC3, a massive project, costing something like 34,000 crore for integrating 16,500 megawatt. We have not received applications for this. But that is how we will be creating a highway for green energy. That's we call it green energy corridor. So in advance, we are working on this, and whenever generators they do come, they can just hook onto this mainstream and can evacuate further. So if further question will be there, I'll
thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Thanks. Honorable Minister just a while ago mentioned that Gujarat's contribution into India's GDP is close to 9%, but we want to grow faster to make India as a Viksit Bharat, and for that our contribution would increase to 15%. So this economic growth comes up with a higher industrial demand. Now it is envisaged that industrial demand in Gujarat is going to be 2.5 times by 2035. Now from where would it come? So mostly it would come from South Gujarat, which contributes to heavy industrial consumption. So I'll move to Amit ji, representing South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce, to highlight that given the large industrial base, which is textile, chemical, plastics, what do these industries need to shift from a trial-based project to really scale up mainstream clean energy transition? What do we hear from them?
Good evening, everyone. On the dais, off the dais. When we talk about trial version and the massive project version, I think as an industry, as a South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce or KP, when we talk about, we moved to the trial version to now massive project version. There are few things which were there in trial version. We were some 3 to 30 gigawatt in 2012, now 240 gigawatt. We are contributing to 50%. The scale and size of projects are being high. So the trial version are almost there, we almost completed. Now with the projects version, when we call about as an industry, we need to move on the higher rate with the 2030, 500 gigawatt. There are 2 or 3 challenges. Normally, like my all colleagues which on the stage has been already spoken about. The one is battery storage system. There is a highway of transmission line available. We need to use it as a maximum, not like peak hour, off peak hours, everything. Then the second point, when we talk about grid smart, the smart grid works, which can work, which can carry the maximum power when the generation is high, when the generation is based on the hybrid, when the generation is low on the 24 hours. Again, the third thing is when we go about, we need to move on the trial version, the sizing, the repowering of the projects, the infrastructure which has been taken care by, like the land. Everyone knows, if you go to the massive projects, land is the only criteria which everyone knows can hurdle up. The land and the transmission line. So when we talk about massive projects, we need to more like in 2025 policy, repowering policy has already come. We need to further strengthen, go digging and do something with the industry requirements, so more investment can come, more people can come up where the land which is already acquired with the, I would say, 200 kilowatt windmill or maybe 165 watt peak panels or thin film panels which can be replaced, which can be utilized, and the higher generation. When we talk about 500 gigawatt, the land is already given by the God. We cannot increase the land. But yes, we can generate more power with the same square foot size. We can generate more smart, efficient power. Thank you.
Thanks. So now we have heard everyone wants to have a renewable project and they want to move. But what are these projects made up of? A lot of smart and high value electronics. The statistics says that of the high value electronics which go in making solar project, almost 90% of it is imported. All our inverters, most of them are imported. So there is definitely a gap when it comes to international competitiveness in local manufacturing of these high value components in India. So with this, I'll move to Mr. Jhala, who represents manufacturing and EPC ecosystem in Gujarat. That, sir, we are seeing that manufacturing, when we talk about it, it's mostly assembly in Gujarat which happens. Where do you see and how you see Gujarat can move up upstream from modules, cells to polysilicon, wafer, ignotes, and even smart electronics? So what would it take in making it happen?
Thank you, Vinay. First of all, thanks to the Secretariat जो इतना अच्छा एक प्लेटफॉर्म आज किया है. और अभी पांडे सर बता रहे थे कि सैंडविच है, बट मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि गुजरात का जितना भी सक्सेस है इट इज़ ड्यू टू ट्रांसमिशन। आज भी हम दूसरे स्टेट में जाते हैं तो बोल रहे हैं कि गुजरात का जो ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी है या ग्रिड अवेलेबिलिटी है वो सबसे बेस्ट है। तो जितने भी अगर ट्रांसमिशन प्रॉपर नहीं होता तो आज हम जो सर ने बताया कि 1500 मेगावाट DRE-BP में PPA हुआ है, तो आउट ऑफ 1500 मेगावाट 400 मेगावाट इज साइन बाय माई कंपनी, मतलब पावर ट्रैक सोलर प्रोजेक्ट्स लिमिटेड। FLS लेवल पे आज दूसरे स्टेट में ग्रिड अवेलेबिलिटी ही नहीं है फीडर लेवल सोलराइजेशन पे। और गुजरात स्टेट के अंदर आज एक ही एक ऐसा स्टेट है जो DRE-BP यानी कि डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एनर्जी बायलेटरल परचेज, कोई स्टेट में ऐसी पॉलिसी नहीं है जो गुजरात में है कि आप खाली सबस्टेशन देखो वहाँ पे ग्रिड कनेक्टिविटी यानी कि आपको कनेक्टिविटी मिल रही है, जस्ट अप्लाई और विद इन 1 मंथ आपको PPA हो जाए, ऐसा कोई स्टेट में नहीं है। और सर ने मुझे क्वेश्चंस भी किया कि गुजरात का मैन्युफैक्चर रोल क्या है, तो पूरे कंट्री के अंदर सबसे अगर बोले तो एशिया का नंबर 1 सोलर पार्क जो चारणका में बना था, वहाँ से लेके आज वर्ल्ड का सबसे खैर आप जो कच्छ का पार्क है, उसके अलावा जो सेल की रिक्वायरमेंट है तो कंट्री की 80% सेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग गुजरात स्टेट में है। जैसे आप धोलेरा में रिन्यू ले लो, अदानी ले लो, वारी ले लो, या कच्छ के अंदर भी 2 आ रहे हैं, राजकोट के अंदर 2 प्लेयर्स अभी स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद ग्लास मैन्युफैक्चर, मोस्ट ऑफ ग्लास मैन्युफैक्चर अवेलेबल और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ग्लास इन गुजरात। सोलर मॉड्यूल, इंडिया की जितनी मॉड्यूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है वो उसकी 90% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इन गुजरात और मोस्ट प्रॉपर्ली इन सूरत और इन सौराष्ट्र। तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, प्रोडक्शन और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अगर पूरा देखें तो ये गुजरात के अंदर है। उसके अंदर ओनली एंड ओनली इन्वेस्टर या तो इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट का कोई रोल नहीं है, सबका रोल है। मान लो इतना इजी अगर इकोसिस्टम नहीं होता तो आज रिन्यू यहाँ पे आके प्रोडक्शन नहीं कर सकता। इतना अच्छा अगर इकोसिस्टम आज एक द सेक्रेटरिएट जो कि ये फील्ड में भी नहीं है तो भी आज पूरा फैमिली यहाँ पे बैठ के इतना अच्छा एक प्लेटफॉर्म हमें दे रहा है कि पूरी इंडस्ट्रीज़ की बात हम यहाँ पे रख सके। एक स्टेट के मिनिस्टर्स यहाँ पे आते हैं और स्टेट की पूरी अथॉरिटी एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे आके बैठ के एक रिप्लाई दे रही है, तो ये इकोसिस्टम गुजरात के अंदर है। और गुजरात फेडरेशन ऑफ सोलर इंडस्ट्रीज़ जिसमें हम 2000 से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं। मैं अपनी खुद की स्टोरी बताऊँ, मैं और के जैसा 2016 में 1 किलोवाट के लिए CIG की प्रोसेस क्या होगी, 1 किलोवाट के लिए उसके लिए प्रोसेस SOP बनाते थे। आज मैं खुद बोल रहा हूँ कि भाई 1 गीगावाट का 1 गीगावाट IPP प्रोजेक्ट हम 2030 में कर रहे हैं। तो ये पॉलिसी आज गुजरात के अंदर इतनी इको सिस्टम है। और आप ये हॉल में अगर बैठे हैं या तो सुबह जो भी थे, और 2016 में जो रेसिडेंशियल पॉलिसी जेड़ा ने लाई थी और आज वहाँ पे खाली 14 चैनल पार्टनर थे, आज एक खाली अहमदाबाद के अंदर 2800 चैनल पार्टनर्स है। तो ये पूरी इकोसिस्टम्स और गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट से ही पॉसिबल है। गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्टर्स है या तो पूरी इकोसिस्टम है। तो और आज भी IPP बिजनेस हो, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बिजनेस हो या INC बिजनेस हो या प्रोफेशनल्स कोई भी, मतलब आज पहले ऐसा था EPC यानी कि इंजीनियरिंग प्रोक्योरमेंट एंड कंस्ट्रक्शंस, उसको अगर बोले तो पूरी गुजरात के अंदर इंजीनियरिंग कंपनीज अलग है जो कि खाली डिज़ाइन बना के दे रही है। प्रोक्योरमेंट पूरा आप देखो तो पोर्टल्स इतने बड़े गुजरात में आ गए कि आपको 100 मेगावाट्स का आपको प्रोक्योरमेंट करना है तो एक एजेंसी ऐसी है या तो एक कंपनी ऐसी है कि आप पूरा प्रोक्योरमेंट करके आप दे सकती है। और एक साइड की कंस्ट्रक्शन, तो जो कंस्ट्रक्शंस के अंदर कंपनीज थी, और आज मैं सेक्रेटरी को भी सजेशन दूंगा कि आप भी हमारी एक पोर्टल जैसी कुछ बनाए या तो एक ट्रेड सेंटर जैसा हो जाए कि भाई जहाँ पे बायर्स, परचेजर्स, गवर्नमेंट्स, ऑलरेडी आपकी वेबसाइट तो है ही। बाकी सर थोड़ा एक छोटा सा रिक्वेस्ट है GUNL को, रिक्वेस्ट फॉर्म में ही है कि आज भी बैंकर हमें लोन इसीलिए देते हैं कि हमारा PPA गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के साथ GUNL में या PGVCL में है। और अगेन थैंक्स और बिग कॉन्ग्रेचुलेसन टू गुजरात स्टेट कि देश की 1 से 10 जो डिस्कॉम है उसमें पूरा गुजरात है। जो पावर मिनिस्ट्री ने पावर मिनिस्ट्री ने अभी जो सर्वे निकाला, या तो जो बैंकिंग में भी और सर्विस में भी डिस्कॉम की जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज़ है उसमें 1 से 10 रैंक है वो गुजरात है, फर्स्ट रैंक। प्रोडेंट, यूजीवीसीएल, पीजीवीसीएल, डीजीवीसीएल सब है। तो वहाँ पे खाली एक ही है कि हमने पीपीए किया है, तो पीपीए के बाद सर कोई भी चेंज ना हो एक जरूरी है, क्योंकि पीपीए होने के बाद अमेंडमेंट होता है, वो थोड़ा बैंक में हमको प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। बाकी वी ऑल आर हैप्पी, हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो प्रश्न तो आते ही है, आप प्रश्न सुनते हो और उसका सॉल्यूशन लाते हो, हमारे लिए बड़ी बात है। थैंक यू।
So it clearly is evident that what has been the intent behind the policy is really working. So intent is working fine. So moving to the second round, that if the implementation has to happen, then are we envisaging any risk, and what are the ways we can solve it? So I'll move back to Ajay sir on this. We have talked about a target of 3 MMTPA of green hydrogen. I'll ask very near-term question. Sir, among all the reforms and the ideas which have come in green hydrogen, be it land, water, permitting, access to grid, lot of other things, what do you think would be 1 or 2 key things which would actually translate first 500 KTPA of capacity in Gujarat?
Since time is short, I'll answer very briefly. When we made the policy, we took the inputs of all stakeholders, because whenever we think of policy, we always think in terms of, if I'm an investor, what do I want in the policy? So we have tried to take everything so that there is a clear green hydrogen market takes off. But if I'm an investor, I'll think of 2 things. One from the input side, the upstream side, one downstream side, you can say output. What I need primarily is low cost renewable energy. Because once you invest, once you put capital investment, then the recurring cost is 70% is your electricity cost only. So the electricity RE has to be guaranteed, it has to be low cost, it has to be cheap. So only then it makes sense for me to invest. Only then it will be financially viable for me. Secondly, on the other side, if I'm producing green hydrogen, unless there is an offtake, mandatory offtake, because I cannot produce blindly, I don't know whether there will be offtake or not. So I'll stick my neck out and I'll say, government has to mandate something, probably some kind of, there is RPO, we have across entire RE sector, there is a mandate. For green hydrogen, there is nothing. Government can stick it in the neck out and do it, that this much offtake of green hydrogen has to be there in certain sectors. Government itself can offtake green hydrogen. So I would say RE supply, guaranteed cheap supply, and mandatory offtake of green hydrogen. If these 2 things are there, then as an investor, I will spend my money, I'll invest my money.
Thank you, sir. So very rightly said, the offtake, the consumption of hydrogen. So I'll move again to Nimish bhai here for Kutch. So in Kutch industries, how ready do you see are the industries to transit for their process heat requirement from their conventional sources to hydrogen as a source? Especially as Ajay sir mentioned, there is also an incentive of 50 rupees per kg of hydrogen kind of consumption incentive given. So how do you hear readiness in Kutch?
In Kutch, actually, Deen Dayal Port, Kandla, which is under shipping ministry, so they are already developing one green hydrogen hub with an estimated investment of around 3 to 4 lakh crore. So some big players like Reliance, Welspun, L&T, so they are putting up their hydrogen producing facility over there. So since Kutch is having a very huge land bank, and already there is a large scale of industrialization we have witnessed since last 2 decades. So we are witnessing further investment in the energy centric units like cement or fertilizer or steel. Already steel units are there, cement units are there. So it is a natural choice for the energy centric units to move to green hydrogen. And since Kutch is also producing green energy in a big way, so this is going to be a very good combination. And yes, we are further kind of chain effect of this green hydrogen production. So we'll be witnessing further manufacturing activity in this region, and that will be of a very, very large scale. Thank you.
Thanks for the input. Now coming to, let's say, financing. So if we talk about cost of funding from COVID period to now, it has almost increased for the projects by 3%. And in last 1 year, we would have seen that depreciation of rupee has almost been to the extent of 10%. So all of this add to higher cost. Now adding to that, the large corporates get funding at around 7-8%, but MSMEs get funding at 10 to 12%. So for them, the cost of funding of the project is the barrier, not the technology. So mostly what we have seen is it's not the technology which comes in the way of someone adopting it or not, but it's about a cost of funding. So with this, I'll again move to the industrial belt in South Gujarat to Amit ji, that many MSMEs cannot afford to have capex heavy renewables or green hydrogen offtake. But do you see any ideas emerging when it comes to demand aggregation or aggregated offtake or some way or other financing mechanism to support them? Are you hearing anything on these lines?
Yeah, definitely there are few innovative ideas. As an industry, as a policy, if we sit together, see there has to be something dynamic and out of the box idea to reduce the cost of funding. We need to change, we may suggest a change in policy where currently, let's say, we are using bank guarantees and everything which has cost of the funding can be moved to the green bonds. We can go for the blockchain method, the new funding, the virtual funding methodology. We can also plan for the earn what you pay and something like the new mechanism where you are paying something like toll tax, not like you are paying something fixed cost or everything. So the new innovative way of payment, which will anyway going to reduce the cost of funding, we can always plan for this. And again, there are like we can see multiple, we can see it for the hours, and new innovative ideas can come to reduce the cost of funding. With that, but at the end of the day, we need to change. We need to see the policies to support that innovation, the change in the funding management.
Very interesting. So if the large players are able to tap the cheaper funding, so why not ask them only to invest and the smaller players actually pay as you go? So that's the kind of a model which can work. That has worked very well in energy efficiency. It has worked in solar rooftop in a RESCO mode. It can work here as well. So now moving to again GUNL, one of the point what we heard from industry is operational economics, the uncertainty on the banking charges that affects C&I offtake. Also, if the grid is available, then Transco has done the job. But then after grid is available, the curtailment on whatever account affects the project economics. So as a GUNL, what do, sir, you see that the new policy framework, how does it work in reducing this ambiguity or these challenges to make the projects commercially more viable?
Tough question. Hello. Yeah. So basically, there are two things. First is transmission constraint, that is very well explained by MD sir. Second is grid constraint. So for grid constraint, again, few things are there. We have to balance the load by shifting the load. Agriculture load is being shifted. Similarly, other things will be taken care while adjusting them, because nature of RA is intermittent. So second thing is storage, that is battery energy storage. We have already tied up 3000 megawatt hour, 3000 megawatt plus 4 is 12,000 megawatt hour, and we are going aggressively with tying up of storage. So I think this will address this challenge. And for transmission constraint, I think now it is not there, because the issue was in between, the issue was due to gestation period of RE project is very shorter than gestation period of transmission evacuation system. So unfortunately, between that 2 years or 3 years, that happened. But now I think transmission has came up with huge planning and they are executing very well. So I think in near future, we will not face that issue. For evacuation system, there will be no issue. But for storage, of course, pump storage and battery energy storage will resolve the issue. And if anything else is remain, then hydrogen will consume that additional power. So I think that will be addressed in very short time.
Thank you, sir, for this. I'll move to Upendra sir again, that electrolyzer and EV fast charging are suddenly creating high demand pockets. Now, how do you think JETCO would handle the forecasting and factor in all this kind of uncertainty going forward? Because these are going to be increasingly complex.
You call any kind of demand, whether it is coming from EV or anything or for industries, that is how we need to address them. And for that, solution is to lay the transmission line, as he has already explained. Rather, I expected you to talk about this. They got some specific requirement of quality of supply. If you mean that, probably I need to address that. Otherwise, it's any other kind of load to which we address. One thing he said in case of RE, issues are mainly coming for 3-4 sites. One is timeline, that I think he has already explained. Mr. Jani has said that for timeline, there is a time gap between, say, much difference in RE generation and laying transmission line. So for that, as I explained, we are in the process of creating transmission corridors. So that would take care of it. And then comes grid management from site, how to address this quality power supply for specific this kind of industries or their requirement. We have started placing STATCOMs. We have included synchronous generators in our synchronous condenser in our system, so they will take care of it. Next thing is energy storage. It's battery storage to some extent, it helps a lot. And then Somesh ji, he explained pump storage. In fact, that is a wonderful thing. It is a rotating machine, just like a conventional generator, so that gives inertia as well. Another great thing, what Gujarat has done is, we called it a Kisan Suryodaya Yojana scheme. So that is a kind of thing, as I said, it's a perishable commodity. Electricity cannot be stored as it is. It has to be converted into something else. Why not to use it as it is? So can we bring our consumption curve aligning with generation? So that has been done in Gujarat, and other states have also started following it. That is through Kisan Suryodaya Yojana. So we started consuming electricity generated during the daytime, during day itself, by creating, say, extra infrastructure. So it would obviate the need of storage. So that way I tried to answer your reply, whether this kind of thing, not only specific to this industry, this requirement, it's a generalized kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's about generally addressing the load. Specifically, these two loads which I mentioned were sporadic because a vehicle may get charged anywhere, and that premise may not have forecasted that kind of consumption. So the way we have seen globally utilities handling this is use of AI in actually predicting what is going to be my spike coming from a charging station, deployment of local battery storage. So these are some emerging areas we have seen in Western world people have been doing, and those are the way forward for reliable load planning going further. Now,
yeah, I'll take a half a minute to reply to that. Coincidentally, grid management is also with TSP. So that is also with us. SLDC is also with us. And there we too have applied AI, and we are doing this kind of thing, not only from load side, we are doing for generation side also. We are predicting, we are doing forecasting generation as well, and that is AI based. And I find it quite accurate, particularly for solar. Wind is a bit more unpredictable, but solar is much more. So through AI, we are also trying to address that.
Yes, and in fact, integrated RE policy is actually recognizing energy storage as a grid asset. So there are going to be more end use cases to address this kind of equipment. So I'll move to maybe the last question on this. That all this transition which we are talking, let's take about green hydrogen. There are 140 plus roles it takes in an ecosystem of a green hydrogen. So that means there are 140 different kind of a job requirement role. I'm not talking about volume, I'm talking about variety. So many different roles are needed in a green hydrogen ecosystem, and that's what we have seen globally. I'm moving to GCCI's view, because you are not only industry, but then you are also an interface of industry working with government. So when it comes to skilling, our policy says 6 lakh people would be needed. So what role GCCI can play in addressing this skill challenge? Because we don't see so many 140 variety of people getting produced by our institutions today, which would be needed tomorrow.
Yes, Nimish, it is very true that skilling is the big gap, and we will get funding from outside, we will get equipment from outside, but we need people here itself to execute the work. We need 6 lakhs strong renewable energy or green hydrogen professionals or storage professional by 2035. But the challenge is, see, India produce lots of engineers, but they are not job ready. Industry has to invest in them for say 6 months or 1 year to make them job ready. This is the hard reality. Our ITI diploma or engineering curriculums are lagging industry by at least 5 to 7 years. So this is a harsh reality. And not only in green hydrogen, even REs, renewable energy sector, the mid-level engineers or storage professionals or power electronics, the kind of professional we need for power electronics or grid management or forecasting and scheduling professionals, these all jobs needs to be taken up, and for that we need a skilling at a very fast pace. This can only be possible when, see, till now skilling is considered as a welfare activity. Government gives some scheme for skilling or force industry to take apprentice, and then after 6 months without doing anything, learning anything, apprentice get the certificate and go out of the system. So we have to take skilling as a industry itself. It's a mission mode. We have to take the skilling, and we have to train the trainers also by global standards. So these are the huge challenges. Yes, we have to bridge up the skilling gap. So AI and other international professional courses can make change difference in this. But yes, skilling is and GCCI is working with different institutes and PMKVY like schemes to enhance the people's skill for RE sector. Thank you.
So before we close, I think as I promised earlier, there is some interesting part at the end. So we know that Gujarat was adding around 3 gigawatt every year up to 2022, and recently it added 13 gigawatt. Okay, so now 13 gigawatt last year. What we need to achieve 100 gigawatt, the run rate required is 10 gigawatt. So we don't need to run faster. We maintain the run rate, we'll achieve the goal. But the problem is getting after 40 marks in exam, from 40 out of 100 to 70 out of 100 is easy. But from 70 out of 100 to 90 out of 100 is very difficult. So as you grow further, incremental is very difficult. So I'm asking one question. This is rapid fire. I'm not allowing anyone to think. It's a one-word answer, and we'll move from this direction, starting with you, sir, Jala sir. 100 gigawatt is the target. 10 gigawatt per year is the run rate. Where do you see one-word answer? What is that friction which can derail it? What is that thing which can slow it down?
गुजरात में तो कुछ ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है, except finance problem.
Finance. So finance is the word.
The land requirement is the biggest challenge I am seeing.
Yeah, ROW is the biggest hurdle.
Sir?
Yeah, laying transmission line and ROW for this may be a challenge.
Both things are already said, land and mismatch between generation and transmission.
Same, land and ROW.
Oh, now it is repeating.
It's almost
regulatory framework which is missing for battery energy storage and other things, that will be more important.
Okay. Sir?
Let me add all of above.
All of above, okay.
I'll add a small thing. What will make it possible is recent GRC has approved connectivity procedure that will mitigate the problem.
True. So the hybrids can increase the CUF from 30 to 50%, but it would work only when the transmission is there. So my one-word answer to that is transmission. It's so important. It has to come up. Otherwise, everything what we do will not come up.
Nimesh, we should not forget the challenges of proper manpower.
So another one.
That is also is a very weak challenge.
Skilling. Okay. Now, from that side to this side, this is last one, I promise. Again, one word answer. If we move again next year, January 2027. Okay. And there is one parameter you want to observe to measure whether these policies have been successful or not. Only one parameter you would personally observe, and we talk after 1 year. What is that parameter going to be, which would define whether our policies have been successfully moving further or not?
It's just commissioning of the project, megawatt
COD,
commissioning.
megawatt COD, commission.
Meeting RPO RCO targets.
Sorry? RPO RCO targets, okay.
That is renewable energy purchase obligation.
So, sir?
The same like ESO targets fulfillment or beyond that also. But it will take 1 or 2 years to settle down because the DPR is required in home storage.
Sir. How many people came forward to take our subsidies in green hydrogen? So
providing timely clearances.
So speed of permissions.
Yeah, RE consumption figure to the last mile.
Okay, renewable consumption.
For renewable energy policy success, I will see the megawatts added or gigawatts added, and for hydrogen breakthrough in electrolyzer and other
Sir would monitor a lot of things.
મારા હિસાબે ગુજરાતીમાં કહું તો આ પોલિસીને સક્સેસ કરશે ગુજરાત ગવર્મેન્ટના દરેક ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટની એગ્રેસિવ્સ અને ડેડિકેશન.
Okay. And like my answer to that, coincidentally exactly matching with Ajay sir, it's about how many people actually start consuming hydrogen. So hydrogen consumption, if it increases, I think that defines the success. So thanks everyone. I think very interesting panel discussion, and thanks organizers for providing this forum. At the concluding stage, I would say these policies are amazing. It is first time India, we have seen 3 policies in a trio come out with an architect to solve the problem. It's a well coordinated attempt by the government, and maybe that coordination prevails, the targets would anyway come on the way. Thank you so much.
That was amazing. 2 days back we had mother of all deals, and today we had mother of all sessions. And I can understand that this kind of discussion actually needs more than a day. This was totally in depth, and it's really sad that we could touch only a few subjects. But we have invested ourselves into renewable energy. We promise you there will be many smaller events. We'll do roundtables which will be recorded, and we will propose a working group where we work closely with the industry in setting up reviews at very regular interval. And may I request Mr. Bhatt from SR to come on the stage, please, and gift a memento to all our panelists. Just one. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll cut down my thank you speech to just 2 words. Thank you so much. See you next year again with RE Conclave 2027 on a much bigger scale. Thank you so much, everyone.
કિરણભાઈની પરમિશન વગર અને પ્રશાંત સરની વી રિયલી થેન્ક્સ ટુ વડોદરા ફેમિલી સેક્રેટરીયન કે આટલો બધો સારો પ્રોગ્રામ કર્યો.